Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good morgen. Here we are in Zofingen. My name's Paul Groves and we're going to be looking after you today. We? Who is we? Well, I'm joined once again by a legend in the sport, Natasha Badman. It's fantastic to work with you once again.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning, Paul. It's a pleasure to work with you and to be on the live stream.
On the live stream now, just pick out the two at the South African uniform there. Lemon. Now, she is one of the legends of the sport as well because this is her 11th race, I believe. Preparations getting ready. The two green jackets there are our technical delegates. Maisie Bantovic from Scotland on the left, and I think that was Stefan on the right with the medical delegate. Everything's in place now. We've got lots of activity going on. The black shirt with Powerman there is John Raschelders, the owner of Powerman. Powerman. It's such a name, isn't it?
It's a name, and look how today they have really good conditions. I think it's gonna even be too hot, but they closed this whole street to have the race taking place, to have some spectators coming in already. Yesterday was great charity with the kids. So look at the athletes.
Oh, you were busy all day yesterday, weren't you? The new generation of athletes coming through. It was. I could see you were so excited to have these new kids coming on board, and their determination, their running. It was full gas the whole time, wasn't it?
It was just fantastic. But now we see the elite. So these are the people, the athletes they're looking up.
And for those of you who are familiar with Zofingen, you've probably noticed that the venue is changed a bit. What we have now is a much more compact, intimate transition area. The whole of the street is now closed down and will be used for the run and the bike. As you can see here, there's familiarity, but there's new views. The town of Zofingen has adapted to allow...
Paul, new or old? This was in the early 90s. This was the transition zone in the early 90s.
Really?
The national parade was on that place. On that place.
Ah.
Yeah.
It actually does provide us with a greater opportunity to see what's happening.
Yeah. I think it's a very nice view. And you can hear the announcer.
From Switzerland, the silver medalist 2018 and 2019.
So we're getting the elite athletes introduced to us now. Melanie Maurer, defending champion.
We're telling more about them later when they're announced, yeah. Merle from Germany.
We've got some talent here, but I think at the moment it's going to be very difficult to call the race. It's always difficult to call this race because it's such a tough one. But when you look at the fact that Melanie Maurer only just signed up to race on Friday because she's trying to shake off this injury.
Yes, she got the permission on Thursday.
Thursday, yes.
Yeah, the foot is okay.
So that's your start list at the moment. Melanie Maurer, Mel Brunet, Lotte Klaas. That was a battle between Lotte and Melanie last year on the bike. Sarah Noemi Frieden from Switzerland, Maya Betts, Ai Uida. Now, that's an athlete we'll be talking about a little bit later. Debbie Sanders, Nelly Erasmus. We'll be coming through all of these athletes and explaining in detail some of their history. Ramona Rieder, Delphine Truffies, Antonia Rezhnikov. Now, she did well a few years ago. Unfortunately, got misguided off the course and dropped down to bronze medal position. And a late entry there from Petra Egenschen.
Yeah, she recovered well. She did the Inferno, which is a wonderful Swiss race. But it was not sure for her if she will be ready for the Powerman. So let's watch the field and the excitement here. When they all get ready, the motorbike starts. Everybody's focused.
And the thing with Zofingen is they use a starting pistol. No electronic sounds, a real live starting pistol.
Yeah, that's tradition in Switzerland.
Yeah, watch everybody jump though, because it's a surprisingly loud sound.
Where is the pistol? Let's see, it must be somewhere close. I can't see the guy who holds it. You can hear the drums. Oh, here's the pistol. Here, it was at the left side. Look, here it is.
Yep. Oh.
Here they go, the best of the best. Look at Merle. She has a smile on her face.
Yeah, Mel Brunet in the German uniform wearing number 32 there. A winner here a couple of years ago. She's been improving her marathon time. She was, 2:51 I think last time we spoke about her. 2:48 she runs now.
Wow. I saw her last weekend in Davos.
Yep.
It was the Davos Challenge, so the swim, bike and run, and yeah, she's not from swimming, so her swim time, was not the best. But then her bike, stunning, and her run, very, very good, very strong.
She's also been racing on the pro circuit for road racing on the bikes. I think she placed 16th overall in the German championships. So mixing and matching there with the top bikers. The trouble today is it's quite warm. It's going to be humid.
It's going to heat up.
And of course the course is slightly different, and that I think is going to be a factor that is going to surprise a lot of the athletes. The start is a lot easier now. It's not going straight up the hill as it did before, but in order to bring athletes back to the memory of Zofingen, we find the hill in a moment.
Yeah, there are hills, and they're definitely gonna meet them and know them by the end of the day.
And this is where we'd normally start them, this road here.
Yeah, so that's just a little first tiny uphill too. It's nicer to warm up. Now when they're on the big General-Gisans-Straße, that's what the name of the big street is, when they start there, it allows them to not immediately, usually they just race up on
that road, yes.
Right, yeah. We have the sound, so the town of Zofingen is still very quiet. Early in the morning we can hear some birds.
Well, the drive over was quite nice. There was not an awful lot of traffic on the roads. We're actually not in Zofingen, that's the secret.
Yep.
We're a little bit further away from Zofingen, in the studios just outside Zurich.
In the great studios of NEP, because we have excellent material and we have big screens, everything we can wish.
Oh yes. So the age group women there starting as well. It was good to see them all yesterday. There's a good strong team from America, from Australia. Now, Eserfeld in the German uniform. Anybody in her age group would think might be in for a chance with a medal now, but she's stopped racing the elite. She's now racing in the age groupers.
Oh.
Goodness gracious. Can you imagine looking at your opportunities and suddenly seeing that name on the start list, knowing that you're going to have to pull something big out of the box to get anywhere near her. So teams from Great Britain, Australia.
Oh yeah, I saw them yesterday. Some of the lady of Germany, from Australia, from South Africa, from America, and they're all very excited to race. And some of them are even several time finishers. Some of them, if they finish over 10 times, they are in the famous Jubilee Club. And so some of them are looking forward to get into there. They get a special number with different signs. We're going to see that later. So they really get honored and they look forward to compete because they like a lot, not only the scenery, but also the hospitality of the Swiss families where they stay with. It's very nice.
We've got, at the moment, there are 47 athletes who are in the Jubilee Club, and this weekend we may see another 3 joining that.
Definitely no one that wants to make it. So let's hope they get to 50. We probably see later one of these numbers. But now let's look at the pace here.
Now, Maya Betts, she's wearing number 35 there, just leading them out. That's an interesting move from her. She's the reigning German middle distance duathlon champion. Now, middle distance is not the same as here, is it?
Right. But
because our distances here are...
they are a little bit longer. So especially the bike is very nice. It's 150 and the last run is 30, but it goes again up here. As you can see, this is already a part of the climb, and especially when you do it the second, third time, it's it's deeper than it's the first time.
Well, the run we've got at the moment is 2 laps on the run, then 3 laps on the bike, and then 4 laps on the final run. The first run they're doing is pretty much the same as what they will do for the final run, but there's an extra loop that's added.
It is added, yes.
Just after the feed station. But there you can see the town of Zofingen in the background, and Melanie Maurer with Maya Betts, and of course, Aida. Now that is, for me, an interesting addition to the race. Aida, from Japan, she's been racing World Triathlon for many, many years. A 3 times Olympian, having raced in Beijing, London and Rio. She decided to hang up the WTS shoes in 2021, but then moved to the longer distances. 229 international starts she has, 63 podiums and 36 wins. So she's an unknown quantity here. She really is. She took a bronze medal with the World Championships, and that was over a sprint distance for the duathlon in Ibiza. That was earlier this year. Then she went into the long distance championships in Ibiza, and she came 9th. So there is a possibility that she's going to be mixing and matching at the front end of the race. Lot of class there.
Running with freedom.
Yep. We saw her suffer. She had a fantastic start to the race in 2021, then the cold hit her. Interestingly, today she's wearing a uniform which is much more suited to the potential of bad weather, but is that going to be too hot for her, do you think?
Actually, that's their national team dress.
Yeah, with the longer sleeves.
It looks like they have it this year with the longer sleeves. Yeah, I would prefer that they have the shorter ones, because it's really heating up, but it's the same for everybody, and the material is quite thin. We got last information here about Petra. It seems like she has some stomach problem, and probably, did you see her at the start line?
I didn't see her come forwards. No, so
maybe she couldn't even start.
Yeah, it was interesting that when Melanie Maurer was asked about the late entry of Petra, she felt how this would impact on her chances of winning the race, and she was quite careful in her response. She said, well, the best person will win. So she wasn't particularly worried about Petra joining.
Yes, because Petra did that long distance race that is held in Switzerland, and that was just on August the 20th, so probably she's not fully recovered. That was what Melanie was thinking. But there are other strong athletes that are in the field, like you mentioned before, and it's also, I saw Merle last weekend, and she looks very strong too. So I think there are other athletes that...
Yeah, she's keeping them in her eyesight. So Betts, Maurer, Ueda, and then Brune just about 10-15 meters back. The run course is quite varied, isn't it? You've got a bit on the tarmac, and then you go off-road, and I think there's a very high percentage where you're not running on asphalt, you're running on these beautiful forest tracks.
Yeah, I think nowhere in the world you have those beautiful forest tracks like in Switzerland. They are hard paved, but anyhow it's soft and nice to run, and because a lot of the part is through the forest, it's not in the full sun, so that's also nice.
So the 4 athletes are bunched up together now, working closely together.
It's a downhill part now, and the best thing not to go too hard on the first downhill, because it hurts your legs already there.
Last year we saw we just had confirmation that Petra Eggenschwiller is not starting today. That's a great shame. But back to the action, and we have Betts, Ueda, Maurer and Brune. Last year, the opening run of 33.18, that was Melanie Maurer. She managed to stamp her mark on the race immediately, didn't she?
Yep.
And was very focused on the bike. There was strategically, she raced very, very, very well by keeping just 12 metres away from Lotte Class for the majority of the race. There was no question of drafting, but what she was doing was using Lotte Class as her focal point in that race. And I know Susanne Svensson from Denmark, she had a view on that, which was her view as an elite athlete with a lot of experience. Susanna didn't like the way that had unfolded. It was perfectly within the rules. There was no question of drafting, and there are only very few places on this course where you can draft, and the officials will be focusing on that very well, as they did with the men. But Melanie Maurer, she played an absolute blinder of a race. Her tactic paid off, and then just towards the end of the bike she overtook, and that was it, out on the run. And for Melanie, so often she's been on the podium, that gold medal not quite within reach, but last year she took the gold medal, and she's looking as if she's running quite comfortably now.
I think she has not too much pressure because of her foot, that her training wasn't what it could be or should be.
So she's coming in relatively fresh.
Yeah, versus the others. But I think also she's trying not to put on too much in the first race, just keeping it in touch with the others. Which is nice to see that they are, both of them, Germany and Japan, that they both go for it from the beginning, try to take the lead, try to put their marks on the course. Now we get this was a timing mat. We probably get some split times. 11 minutes, 12 minutes there are now on the course.
And you can see now how high above Zofingen they are.
Yeah, but it's gorgeous. Now here they have a good view. This is one of the nicest spots you can visit in Zofingen. You are overlooking, and there is also a big music festival up here. It's called the Heitere. And so I think, I don't know if the athletes have an eye for the beauty of the old trees and the whole scenery. You see here, it was the festival. There is not the grass didn't grow back everywhere, because just recently there was an open air festival. So,
what's the weather been like here in the Zofingen area for the last couple of months?
Oops. Oh, I thought it's everything okay. So I'm very happy that the race didn't happen last weekend. Last weekend was the first not good weather weekend for a long period. It was nice and hot and perfect weather for me to train. Probably not for long course racing, but it was very nice weather, except last weekend. And so it's wonderful for me. I think it's the best thing that can happen, that also for the people coming from far away, that they do not have to bring the rain jackets and everything, that they really can enjoy a nice race. They probably, and in the run, or most of them in the run, will be hot, but everything is prepared at the aid stations, and they're going to get enough fluids and have their own food.
Well, I noticed this morning as we drove from Zofingen, the temperature at 5:30 was about 14 degrees, and we had 28 at one point day before yesterday.
Yeah, it's fresh in the morning, but it will heat up about 8-10 degrees during race day.
So Betts, Maurer and Ueda still comfortably leading. Brunet dropping back again, just focusing. You see, it is a very steep downhill section here, isn't it? You need to...
And she is running fast and balancing with her arms, which is very smart.
Job, yes.
I think it's not a deficit for Malay if she's keeping back a little bit, because here we see the first age group men's.
That's the older category, isn't it? The organisers have decided to start the very much older men
right after the women.
Just after the women, which means that the whole race will fit in nicely to the timescale that we need.
Quite smart, I think.
Yeah, it's something.
So they're not all at the end.
No, it's something we've done. I remember as technical delegate a few years ago when I was here, that we arranged that just because it means that they're not out on the course too late. It means that the medical teams don't have to operate when it's very, very dark.
And we see them all on TV.
We do. And we had a bit of a meeting with the age groupers.
Look, they cheer on the pros. That's nice. I like that.
We will try and do our very best to give a shout out to all of the age groupers during the course of this transmission. Now I'm just seeing if I can get the live timing up. And there's no surprise at all that Katrien Ezerveld in the women's 40-44 category is leading the age group race. Now there we have the view from behind of our Israeli athlete. I mentioned her because she was in a very good position when she took a bronze in 2018. She was probably on for a silver and possibly for the gold, but a misdirection on the bike course, on the run course, sorry, saw that finish drop down to a bronze medal position. So there she is, tucked in behind, I think that's Mel Brune and Lotte Klaas. No. That's Nelly Rasman, I think, in fact. This is her debut as an elite athlete. Last year, Nelly Rasman entered the open race, because we have the World Championships, which is where the federations nominate their athletes, elite and age groups. But we also have an open race that runs the same course, but they start a bit later. And in the open race, Nelly Rasman from Germany had a finish time of 7:46, which would have given her a 5th place in the elite. So naturally she's taken the step to move up to the elite category for this year. Her half marathon time this year, she popped in a 1:22 half marathon, and that was in Vienna. So that's an indication of her current run ability. Oh, this is the section where the orchards are, isn't it? There are small apple orchards behind it.
Yeah, very nice area here. And it's quite smart, I think, to start at the age group first and then change to the elite when you see you're capable of doing more.
So Lotte Klaas there. She had the fastest bike split last year, 4 hours and 7 minutes for the 150k. She is from St. Niklaas in Belgium, races for Dolcini van Eyck, Proximus Continental team. In French, she says, Je ne regrette pas de ne pas avoir commencé le vélo plus tôt. I don't regret not having started riding too early. Il n'est jamais trop tard pour débuter. It's never too late to start. La preuve en est, that's the proof of it. Mais je ne me demandais pas quel est mon braquet et combien de watts je développe. I don't ask myself what gear I'm in and how many watts I'm developing or generating. J'en ai aucune idée. Je roule aux sensations. I've got no idea at all. I just ride to the feeling. So here they are, back into the stadium. Lap 1 has been completed. And the 3 in the front, Maura, Betts and Gueda. Brune keeping that distance. Confusion there. So the flow is quite easy to follow, but a little bit of indecision there, and when you're so focused, that one person going slightly wrong will then encourage others to go wrong, but it's all sorted now.
Yeah, it's because of the new setting.
Yep.
But thank goodness that was a few seconds and not riding or running a wrong course.
See, Melanie's carrying some fluids with her on the run, sensibly maintaining her fluid levels. Melanie Maurer is from this area, isn't she?
Yeah, she lives pretty close. I think I didn't ask her, but I think she trains a lot. Of course, she knows exactly the corners and what's going on here.
Some of the age group athletes warming up now for the I think that's for the open race.
Relay here running constantly, still in contact.
They don't know where to go.
Yep, bit of a panic there. Overcome. So this is the 34th year of Zofingen being held. We had 1 year when it wasn't held. That was the COVID year, and thankfully everything seems to have moved on from there. It's also the 15th time that we are holding here the World Championships. And of all the races that are available to athletes, I think everybody can accept that Zofingen is the toughest. We heard a couple of years ago from Diego van Looy, the Belgian athlete who won here, and we were very fortunate that despite his crash in Mallorca, which pretty much nearly killed him, he was hit at 60 kilometers an hour by a truck, and so in 2021 he was unable to race. So we managed to interview him in his hospital bed in Belgium, and he was saying that of all the races he's done, he can finish an Ironman race, and yeah, he can walk relatively easily afterwards. He said, but Zofingen, because you have that 30-kilometer run at the end of it, and it's such a hilly course, he said, I can't walk for a week. And you've raced this course how many times, Anastasia?
3 times.
3 times, and you've won it
3 times.
3 times.
At the long distance.
At the long distance, yes, but the recovery afterwards, is it as difficult to recover after Zofingen as everybody says?
It's difficult, yes, because of the altitude meters of running, and I think duathlon is harder than triathlon.
Well, it's funny
because of that first run.
Yeah, it's
that
funny.
Makes it, yeah, please.
It's funny you should say that, because in Madrid this year they were due to have the European Championships, and because of the water quality, which was appalling, they decided not to have the swim. They then converted that to run, bike, run.
Oh.
And these elite athletes who normally would use the swim to sort of get the positions they wanted, they were all encouraged to run that little bit harder, and they all suffered.
Mm-hmm.
I think Johnny Brownlee said that we all started and we knew we should hold back, but nobody was holding back.
No.
And the amount of cramp we saw with the athletes afterwards, yeah, it really is.
I think it's not the altitude meters. It's because you have the run instead of the swim. And the swim you have no shocks on your legs, and here you have the shocks, the bike, and again these shocks. That's what makes it very hard. And look here now, they are on the asphalt going into the second loop.
And Mel Brunner is back with them.
Mel is back with them, and it just goes up again the little hill, and the age groupers coming back, facing them. Some cheer. I think that's nice. They see each other. It makes the...
It's Michelle Parsons, I think. Strangely enough, she's not racing in the championship. She's decided to race in the open event, and I would be very interested to see her time, because Michelle Parsons, Great Britain, has raced this course and lots of other long-distance duathlon events, and she's extremely powerful. It's a shame we don't see her in the British uniform, but she's decided to race in the open and use this effectively as a warm-up race. And there was another age grouper we spoke to who's living in the Netherlands, and she's going to race here in Zofingen as a warm-up.
Oh.
Because she's racing Challenge long-distance European Championships in Almere next weekend.
Next weekend, all right.
We spoke to her last year, and she said, I'm never coming here again. It's so tough. This is her 3rd race now. I'm never coming here again. And I think within a week she decided she was going to come back.
Yeah, that's usually what happens. You better don't say about I never do it again right after the race, because you might change your feelings or the good emotions. Everything comes back. I always said, don't talk to me I say something in a week. Because right after the race, I think most people suffer. I always suffered. I couldn't walk. I didn't want to speak. It was hard. But then it's that saying, you know, glory stays forever, pain goes away, and that's what happened to me each time. I wouldn't race for 30 years if that pain would still be with me. I'm not the person that loves the pain. I love the joy and all these beautiful moments. They stayed with me.
The interaction between the athletes is very important, and that is another thing that creates this feeling of family within the sport. And over the longer distances, that seems to be a greater bond, possibly because people are suffering a lot more with these distances.
And look now how they cheer each other on.
Yep.
They give sign, they give thumbs up. Look, that was the man from Chile with his shoulder.
Yep. Okay, we're going to be just holding off for a while while we go to some commercial breaks. So we'll be back with you shortly, folks. Good to have you all back. We just had a very brief clip there of José Aureliano Valenzuela Roman from Mexico. Raced back into 1995 was his first international race, and that was at the World Duathlon Championships as an age grouper. But then in 2013 he came back onto the scene as a para-athlete, taking a silver in the Pan American Championships, then collecting golds in Aviles 2016 and Penticton 2017. So all the way over from Mexico, racing in the category. I think it's, which one is he racing? It's in the PTS4 category. But back to the start, back to the lead. Germany, Switzerland, Japan, and Germany. But very soon, we have something very special, and there's a bit of a secret that's being kept here. And Natasha, you have a secret you want to share with us all, don't you?
Oh yes, I'm all excited. I'm incredibly happy to announce that I actually have two things, but I announced the first one. We have Erin Baker, the legend of our sport. She gives us the honor to join us on the live stream today, and I think this is fantastic. You know Erin, do you?
I do. What she's done for the sport. If a lot of people racing multisport now probably don't realise what Erin Baker has done.
Yeah. Look, we have some pictures of her.
So a lot of people has already started. We started at 8 o'clock World Championships and the women.
We have here a little putting together what her achievements are. She is one of the athletes that probably many women forget that she was putting the base for our sport. She boycotted races that were not equal in distance and in money.
Yep, exactly. And it's because of her that we have equal prize money nowadays for women. I think this is incredibly important. She's raced here in Zofingen.
She raced here. She won twice.
So she knows what this feels like for the elite now. And I think it's going to be very interesting to have her input. But the idea that a female athlete at the very start of the sport should say to an organiser, we're not racing. Unless you give us equal prize money, we're not racing. That is the foundation that has made it so equitable now. Without Erin Baker's input back then, the sport might not be as good as it is now.
And you know, her personality, she wants justice.
Yeah.
She is really into that, and she fighted for it through all her career. And have you seen her palmarès? She raced 121 races and she won 104. It's incredible.
That's quite a performance.
Yeah.
After her life in sport, she became involved in politics in her home country, in New Zealand, and we'll be hearing from her later
shortly. Yeah. We hear from.
But back to the front, Germany, Switzerland and Japan. 4 women looking as if they are quite some distance away from the chase pack.
Yep, look, it looks like they have a pretty good gap. We can see here around the corner.
Oh, there's about 400 meters at least now.
Yep, no one right now that is in sight, but it doesn't mean anything.
No.
That's a
Zofingen,
gap
no.
that can be closed on the bike. So I'm very, very happy. I'm excited and pleased that Erin Baker joins us on the live stream. Hello, Erin. Here she is. Look, Erin, can you hear us?
Now we've got a bit of a sound problem there. We can see Erin. We can see that she's speaking, but unfortunately,
Okay, hi,
Oh, here she is. We got her.
Yes.
Erin, can you see the pictures? Do you remember?
You know, it's a long time ago. I don't remember this part of the run at all. It looks like it's in a field or a different course. I'm just not sure. It doesn't look what I remember.
Yeah, it's exactly you. This answer was absolutely right. We didn't have that nice flat back then.
No.
You were running up all 15 Ks. The course was different. It was 15 Ks up and 15 Ks down.
Right, right.
Do you still feel your legs when you remember?
Look, I just remember that course was a great course. I love the fact that it was hilly. I love the fact that it was in the mountain or the hills a lot of the time, in the forest, and it was just a beautiful place to be. It was one of my finest sort of the places I like to go most.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for joining us. Do you know, we have in the studio, I am in the studio with Paul Groves. He knows you very well from all your years of racing, and you have in Zofingen so many fans. I announced yesterday I was at the kids race and the experience day, and they said Erin will be on the live stream. I can't believe it. We sat with her together at the awards and we were chatting. So you're unforgettable here.
Funny. They must be very old people, Natasha, if they remember that far ago.
Oh no, they're not. They're not old.
Yeah.
It actually depends on the view of the young kids. Probably can't remember us, but you also have some fans here.
Erin, a question to you from. I know a lot about you because I've read a lot about you, and as soon as you start searching women and triathlon, your name is very high in the Google algorithm. When you look at the level of racing we see today, how happy are you that we've progressed so far? Has it got to the point that you think we should be with the women racing, or do you think there's room for us to go a lot further?
I mean, like in everything, there's room for improvement. I mean, we'll all be, the world will be finished if there's no room for improvement. But I've been fortunate enough in New Zealand and Australia in the last 2 months to have had the Women's FIFA World Soccer here, and it truly made me cry in regards to the fact that women have come a long way. The world is seeing women as absolute athletes, we always were, but it didn't have the whole, the mass population. I've worked for people in my career in New Zealand for the last 20 or 30 years who adore sport and have thought there were good women athletes, but in general, women's sport hasn't perhaps fired their imagination like it has recently. And I think that they really understand now. It has always been, but now they understand. Women are at the top of their game, whatever they do, that they train as hard as men, that they're dedicated, that they're professional. In many instances, I think they're more so. So there's always room for improvement, and there's always areas where women are having to continue to struggle and fight the battle. But, each year I think it improves.
It's good. And when I look at the results, and I do like looking at results because it tells you an awful lot about the race. And when you look at the performances of certainly the elite women compared to the elite men, there is, in many areas, they're getting closer and closer. But when you look at the performances of age group women and compare those to their men competitors in the same age group, that's always interesting to see, because there's a lot more power I see from some of the women now than before.
Yeah, certainly.
Well, I think right. These opportunities are there now. There's opportunities. People, even the workplace is probably enabling, women to have more time to train than it used to. We just know so many women, in New Zealand and Australia that, do either as a full-time job or as age group athletes, and they're completely and very dedicated, and they take it incredibly seriously. And the numbers are swelling in women's events. Women, events often have higher numbers than men's events. So, it's wonderful to see, and I think, we're proud of ourselves for having been part of that.
We've also got some New Zealand representation here today, because the head referee is Tony Sangster from New Zealand.
Oh, yes.
He's come up all the way from down under to work at some of the big events here, and decided to use Europe as an opportunity to pop in a few races. So good to see Tony. Last time I saw him, we worked together in Hamburg. But
I
he's
remember
there
that name well.
Yeah. Well, he's again been around a good long time.
Yeah, it's nice that there's still so many people around supporting the sport and have a knowledge and an achievement to look back. Now we're close to the stadium, please.
Yeah, it's a 2-lap run, then a 3-lap bike and a 4-lap run. So this is something that you might recognise, Erin, because Natasha pointed out that the transition area we have today is the transition area from the old days.
It's the old days. It's where the national parade was.
Right, yes.
It's you remember the national parade, do you?
Yes,
and
I do indeed. Yes, indeed.
And the festival tent. So it changed, yes. But still some is on the same place. Yeah. Now the athletes come to the transition area, and it's a leading group of 4. Back when you raced, Erin, you won it in two years. Did you also lead it in the run, or did you make it on bike?
Well, I loved running, and I think that, I was pretty much maybe near the front the whole time. But if I look back, my biking was always probably my best event. But running in the hilly environment and in the forest, I think that I knew I would excel in that part, and perhaps did. So, it was. You must have loved it there too. How many times did you run it, Natasha?
I raced it 3 times. Yeah, I liked it, but it always was hard for me to recover from Zofingen than from any other triathlon.
Oh, really? Right.
Yep.
Yeah, My memory just doesn't serve me well enough. I think that the Zofingen race, the last one that I did, was basically my last professional event. I think I just was thrilled to be there. Also, that year was the year that they gave the women a start before the men, and so it was the person who crossed the line first got a bonus, quite a large bonus. So it was quite a neat thing to actually be the first person across the line. It was fun. It was a fun day.
The location here, if we were to look the other way, that's where the board is that carries your name. The Zofingen, the Zofingen Glory Board.
The Glory Board,
And so many
cool.
of the athletes are taking them pictures, selfies next to that. So your name is being seen again and again and again. Now, Lotte Klaas here, she was the one who popped in the fastest bike split last year, 4 hours and 7 minutes. But at the moment, Mel Brunet has edged forwards, having positioned herself well on that opening run. Her performance on the road in the German Championships, 16th overall road racing. Now that was interesting. She's coming to this race very, very well prepared and not carrying the injury that Melanie has. So they're down on the bars already. That's perhaps just a bit of a stretch. Erin, when you look at the technology now that's available, do you wish you were still racing?
I certainly don't wish I was still racing. It might have been nice to have all those, nice little improvements back when we were racing, but of course they didn't exist, so you didn't, you weren't thinking you were without anything. But, a lot of the times, of course, reflect that there's been a great improvement in technology, but also, the way people train and the way they go about training and their nutrition and the way they measure their body, very well. So yes, the equipment will continue to improve. Else, companies will go out of existence. But that's how people get. Part of the reason people can get faster is because the equipment is just so much better, aerodynamic, lighter, and just better. But no, I don't feel any. I wish that was me, and I wish I had it. It's just time and place.
You were talking about equality for women earlier, and you'll be pleased to know that the technical delegate. So nowadays, with the international events, World Triathlon appoint technical delegate to be in charge of the event. So the race organizer will give to the technical delegate and the team of technical officials, they'll give them the race on race day and they run it. The technical delegate here today is Maisie Bancevic. She's from Scotland. She's a practice nurse in Glasgow, in one of the toughest areas, and one of the coolest customers I've ever worked with. So Maisie is in charge of all of this. And I think you'll be quite happy that there's a very large amount now of technical officials who are women. They're being given the same opportunities. In fact, with Paris for the Olympics, Laura Patti from Italy is one of the technical delegates. So you have that representation not only within sport, but also the athletes participating, but also within the technical official teams behind them.
Excellent, yeah, and we're seeing it in officialdom, all around the world as well now. And I think maybe once it was a little bit of a, what was the term you would use? It was just a position given, but maybe not with much responsibility. It was, but nowadays I think in all fields of sport, a woman's competence is known to be equal to that of their male counterparts, and I also am pleased and proud of the men out there who have come this far quickly as well, because they have had to adjust and they have had to get their head around the thinking of women and how women in sport and that they do accept a woman as equals in every area of sport, and their knowledge and their physical abilities and their capabilities. And so I think in fact our sports and multi-sports have actually been ahead of the game there, and we've always, for most of our the length of duration of these sports, we've had pretty good male colleagues and good male administrators, and they haven't been so reluctant to enable women to come through.
I think if you look at triathlon, it really is leading the sport in that respect, because the mixed team relay, which is now firmly embedded in the Olympics with male and female athletes racing together, is something that the other sports are looking at and realizing the potential of showing how fair it is. And that all came about because Marisol Casado pushing and pushing and pushing to make sure that the Olympic Committee recognised the ability to put on essentially to put on a good show, but the effect of that, and having seen that take place at the Olympics, the other sports are now saying perhaps we should do the same, and about time too.
And Marisol has been a leader, hasn't she, in this regard? You know, it has been great for the sport, you know, our multi-sports, and you know, you have to just. I love that woman. You know, I love what she's done and how hard she's worked for us all, and yeah, tremendous.
So great inspiration there. So if you are an athlete sitting at home, or if you were an athlete and you've had to take time out to look after the family, now your opportunities, when the kids start growing up and they start running, come to Zofingen, bring the kids with you, do the kids Power Kids race. They'll be occupied one day, you race the next day. The opportunities are there.
Please, Erin, let us know whenever you want to come back. You have your fan club here.
Well,
Thanks a lot.
Love it, man. You know, you wouldn't have to ask me twice.
All right,
I'd love to know if Urs Lindsay is still involved in the event.
No, he is not, but your legacy is still here and warmly welcome, and it would be a pleasure to see you around here. Thanks a lot for giving us the honor to be on the show, on the live stream. I know you're 12 hours apart, so it's almost bedtime for you. Thanks a lot for staying up for us.
Have a great day, and thank you very much. It's been a privilege.
Thank you, Erin. Thank you. All the best to you.
Great to meet you at last, Erin. Thank you very much. So back at the front, Mel Brunner using the power, pulling away. That she doesn't look as if she's working very hard, but the power she's able to generate is
absolutely. I saw, as I said, I saw her last weekend in Davos, and she did that preparation race. She had a stunning bike. Look at it; it's uphill, and she's riding like it's flat. So I think it's now that she wants to put the mark. She's pretty. There's probably that unfinished business from last year that she has in her belly. I can feel that she wants to put a statement here.
Well, she's coming well prepared after not only...
and she still smiles, look. That's nice.
Not only clocking a 2:48 marathon this year, she also raced on the Neubergring. They had a relay team over a 48-hour race, and she was with a team of neurologists, because she is a neurologist, and they were extremely... I think they came second there, but... doing a 48-hour race as part of preparation. Look at that. She's now had a bit of a glance over her shoulder just to see where the others are. I think that was Maya Betts she picked out behind her. Melanie Maurer is just behind, then Ueda. So at the moment, Mel Brunner powering away at the front.
Yeah, it's nice to see her going up the hill in such a good, nice cadence. This is called Mühletal, by the way. So the climb is not too steep. It's a steady climb. It's all the same elevation. So it's a power climb. And we have the first downhill, very nice, fast downhill coming soon.
And her experience of racing on the German championships, taking the right line on the descent. Now, these roads are not closed, are they?
They are not closed, and it's not allowed to cross the middle line if the white line is in one.
Yep.
So if it's broken, it's okay, if you're safe, but otherwise it's the law in Switzerland that you cannot cross a white line.
You mentioned Davos. Now, she took a silver medal in Davos.
Yeah,
But
unbelievable.
her bike split was 9 minutes faster than the winner.
Yeah, it's just she just crashed the field on the bike. It was impressive to see. She, of course, she didn't like to swim too much and came out of the lake with quite some minutes back. But then she made it on the bike. That was very impressive to see.
Now, you see,
Look, her cockpit, it's very aero. Her bike is set
just
up
about
very
to ask you about that.
Oh.
You've got the very comfortable position for the arms, but then you've got the black box.
Yep.
Now, is that for
For the food.
nutrition?
Yep, for the nutrition, for the drink, the one in front for the drink.
But also, it gives some sort of aerodynamic advantage.
Look, you have spectators here already. That's a corner, and here lives a cyclist family. They love the sport. They will support the race, cheer the athletes on the whole day.
The technical delegate, Maisie Bancevic, she was pointing out to the athletes in the briefing for both the elite and for the age groupers, this is quite an agricultural area, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And so whilst everybody knows the race is here, there is a possibility that they'll be moving not livestock, but they'll be moving agricultural vehicles around. So that's the issue out on the course, because these are big machines.
That's possible because it's still good weather. The farmers are harvesting.
This descent, how steep is this descent?
This descent, it's not too steep like the going up. Oh, look, they are still together. I would say good distance. It's a fast downhill. Not more than 8% going up and or down. It's a steady climb and steady going down. But here you see two curves. You can see it. You would be allowed to cross that line.
Yep.
That is a crossed line. But you always have to be aware that nothing comes from the other side.
These aren't imaginary lines. These are real painted lines.
These are painted lines. They are always on the street.
So just to clarify, there are no imaginary lines here in Switzerland. They're either painted or they are not there. And
Yep.
if they are painted, they are either broken or solid.
Broken or solid, thank you.
We're not asking the athletes to imagine where the line might be.
No.
That's for anybody who doesn't know what we're talking about. You need to look it up. What is an imaginary line on a long-distance multi-sport event?
And look now,
Yeah.
if you watch the athletes taking the lines, the most efficient thing is if you use the whole road,
Yep.
Half of the road. If you go to the right side now, and there, if you ride in the middle of the road, you don't take the shortest way. So a perfect aerodynamic fast downhill is to take the line, like we heard in the sled movie.
Yeah.
Go in high, go out deep.
Now, we have the camera, once again, it appears to be foreshortening the distance. The athletes are all aware that it's a 12-metre draft zone. The 12 metres starts at the front of the wheel of the leading athlete until your front wheel. And the technical officials out there will be looking very carefully at this to make sure that no drafting takes place. Going uphill, that's not a drafting offence, that's going uphill. It's going down on the flat and on the straight, descent and on the flat sections. There are certain areas that the athletes are aware that they can get closer together. Feed stations, coming up to the dismount line, etc. But they will be looking very carefully at this. We're not using rangefinders, the devices that tell you how far you are apart. That might come in the future, but at the moment here in Zofingen, that's not a feature for the athletes.
It's very easy to track. You can measure the
line.
the white line and the distance. So you have always to have 3 or 4. If they're more narrow, it's up to 4, and if they're larger away, it's 2, and then you know you're in the distance of the 12 meters. So that's all perfectly.
Because we had a bit of drama last year with the men, didn't we? With Dan de Groot finally attracting attention of the officials. He was given a card for a drafting offence, but a misunderstanding on his part meant that he didn't go to the next penalty tent. Now, the way that the penalties are worked for this long-distance event, a non-drafting event, is if you are deemed by the official to be drafting, your whistle, name, and then they show the card, and you have to go to the next penalty box. Dan decided to wait until the penalty box on the last lap,
Yep.
and unfortunately he went in, he served his penalty, but he didn't follow the rules, so that was a DQ for him. So he's coming back to this race.
Oh, I bet he has an open building.
Wanting to prove it.
Too, yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually, I think, that's not a reason to DQ. It's a hard rule.
It's in the rule book.
It's in the rule book, yeah, but it's a hard rule. Yeah, I would say that's discussable.
Okay, we'll be coming back to you very shortly. Just going to run another commercial for you.
All right.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, because we've now got the start of the elite men's race. The defending champion there, Mathieu Bourgeois from France. Sepp Odein, the legend himself. We'll tell you a lot about him later. Jens Michael Gossauer from Switzerland, joined by Fabian Holbach. Michael Pfanner from Switzerland. And now Daan de Groot from the Netherlands. We've got Wout Drieve from the Netherlands as well. There's Daan de Groot on the right.
If you are at the start line, Paul, that's like, now it's the pension. Now
Dan always looks so relaxed.
Looks he, yeah.
Simon Jørn Hansen there from Denmark, number 9. Richard Lustenberger from Switzerland wearing number 10. Watch out for Andrej Kubel from Slovakia. He was due to race last year, but unfortunately wasn't able to make it.
He raced a lot this year.
Yes, he has.
Some good results. But also look, the spectators. Sun came out. Some minutes later, more spectators.
Yeah. So Fabian Zinder, number 12. Sander Hemerick from Belgium, number 14. Domenico Passuello from Italy, number 15. France Hinojosa from US, number 16. He's coached by Andy Potts, I think.
Oh.
Bit of a legend there. We also have Benjamin Ulci from Switzerland, Cedric Labadan from France, Bernd van Snick from Belgium, Maxime Barghetto from France, from South Africa wearing 22, James McCallum, and finally rounding off the start list wearing number 23 is Emile Blondet.
Wearing number 20 from Belgium. Bonjour, Maxime Barghetto. From South Africa, 22, James McCallum. And last but not least, wearing number 33.
It's great that they're even here from South Africa.
Now, Mathieu Bourgeois not coming here in the best of form, unfortunately. He's an injury from a crash.
Ooh,
So
here.
Yeah.
Didn't he fully recovered?
Well, hopefully he has, but there's going to be a bit of tension there because the others are aware of his injury, and whether they regard that as a weakness, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a mental game now. Watch, here is the gun again. Here they go.
The 2023 World Triathlon.
And looking at the running shoes they're choosing here, the technology again has advanced so much, but you've got to find a shoe that's going to be good for the running on the road, but then running off-road,
Yep.
those descents.
The descents, definitely. Most are using these carbon shoes because they say with the carbon shoe they just run much measurable faster.
Yep.
I don't want to fix it, but I heard people saying they're running 10 seconds faster for the K. So it's you have to wear a shoe like that on the asphalt. But then I'm not sure how good the stabilization is on these downhills, because the downhill and the gravel part is really steep, as we saw with the women. They were balancing out with the arms a lot. The downhill part on the asphalt is not that steep.
No, but also the off-road sections, there are those features in the off-road sections with the compacted stones, which are like a metal bar. That could be slippery, you could twist. Mathieu Bourgeois, 28.53 was his opening bid last year for the first 10K, 28.53.
Okay, it's a little bit different course this year. So I think the women were on 40 minutes. Was I right?
They weren't far off that, no.
Because the course changed, it's possible that, no, it's almost sure that we have different times. But I think he's putting on the pace right away from the beginning. The field is no more together. It's already lined up. Which also is nice because the beginning part is not too wide. So it would allow 2-3 athletes to run side by side.
Yeah, Mel Brunet, 39.42 she did for the first part of the run. 39.42.
Look at this nice weather. I think I love it when they have good weather for the start. I think that, of course, it will be hot, and I'm sorry for them that it's going to be hot and they wish for ice later on. But in the morning, to be not cold or in the rain, I think that's a perfect day to start like that.
Starting off without having the rain, because back in 2021 it was painful to watch.
We were freezing here in the studio.
It must have felt awful out there, not only being soaking wet, but the cold and the speed that they're riding. Obviously, then you've got the wind hitting you, and your body cools down even more.
Cools down, yeah. We saw it. So many
trouble.
athletes suffered and even had to stop. That was horrible.
Just having a quick look at the splits. Mel Brunet, when she went out, or when she went into T1, it was 40 minutes and 46, with Maya Betts just a few seconds behind her. But Katrin Ezerfeld, she was 44.30. She's currently leading the age group women by nearly 3 minutes. So that's an opening bid from her. Sound from that disc wheel. There was no wind this morning, was there? As we came in, and that again is a tremendous advantage, because with a wheel like that, anywhere in Switzerland, on the hills, and it's windy, that's a risk. But
Not too much. No, I love to ride this in the wind. It's like a sail.
but if you get a gust of wind from the side, doesn't it move you across the road?
No more these days. It's first of all, it's more the front wheel that is where the height of the rim is more affected because you have the front of your arms where you push, where you have the weight that you push and hold the bike.
Yeah.
So with the back wheel, you have more of the weight, and so if there is a wind, it doesn't affect your position so much. It's more. It would be more the front, but these days the aerodynamic and the wind tunnel tests, they are so much better, and the material so good of an improvement. It doesn't affect a lot. Friday morning there was quite a wind in Zofingen. Yeah, so it wouldn't be easy to have the tents out because the wind would affect it, but now it's nice and calm. The roads are safe, there are motorcycles ahead, making sure, because it's the first loop, that everybody gets prepared.
And as the first lap is completed, then obviously the people living on the course will start coming out.
Yeah, start coming out, be more aware of it. Yeah. Very nice side roads here, and as you can see, it's time to bring the corn in. So in the farmers, they work also on Sunday. If it's time if it's time to bring the fruits or whatever in, so it's possible that there are some farmers working. And
fingers crossed it will be a safe race for everybody.
Yep.
Looking at Mel Brunni's bike there, she's using disc brakes on the front. It's pretty much most people now are riding bikes with disc brakes.
Yes.
Disc brakes.
Yes.
Do you find that? Do you have disc brakes on yours?
I have a disc brake on my new gravel bike, and I love it. They really
much more responsive.
Yes, it is. But it's also a technical part. If something is not, it's more sensitive. You have, if something is touching, it's harder to fix it. Yeah, it's. I'm not the mechanical person, and I'm happy my poor Tony does it. So I think you have to have someone that help. I found it easier to have the old brakes to manage to handle them myself.
When you look at this, after we went away from last year's race, were there any aspects of the race that you took away for your coaching? When you watch this, do you see things happen in a race that you can then take away and give to your athletes that you coach?
Yes, I see. Like the year where it was so cold, it was very easy to see that the clothing can make the win or the lose of a race. It's not your performance, it's not your nutrition, it's nothing, it's just the right clothing. And so you always see things that are going on during a race that can be improved. But she is riding very strong. I like what I see now. She's going smooth. She's not
one with the bike.
One with the bike, very aerodynamic, very streamlined, not wiggling around. No. It's perfect technique.
The simple thing to look at is her hips.
Yeah,
there's no rocking from side to side. She's perfectly one with the bike. And does that come from just playing around with the saddle position, or does that come from working in a wind tunnel?
Both, and it's also how you learned to ride your bike. You probably looked at someone, and if you have someone wiggling all the time, it's more likely that you think that's the normal riding style, versus you have someone who probably tells you it's important that you have your weight in the saddle, that you sit quiet, and you have good images that you copy. So for me it was the lucky thing that I had Tony riding ahead of me, being a stylist. So I copied a good style, versus when you have someone not looking on that, you probably copy this. And when you now see Merle, this is a picture that I only can recommend to copy.
So you've heard it there from the expert, from the person who knows more about racing in Zofingen and racing long distance. This is the position and the riding style that you need to adopt, and that's for the men and for the women.
And for the women, it's power saving. Look, the only thing that works are her legs. The rest of the body is relaxed. She's sitting comfortably on her saddle. Arms, shoulders relaxed. It's so important to have a good arm position, because when you have to put too much effort in your arms, you get tired from just laying on your bars. And now, Paul, remember last year that little spot that came? We are now on the downhill, where last year they took a little bit the wrong...
Yes, of course. That was... they had to double back on that, didn't they?
Yeah, it's just coming... It's just coming now, and they fixed it. They have... they just go to the right. So the course is tiny little bit different. It doesn't go down anymore. It just will go to the right. Look here, the car drops back.
Yep.
It's really nice. It's a volunteer stopping cars. So it's good, because the problem-involved person know that there is the race going on, and they really look for safety.
This is the biggest single event that comes to Zofingen, isn't it? With people coming from all over the world. We've got athletes who are racing today from New Zealand, from Australia, Bangladesh. We have our very first athlete from Bangladesh.
Nice.
A bit of a story there. This young man is a pharmacist, and he's decided to, having qualified, he decided that he would take 5 years to see how he would get on as an athlete racing Powerman. So he's managed to get here, and coming here, he's also a world record holder for racing the longest distance in 48 hours by a relay team. He and 3 others raced 1,670 kilometers, 334 meters, in 48 hours to set a Guinness Book of Records world record. And again, you see this exactly the same running style, dropping down the hill, allowing gravity to really bring them down there.
It really can make a big difference on the speed that you run downhill, but also I think it's probably smart for your legs if you do not run full gas down the first 2 loops, because it can affect your running too.
So that elite group of men, there's a lot more together than in the women's race. So we're going to see potentially going out onto the bike a larger group of men. The fragmentation we've seen at the front of the women's race, caused largely by Mel Brune being so powerful on the bike. I'd like to see, hopefully we'll get to see how far behind Melanie Maurer, Ai Ueda and Maya Betts are. We'll have a look at the timing, see if we can find anything out from that. But I think with the men, when they go out onto the course, there's going to be a lot closer.
We still have a...
So Mathieu Bourgeois is looking comfortable at the front. He runs very light, which is good to see. Using the faster downhill sections here, where your feet can be more secure on that surface. We'll try and have a quick look offline to see if we can find any of the splits from the timing team. Datasport, they have out on the bike course. There are a number of timing mats that we can access. So 28:53 was Mathieu Bourgeois' first run last year, with a closing 30k that he ran at 1:48.
Oh, look, here we have the women, and we see a little bit of the distance.
It hasn't changed much, has it?
Hasn't changed much, no.
No, that's
But it's. I like to see big gaps. It's
Yeah.
more than 12 meters, so that's I like to see that.
yes.
This now is called.
This is a
Right
beautiful-
now, it's beautiful. And when the athletes were riding this way, they see the direction of the Alps. I rode the course on Friday.
Uh-huh.
Just to check out if everything is okay.
How many laps did you do?
No, just one.
Oh.
and we even took pictures on top of this mountain. We took pictures with some Finnish guys that are also on the race, and they're on the Jubilee Club. And it's amazing how nice the course is. And there was last weekend, as I mentioned before, the weather was bad. What had the fact that in the mountains there is snow. So when you see the Alps riding
Oh.
that way, you see the snow mountains. It's a
Fantastic.
gorgeous course.
And
Here we have
that's, that's Maya Betts in third place.
Yep, and third place, nice. And she's riding good too. Oh yes, look the men.
I'm not sure. I thought I saw Melanie Maurer in second place.
Yeah, I think I saw red.
You get an impression there just how high you are. It must be quite your legs after you've done one lap, you know it. After you've done 2 laps, then you've got a third lap.
Yes, with the third lap it just gets steeper. The mountain gets steeper and longer. Actually, someone said to me yesterday, it was impressive when you raced. I could put my watch on you. Within your first and your second laps, you were equally on time. And I said, oh, couldn't remember that. I was just trying to ride the same pace. But I think the athlete, that's what they want to do these days too. Who's coming down here?
That's Ayueda.
Yep.
So she's a fair bit back now.
Isn't meaning anything, so
No.
it's still a long, long day.
It is.
It's important to be patient, to keep in your nutrition, stuck on the plan you have with the training, and yeah, there's still a long run in the end. And as we saw with Petra is not at the start today. It goes so quick by eating something wrong, and then all of a sudden it's over. Or we saw it with the cold or anything, a technical problem. Just gives you some minutes you didn't expect that you gain them or that you get them.
It could be quite a lonely race. As the laps unfold, then more age groupers will be coming onto the course, and for laps 2 and certainly for the third lap, there'll be a lot more cyclists out on the course.
Right. And it would be nice to see what's going on with the men, because they have finished their first lap, I think.
And here we have our fastest bike split from last year, Lotte Klaas from Belgium. Now, she will obviously be able to see Ayueda in front of her.
Yes.
From your experience, how easy is it to use the position of the athlete in front of you to make you work harder? Is that something that draws you towards them? You use them as a target?
Hard
Oh,
question.
no, there's never been anybody in front of you, has there?
I wanted to say, Paul, very hard question. I might not be able to answer that. I never had someone ahead of me. Probably I pulled them all the time. Yeah, no, I know it, of course, from triathlon. I never came out first from the swim, so I had athletes ahead of me, of course. Yes, it can be a help, especially on a longer distance, that on a certain part you get kind of a tired in your mind, and to have someone that is in focus, you think, oh, I better stay close. So it definitely helps if you have someone. That's why they try and why they like to be close together.
Yeah. So all of Mel's liquid nutrition is in the front end of the bike. She's not using the bottle rack. Is that something that we might see her using later on?
Maybe she picks a bottle. She has also an aero bottle in her frame in the front. Yeah, here is the leading group of the men and some age groupers coming.
Nine in the lead.
Nine in the lead. Yeah, it's a good spectator spot. And again we see the age grouper coming against. So
And the athletes without a national uniform on, they're racing in the open event.
yeah, that's how we can see the difference. The athletes.
That is Rakibul Islam, our athlete from Bangladesh.
Oh, was it him?
Yep, that was him.
So for the spectators, you can see the Swiss or the champion uniform, and if you see the name on it, you know it's most likely an athlete that's not racing the open category, because in the World Championship they have to wear the national uniform.
Yeah.
And the national uniform says you have to have your country on it and your name.
As well as the World Triathlon logo.
As well as the logo. Versus the open category, you can wear the dress you like.
And I have to say, I know initially there was a bit of resistance from athletes, the age group athletes, about wearing national uniform because of the expense, etc. But when you look at the age groupers in their national uniform, they look a lot more professional than those who are racing without the national uniform. It makes a good picture. It makes the fit. It makes the action pictures look fantastic. It makes the podium look amazing, and it's very good advertising for them when they want to seek some sponsorship, or when they want to go to their boss and say, look, can you give me a long weekend off because I'm racing at the World Championships. The good thing about our sport, multi-sport, triathlon, duathlon, of all of the sports we see, this is the only time you get the elite and the age groupers racing together on the same course. Oh, bit of cramp early on in the race there for one of the German athletes. Other races you see the elite and then you have the masters, but they take place separately. This is a great opportunity for the elite and the age groupers to race together, all together on the same course at the same venue. So back into the leading group there. Jens Michael sitting at the back there, Gossauer keeping everybody in sight. Very strong contingent of French athletes in the leading section here. We've got I think the French team is the biggest of the elite teams. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. You've got 5 French athletes. Mathieu Bourgeois, Malo Mossan, Cédric Labadin, Maxime Barghetto and Émile Blondel. And they are all there in that leading group. Bourgeois dropping back a little bit there.
I just checked the times. They had about 15 minutes for the first lap of the 10K. So that was, for the first lap. They had about 15 minutes, all the 9 together.
I'm surprised that Seppo Odain is not in that leading group at the front. He's chosen to hold back a bit, but
Seppo Odain knows the course, and he knows that it's not important to be the first on the first loop. He definitely knows that it's important to save the legs.
He is certainly a character when it comes to this racing. There's a race in Belgium called the Hel van Castellet. I know we describe Zofingen as the toughest duathlon. Yeah, but this one is 15 kilometers of running, 125 mountain biking, and then 30k of running. He's won it 11 years on the trot. 11 years. It's a winter duathlon. Seppo Odain is also a steeplechase runner. He's decided to try steeplechase running. It doesn't look very nice when he runs it because he has a very powerful running style, but he's such a durable athlete. Gold here in Zofingen twice now, 2016, 2021. And he started all this racing in horse back in 2013 as an age grouper. Wow. And as an age grouper, suddenly they realised this guy's got potential. So that's him stepping up into the elite.
But look here, the two French guys in the front.
Yes.
They were not on the list to be a front runner, but they run very smooth.
No, Maxime Barguetto.
Barguetto runs quite nice. Look at this pace.
Very relaxed.
Yeah.
Now, he raced in Targo Moorish. There was a very, very tight downtown duathlon, draft legal. And when I say tight, it was extremely tight, really exciting. In downtown Transylvania, he was a top 10 finisher there. That was in 2021 European Championships. And then he raced on the longer distance out on the Transylvania racetrack, the motor racing circuit. And so there you have him looking very comfortable at the front. We're going to be moving off to one of the commercial breaks very shortly.
I like it very much to see two French guys in the front. Obviously, I don't know if they know each other.
So back to the action, and here we see the transition area. The elite men are not that far away from transition, so we're going to follow them into that, and then hopefully, before it gets too late down in New Zealand, we'll be able to bring Erin Baker back for a couple of questions from the viewers. So we also saw out on that lead pack the Danish athlete, 5th back in the very cold one here, 2021. That's Simon Jørgen Hansen. But that lead group, 5 in the lead. Labadin just a few meters off that leading group. Again, it means nothing in these early stages.
Yeah. Nutrition.
Now again,
they have that littering zone. They can take food and can throw the cup away.
Yeah, because littering, if they litter off or outside, look at that. He's tucking. No, he's just in space.
Yeah, it's
excellent.
Nicely marked. He was not sure whether it's there, so that's all perfect. I think the littering zone is a little bit short.
On the run, it's okay, but out on the bike, it's about 200 meters long. You've got 80 meters beforehand, then you've got the whole length of the feed zone, and then another 80 meters. So that gives people enough time to jettison everything they need.
Look at Barretto, how he is running down.
Very comfortable.
Yeah, it's now here it's very steep.
Yeah.
Hey, that's wow.
And you can see the bike is kicking up some of the stones. He's choosing to avoid that area where you've got the metal bar going across. The ankles must be incredibly strong.
Yeah. It's a very steep. The upper part didn't seem so steep. I wanted to say, look, his body position was very nice, but then it got even steeper. We can see it here from the side, and they come with a certain speed, so it makes it even harder to get a look at the right side.
Yes, you can see.
There in the middle.
So Bargetto looking quite comfortable there, leading the elite men at the moment. Just behind him is Jon Hansen. I think behind him we have pretty sure that's Sander Hemerich, 5th place last year in the Europeans at Alsdorf. And good news for folk from who raced Alsdorf before, a bid has gone in. Alsdorf is back on the calendar. There was some concern that it was going to disappear off the race calendar, but we had news that Powerman Alsdorf is back. The bid has gone in, and we're all crossing our fingers that Powerman Alsdorf will be selected as the European Middle Distance Championships. Fingers crossed, folks. What a great race that was. Again, part of the Powerman World Series. John Radsgelders has been very busy behind the scenes sorting out the bids to try and get some new races onto the calendar. Biggest Powerman in the world is in Malaysia. And I think we had 4,000 plus athletes. They have huge races for the kids, which brings these new generations in. And you saw yesterday how excited the children were racing.
Yes, but the children are... it's wonderful to watch, but I'm really impressed that it's so big in Malaysia. Yeah.
It gives an opportunity for not only the athletes from within Malaysia, but I think in Indonesia has given the largest number.
Look what we saw just now. Excuse me that I interrupt you. John from Denmark just pulled the zipper of his suit at the back to get the suit close for the bike. As we saw with Bargetto, he also has an open suit for the run, which allows them to cool down a little bit more. And so for the bike, he just got himself ready in the right position, and I think he wants to have a fast transition. That's why he's not waiting till he gets further down. They're not far from the transition now.
No, and Fabian Holbach there, silver last year, so he's in a good position at the moment. He's got his eyes on Bargetto and Jorn, knows where they are, and silver medal last year. That was a 6:04 race from him.
Yeah, and he had a stunning bike.
Yeah.
I remember still how fascinately he just jumped over that fence when there was over that little I cannot explain that little hill when there was a car in the way.
Yeah, he
really handled that.
3:42. That was the fastest bike split last year.
Wow.
Mathieu Bourgeois smiling. Yep, that's a good sign. He has a twin brother.
Oh, okay.
He also races, but he's not here today.
Here they come.
So Jorn is leading them in. Denmark, France, Germany. Now the officials will be keeping a very close eye open here. If there are any infringements here, then the penalties will be served out on the final run.
No, there shouldn't be penalties.
Hopefully not, no.
Oh, visor fall down. Visors on, helm close.
So Bargetto, Hemerich.
Yeah, Bargetto hasn't his zip closed. Is it important to have it closed? Is it rule? No? Okay. You have the race numbers on the back.
So it's a very tight turn to get out of transition there. Oh.
Shoes, yeah.
Extra nutrition inside the...
USA! USA!
I think the officials are going to be quite busy now. This is a part of the race where they're going to have to focus on the elite men to make sure that bunching is sorted out.
Definitely there were guy from Russia, from South Africa, excuse me.
That's his Zofingen debut. That's James McCallan.
55 seconds, and Sam Odin, twice world champion here in Zofingen with a gap of 55
Aero
seconds.
helmets on and out on the course. As we can see, pros getting on their shoes while they're riding. Oops, close.
So the crowds are out already. France, Belgium. There's a lot of French athletes. There's 6 in the elite wave.
Yeah, and they have to solve and get in position soon because the marshals will be there. Here the front is already lined up. It's a bit hectic when they put on their shoes. They're not all straight. But it's saving times. If you don't put on the shoes in the transition area, the professional have the shoes on the bike, they jump on the bike, they start riding, and when they ride, they put on their shoes.
It's very much a personal thing here for long distance racing. Obviously, when you have the standard distance WTS events, speed is of the essence.
Yes.
But with the long distance events, a couple of seconds to put your shoes on in transition is a saving later on the course.
Definitely.
So Brunei still leading the women, and at the moment the men are trying to sort themselves out to work out just who is going to be leading. I think in a moment we'll be in a position to bring Erin Baker back into the studio.
Yeah, let's ask Erin a question. If she's on.
Erin, can you come back in the studio? Ah, there you are.
There she is. Hi, Erin.
We've had a question coming from one of the viewers, and they've said, can we ask Erin Baker how she feels about the PTO, the Professional Triathlon Organisation, or Professional Triathletes Organisation, about the maternity leave policy?
I bet I know her answer.
Well, you can never be sure. No, look, it's given women an opportunity. I think that, it was seen as a stopping point for women, or certainly for myself, I wouldn't have really, well, I did come back and race, but it's given them an opportunity to, put family at forefront, but not have to, give away their careers. And I think that it's a great thing because, you shouldn't have had to choose. As a woman, you shouldn't have to choose because it puts you in a very difficult position. So I'm thrilled that they now have that opportunity so they can focus fully on what they're doing at that time without having to, give away something completely and never have given it a chance. That's a great thing.
I think if you look at the way that they're listening to the athletes, it's terribly important that athletes are not regarded just as a commodity for a show. This is a livelihood for them, and it's good that they have valuable feedback that is being listened to. And I think if you look at the way that they're moving forwards, this is beginning to, I think, possibly be a new era, don't you?
Yeah,
well, I think they've also, it's extending women's careers. Because, of course, we used to, in, olden days, people would be giving up in their, early-ish 20s. And then in sort of my day, you were thinking, well, early-ish 30s and then, get on and have a family. But, we're having athletes excelling right into their 40s. Just look at Nicola Spirig. And so to be able to take the time to, have a child, get, that beautiful part of your life sorted, and then get back to one of your other passions is fabulous.
Well, you mentioned Nicola Spirig, and it's great to see that she's now, she hasn't retired completely from the sport because she's so busy now promoting sport for the younger generations.
She's an exceptional woman. Yeah.
I remember watching her race. I didn't know who she was. It was my very first occasion as a technical official working at an international event back in, I think it was 1999. We had the European Championships in Blumau, and this young female athlete was just outstanding. And then watching her develop through her career. The next time I think we saw her was under 23 championships in Sofia in Bulgaria. And again, there's a running style, a racing style that just stood out. And there she is going through her career, winning gold and then winning silver at the Olympics, and outstanding performances.
I think when I saw her last year, she'd had 3 children. She has a law degree. She's an Olympic champion and a very fine person. And it was actually a highlight for me to actually meet her.
Well, we've got some great images at the moment. We're seeing Mel Brune from Germany. She's a neurologist. It's her main career, and she does this for fun.
Yep, fabulous.
But
yep.
pretty much she's not very far from the end of lap number 1. And Natasha and I were commenting on the position on the bike, and we did discuss with you earlier about the advance of technology and everything that goes with it. When you look at this riding style, it really is
it's
quite
beautiful.
amazing.
It really is. Yeah, she's lovely and still, and she's low, and not throwing a body left, right, and centre. She looks very under control.
And then Melanie Maurer just behind, keeping that distance. When you were racing, Erin, the idea of drafting, was that something that featured in races? How was it managed back then?
Well, yeah, I was certainly in the non-drafting era per se for racing. It was managed with draft buster people on bikes, motorbikes. It was also managed, I think, between us athletes. You were sort of obviously had to be aware of it, and sometimes, I remember having in this exact race, Maddie Tremaine was sort of biking with me for a good portion of the event. And I remember, probably I shouldn't have, I'm like, be careful here, because she would sort of come up beside me, and then she'd go ahead, and then she'd drop back if we went uphill, and I'd like, careful, let's just try and keep the right distance all the time, so, but it was managed by, draft busters, at the time, so, as they do now. Yeah.
I can tell you, having worked as an official at some long distance races, the job of it, as we called in the old days, a draft buster, is not easy at all. And we find, as you can see with the women, they're quite well spread out, but with the men, you've got a lead group of about 9 going out, and trying to manage that, it's not easy at all. The weighting that we see, the weight of athletes onto the course, the way that the age group race has been started, hopefully that will thin the athletes out a little bit. But with the opening run of 10k, which is tough, it's not as tough as it was last year because the course is not quite as high, but that opening 10k does actually sort out the positions a little bit to make it easier, but it's certainly not easy out there.
Well, I don't think it was actually, it wasn't easy for the women for a lot of events, because very often, most of the time, we started with men. So, and that was with all the men. It wasn't often that when I was racing, there wasn't like an elite start. So you were very often with age group men who, of course, were very capable, and you might have to be threading your way through them. So I think that did add a little bit of anxiety. Some of the events that I was in, that you were amongst a lot more people than perhaps the pro men were amongst, because they're obviously out in front.
We've got a slight change in the course this year, and Stefan Ruf, the organiser, or current president of Powerman Zofingen, has plans for next year. Quite what those plans are, keeping it it's almost a state secret, but there will be slight changes to the course and the presentation for next year. Next year will also be a world triathlon event, a world championship. It's difficult to think of a test for the athletes being held anywhere else, and from your travelling around the world as the best athlete of your time, did you ever find a venue that could come anywhere near Zofingen?
Oh, that's a quick question at the moment, but no, I mean, it was I never found it to be, there was never a car issue. There was, I mean, it was had a good support from the community, good, very good infrastructure, and Switzerland's always been renowned for it. Great roads. So, I think I did a couple of events in the Netherlands, which had, high quality events, but certainly Zofingen's infrastructure and was, just perfect. It was a pleasure to race there.
That's the story we get from athletes coming back again and again and again. The Jubilee Club with athletes who've raced 10 or more is growing. We can see quite a few of the athletes, the age groupers, who are coming back. Having said they'll never do it again, they come back each year. And there's a hardcore from South Africa who have come up. And it's wonderful. The atmosphere at the athlete briefing, with all the nations getting together, wearing their national uniforms, the flags appear, and it's such a great atmosphere to see these athletes enjoying being here in Switzerland. And that was last night, and they know that that's the enjoyment last night. Today is going to be very hard work and some pain and some tears, and the tears might be jubilation, they might be pain. And then they'll celebrate again tonight at the closing ceremony, and that's something again that Zofingen does, which is really good. The opening ceremony last night has the presentation of the athletes, fantastic food. It really is top notch. And then for the closing ceremony, again, there's a great variety of food provided, and the awards. And you think this is actually a whole package. It's not just turn up to the race and go. It's being part of the family on the Saturday night, and being part of them again on the Sunday night, and then taking the memories home. Now, looking at this again, the camera angle, it does foreshorten things. It makes that distance look a lot less than 12 meters. But then when you move to the side, you can actually see that there is that distance. But the two positions here for the athletes, Melanie Maurer crouched over the bars, really powering away, and then Mel Brunet just having a quick glance over her shoulder to see how far she is behind. I don't know, Erin, if you saw the race last year where Melanie Maurer used Lotte Klaas as her target for the bike, because she stayed around about 12 meters behind for most of the bike course. Now, I'm wondering if this is going to happen again.
I mean, it obviously makes it sort of appears, at how you put it, easier to have someone in your sights. It just, you don't have the worry of how far ahead they're minutes ahead and you can't see them. So there always seems to be a comfortable sort of racing when you've got someone in your sights, and somehow the pace doesn't hurt as much. It's just something about being around another athlete. So I'm sure she will attempt to stay there as long as she can without overdoing it. And then of course the last run is a biggie.
Are you still involved in any way with the sport in New Zealand? Are you able to follow the courses around New Zealand and Australia?
Not so much. My husband does to a great extent, so I always say one of the family's enough. But I have over the last couple of years, now that I'm retired, probably take more time to watch events and see them and take a little bit more interest. I have, really enjoyed the last year or two, and have followed the sport probably more than I have since I retired.
It's such a shame that we didn't have the technology we have now, because we're looking at this is being broadcast live from Switzerland, and people can watch it all over the world. I remember in the old days, you would watch triathlon, and it would be on Eurosport, on the satellite thing, at about 3 o'clock in the morning if you were lucky.
Yes, yeah.
And
everything's come a long way.
It has, and with athlete tracking as well, the statisticians can look at the performance of the athlete with Data Sport here, providing us with updates around the course. It's not just the start and transition and the finish. We've also got timing mats around the bike course and around the run course, so that we can see the progression of the athletes. And it's great for families and fans back home. They can track their athlete and many of them will be wearing Garmins as well, so that's another opportunity to follow them as they race. So at the moment we've still got the leaders in the women's race. That is Mel Brune from Germany, with Melanie Maurer, defending champion from last year. A last-minute entry to the race after she was suffering with an injury. She got the all clear from her medics on the Thursday and was able to announce to us on Friday that she could race. So this is going to be quite an interesting... let's see how this unfolds. Mel Brune, 20 kilometres out on the bike course. That's the last update we had. She's way ahead of that now. She was about 7 seconds ahead of Melanie Maurer. Maya Betts, early race leader on the run from Germany, in 3rd place. Ai Ueda, Japan, in 4th. Lotte Klaas, our fastest bike split from last year, from Squadra Petralia. She's in 5th place. Antonina Rezhnikov from Israel, based in Eilat. She is in 6th. Nelly Rassmann, Germany, in 7th. Sarah Noemi Frieden in 8th. Katrin Eserfeld, racing as an age grouper. She's in 9th place overall. That's quite an astonishing... well, it's not astonishing really, because Katrin Eserfeld is a very powerful runner. Very powerful athlete, sorry, and we'll just have a quick look and see. Her international debut was back in 2006 when she raced as an age grouper in Lausanne. I remember that race. It was a very good race indeed. But she's been here in Zofingen. Her first race was in 2011, and from there onwards, Katrin Eserfeld just was a regular Zofingen racer. 7th in her first race, then 10th, a DNF in 2013, not sure what happened there. Then back in 2014, 8th, 2015, 4th, then 2016, 6th. She then went on to the podium 2017 with a bronze. Her last 2 Zofingen races, she finished 5th in the elite. So she's racing in the age group 40-44. So it's a real shame to any other age grouper who thought they might be in for a chance for the medal, because Katrin Eserfeld is currently in the top 10 of all the women. That is a pretty outstanding performance. Now, okay, so Erin, that's the update on the women. I think afterwards it will be very interesting if we have a chance to sit down and look at all the splits for the women and compare them to the men, just to get an indication of how powerful our elite women athletes are currently racing.
Certainly looking strong at the moment, this woman anyway. Very strong.
Melanie Maurer is looking very comfortable. Very high cadence as well. Back in when you were racing, what sort of nutrition did you have? Because nowadays it's very, very technical, very scientific. What were you able to rely on when you were racing that gave you the energy to perform at such high level for so long when you were racing?
Well, again, everything's changed a lot. I wasn't very good at actually eating or drinking during long events. In fact, I took on very little nutrition indeed. It was just the way I was, and I remember sort of getting into some nutritional products towards the latter part of my career, but really I don't think I ate ever on the bike. I think I would just have had water and flat Coke. But again, I didn't actually take much in the way of hydration. I never did, even in Hawaii.
That makes your performances even more incredible. That really does.
Just, it was just the way I was. Yeah.
What got you into? What inspired you to race triathlon? What led you to this?
Well, like so many others, but of my time, I was a kid swimmer. And then went, finished swimming by the time I was about 15, and was running quite a lot at the time then. So I was a kid swimmer. I ran a lot. I ran at sort of a national level and swam at a national level. And it wasn't actually till I started, I left school and did my career, and I got involved. There was just a triathlon in the area in Australia where I was living, and I used to bike to and from work. So I thought, well, you know, this is something I can do, and so thought I'll, you know, just get a little bit fitter than normal, and, you know, entered my first race, and I won it, and sort of went on from there. And very quickly did several more races, and, you know, that was it really.
Well, that was it. I mean, 121 races, you won 104 of them. That is absolutely remarkable. I don't think there are many athletes who have that sort of record behind them.
Doesn't seem many races anymore, though, does it? Only 100 and whatever. It seems like, you know, I was a bit lazy. Could have done some more.
When you look at the courses here, the climbs that you went through in Nice, I think the first climb is over 20 kilometres long. How does the race course in Nice compare to the race course here?
Well, from memory, Nice had longer climbs. Nice had longer climbs, but this had substantial climbs. So I think, you know, that this was more of, I would have called Zofingen more of an undulating course, whereas, you know, Nice was sort of flat, then all uphill, downhill, and then flat. Equally a great course. I loved that course as well, but yeah, Zofingen was a little bit more mixed.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, the run at Nice is all flat, but
yeah. Oh yes, yeah. It's just straight all the way along the Boulevard des Anglais. Well, Natasha's just come back in with a wonderful smelling black coffee. So I'm going to give the microphone to Natasha while I have some rather necessary caffeine.
Yeah, it was important to get a little break after talking a long time for me. So it's good to talk to you, Erin.
You too, Natasha.
How do you feel? Do you actually still train?
Well, after last year when I met up with you, I decided I'd better get fit again. So I spent the last year actually getting back to a good level of fitness, and I swim, you know, 4 or 5 days a week and bike 4 or 5 days a week, and a bit ridiculous really, but I just really enjoy it again. And I don't really run much. I walk a lot, but now I've really enjoyed being fitter than I have for years. It's been great fun.
Oh, that's nice to hear. That's excellent. I think it's something, getting older and still staying fit, that's quality of life.
Yes, indeed.
Looking backwards into your career, I think you were back at your time. There were not many races, but you were one of the only athletes who won the 3 biggest races twice, I think. The Ironman Hawaii, Nice, and Powerman Zofingen. You won them straight on and on, did you? Or
well,
am I wrong?
Yeah, you're quite right. Yeah, I did win them. Yes, and but you know there were more races I think than people remember. To be honest, Natasha. I mean, you know, Scott, my husband, he said he did every year of his career did 22 races, or 22 to 25. You know, there were a lot of events that, you know, like the world's toughest. That was one. That's a good example that are no longer there. So you know, there were. Certainly those were the big races of the time, but there were quite a lot of, you know, series events. Le Coq Sportif had a series event, you know, and then there were other series, you know, US tests in America. So there was plenty to do if you wanted to do it.
If you wanted to do it, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So good.
Yeah.
So good to talk to you. And I just get a note. We're going back to the men's to report a little bit more on them. So, Erin, if it's okay, or if you want to pass a message, please tell us one of your stories or pass a message, but we will be cut out soon. Is there anything, any memory that you want to share, or say hello to any one of your fans here?
Oh, I'd love to say hello to, you know, Ursula, Lindsay, and the people that I was billeted with. They were wonderful. I can't remember their names. We loved it there. And I remember very fondly Oliver Bernard, who won that event many times. And so thank you for having me. It's great that it's a beautiful day in Zofingen. It's a beautiful place. And yes, maybe I will get back there one day. Thank you very much for having me.
Lovely that you had time for us. Thank you very much, Erin. Say hi to all your family. Thanks a lot.
Thank
Stay
you.
healthy and see you again. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
So, as you can see now, this is the entrance back into Zofingen as they go underneath the railway here. A good few years ago, there was massive floods, and there was quite a lot of damage to Zofingen. But this underpass enables the athletes to get back into the city without having to wait for the barriers to go up on the train. So now they'll be heading back to go through that main focal point, which is the
General Giesenstraße.
General Gieserstraße.
Yeah, that's where usually the big party is. And Paul, what do you think about Melanie's tactic this year? She
Well,
is further back than last year, and she is just staying waiting. What do you think?
Well, it's almost like a repeat of last year, but I don't think. With the foot injury, I don't know how well she's recovered from it. I don't know how her foot is going to withstand the 30 kilometres of grueling running that she has to deliver at the end of this. Whereas we've seen Mel Brunner, her run time is very good.
Oh, now we saw a nice water bottle that she got from the national coach.
Yeah, that's the feed station area,
yeah.
and then within that area, the coaches are able to hand out the bottles.
I love to see that. It's nice to see the feed station where the athletes have the chance to get their nutrition. I wonder if Melanie gets from her husband also, or if she has enough fluid for the first 2 laps and only takes a bottle in the next lap.
Yeah, because she
Different tactics.
didn't pause at all.
Yeah.
Now, this is an area where, around the feed station area, where drafting is suspended. The whole issue about controlling drafting is suspended. But that's also a position where there's the interaction of the age group athletes, which may create a bit of a blockage there for Melanie Maurer. Whether Mel Brunner is going to use this to her advantage, I don't know. We have
Yeah,
2
because
age
it's
group.
those age groups that come just sit. It's the first loop. They just got on the bike.
Yeah.
They do not know the course. Probably the first time they're here. So it's sometimes not easy for the pros to pass them. And as we see, traffic got picked up a little bit more cars too.
Yeah.
So you really have to be aware how you ride, where you ride. You have to watch the streets.
It doesn't.
There were some Baustellen. What's the name of Baustellen?
Roadworks.
Roadworks, yes, there was a roadwork going on, but they made so good preparations. They closed the roadworks, they put the machines away so the streets are clean.
And swept.
And swept, yeah.
yes.
I wrote the course, I mentioned it also before. I wrote the course on Friday, and I was surprised that those roadworks, everything was cleared off and all the fences were gone. I said, oops, that was quick. Usually it takes a little bit longer in Switzerland, but they really did security work, did a good job, road work. Were all done, and it's good for the athletes to ride.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to have a short break, just another minute of Zofingen. So here we are back with the men's race, the elite men. We just picked up a couple of the age groupers earlier on, and there are two athletes racing from Romania. One is Zoltan Tundic. It's his first time racing here in Zofingen, but he's raced 4 times over in Târgu-Mureș. We have in the women's race, I mentioned one athlete who was using this as a training event. This is Adriana Camelia Suson. She's based in the Netherlands. She's the 2021 sprint distance European champion. She won a bronze medal here back in 2021 in that terrible cold. And this is her 6th place was last year, and she's using this as a warm-up race for the long distance European Championships next weekend in Almere. So a big shout out to those two. We're going to work our way through the rest of the age groupers as the race goes on. But here we are at the front end of the elite men's race, wearing number 23 there, looking rather comfortable. Wearing number 23 is Emile Blondel, looking over his shoulder, wondering where are they all?
That's the hill here, and he is wondering if where are the others? How many are we? We were 9 in the run. Are we still everybody close? Because with this corners, you can see, with these curves, you can see around. He sees in front the motorbikes. He can see how far it is, and now he can look back, and he sees where are the others.
And is that Jens Mich? No, it's the Danish athlete Jørgen who's behind him, still with the bottles inside his race uniform. So that's your 2 leading, and I think that's as well.
I don't think that, excuse me, but I don't think it's the bottle, it's the aerodynamics. They have those aerodynamic things that makes the air better flow. So it's
interesting. Oh, here we are. That's a close-up.
See, it's like a.
It looks like a bottle.
Okay.
Or I don't know. Or it's yes.
We find out. I saw it before, and because bottle, they have enough space for the bottles in the bike. I think it's due to aerodynamic purposes. Because of the wind tunnel, they made all those tests, and they found out that some of them have the speed socks. Because with the speed socks, you save about 10 watts.
Oof.
Only because of long socks. But of course, longer socks also are hotter, so not everybody wears them or not everybody likes them. But sometimes you can, with easy things, save some watts with the chain, with the grease of the chain, or it's impressive what the little tiny things they found out in the wind tunnel.
Well, over a long distance race like this, the little saving gradually builds up and builds up and builds up.
Exactly. Exactly. And here we have the aid station. I like very much if the aid station is in the climb, so it's not very steep here, but they don't have the same speed as they would have on the flat. Because to use the aid station at General-Giesenstraße, you have more speed than you have uphill here. So it's easier to grab a bottle. And here we have the time. Look, we have the splits. 1 hour, 6 minutes.
So Blondel, he's been racing for quite some time as a youngster. 11 years back, he was racing on the European circuit. Actually, a top 10 race, a top 10 finish in Holten, one of the oldest races in Europe as well. But as an under 23 athlete racing in Horst at the Powerman event, it was a silver for him. That was 2014. So he's not coming to this race without knowing what's going on. It's just a bit of a surprise to see him at the front there. Sippe Odijn, he's such a powerful guy. He really is. And that looks like Hemerick behind him, I think.
I can't see the number right now.
Sander Hemerick, number 14, just behind him.
You have eagle eye. Could you see the number?
Oh, number 20. Bernd von Snick, in fact. That's Bernd von Snick, actually, not Hermerich. So, Bernd von Snick, he's the 2022 World Middle Distance Age Group Champion. So, again, an age group athlete moving into the elite categories. Last year, he raced as an age grouper here, and that was 6:25. He won his age group by over 40 minutes, and he finished 7th overall.
Yeah, then it's definitely time to change.
Yeah.
So we're almost on top of the hill here, the last little bit through the forest.
A welcome bit of fresh air for them as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's where they are.
That's
right now,
nice.
just past.
They passed right now. They are now on top of the, how we say also, Williberg. Williberg, if it's a cold winter, it's enough snow to do cross-country skiing right here on top. And I love the change of that, to have the possibility to do cross-country skiing and then go with the mountain bike, and in summer you go with the road bike.
Oh, you need to put pressure on the local organisers here and have a winter triathlon, so run, mountain bike and ski.
And look, I think that was someone from Great Britain.
One of the age groupers?
One of the age groupers.
That would be one of the older category athletes, because they started the older men ahead. Bernd van Snick, the athlete from Belgium wearing number 20 there.
He's putting pressure on, yeah.
Well, when it comes to the final run, which is 30k, just to give you an indication of his power, with Sepp Ordain, they both ran a 58-kilometre race.
Ooh.
In 4 hours and 1 minute.
Ouch.
So when it comes to the closing run, if Bernd van Snick can hold this position here and not drain his energy banks too much, then he and Sepp Ordain, they know what's coming next.
They know each other. Okay.
That could be an interesting development.
Here we are, Williberg. This is the top. And now two little small curve to the right and to the left. But I bet the athletes, Holbach also here, very good. Legal, close together, all inside. I think the athletes, they checked the course, they rode this downhill. They know the curve.
And we talked about technology earlier. All of the courses are now available in a GPX file, so the athletes can download the GPX file from the Powerman Swiss website. They can go and check all of the courses, the run course, the bike course, even before the course is properly marked out. And I know the organisers are marking the course out during the last few days, so that athletes arriving from all over the world could go out, ride the course, be satisfied they knew where they're going. But most of them will be out with a phone on the bike and with a map in front of them, so they can really get to understand where they need to focus.
Look this here. They are very careful going through this curve. I bet if Holbach is on the front, see he wears the speed socks, I bet he would go downhill faster, and he wants to pass, but he's very patient. Doesn't want to make the other didn't pass here because he couldn't see around the corner. That was very smart. He could pass, but he wouldn't know if something is coming up, which is smart that he's not passing here.
I know some people ask, well, why can't you close all the roads? Well, it's a 150k bike course, which is 50k a lap. To close 50 kilometers of roads here, it's simply impossible.
We never could do it in Switzerland. Unfortunately, I would love to have it, but it's not possible to control it. Switzerland is so small, so many people, and such a small place that you can't simply close the roads and give the guarantee that no one comes out.
No, and the organisers have chosen this course because there is not an awful lot of traffic on it.
Right.
It's also Sunday. It's Sunday morning, so the risk of traffic being on the course is limited. And also by creating the course in the direction it's in, the way that this all works reduces the amount of traffic. Now, you saw the lights flashing there. This is because the photographers will be getting absolutely superb pictures of all of the athletes going through there. So each time you go towards that point, you trigger the cameras, and they'll be taking photographs of you. Holbach really taking it easy down here.
No, I can feel him. He would think if I would be at the front, I would go in a higher speed, because he, as fantastically as he handles the bike, he would go down here with certainly 10k faster, and putting on a gap here to the others, because he is excellent in handling his bike. This is called Hintermoos, where they are now, and it's the region of Vikon. So Vikon is coming closely, and this is where Melanie Maurer lives. So
she lives on the course?
Yeah, she lives on the course, pretty close. That's where she trains all day, so that's why I said she knows everything. But for them, I bet they pre-checked out the course. After the downhill, it's a little uphill again, and now a straight, very fast downhill. And it's in the middle of the downhill, it's a sharp turn straight.
Oh.
The regular road would do a left turn, but they take a cycling side road, which is a more narrow road, but they have to go around
like a chicane.
Like a chicane.
Those are the sections of the course that the organisers have been out and made sure they're completely swept. There's no gravel. There's no risk of sliding.
No risk of sliding, but it's not just, you cannot just ride straight. They also made it safe with straw and hay balls, that nothing can happen. But it's not that you can go the high speed that you have in the downhill. You cannot take it through that curve. You have to break it. Here they are on top.
So that descent you're talking about now, again, you see a little bit of power being put on there, not too much. And this is where it becomes a little bit more of a challenge for the elite, as they have to negotiate not only the course but also the age groupers who've started before them.
Right. And now comes the tricky part. Here on the left side there is a restaurant. And how would you come to the restaurant? You need to have the traffic of cars. That's why they have the right side of the road close to the cyclist, and the left side is open to the cars. And now is that tricky corner, left, right, immediately sharp turn.
I remember this from last year.
Yeah, they have to brake here. They cannot go straight.
That is not an easy turn at all.
It's not an easy turn, no, because you're fast. You have high speed, and you have to brake. But it's good. No traffic here, no cars here, just all for the cyclist. But the motorbike have to hurry because the cyclists are fast.
Yes.
And you see fences here, so no farmer could go on that little street. They really try to make it safe. But it's nice to have the motorbike and have that part, to see that part of the race too. It's nice to have the motorbike here and get some great shots.
The camera team are doing a fantastic job.
It's a fantastic job what they're doing.
We're based with NEP, and we're in a small district of Zurich, and the mothership is where we are. And we're in a small studio, but the whole direction team are in this enormous built room with TV screens everywhere and high-speed links. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, because it's not easy to get images. See, there's someone on the street.
Being warned by the bikes.
Yeah, getting attention. It's very nice that we have it fenced, that we get these pictures. Otherwise, you would not look a car coming up.
Yep.
That's
So
why it has to be
completely separated.
safe. It's not easy now for the age groupers and for the pros if they have to pass an age groupers. Mostly they yell from coming from behind, passing on the left. That's mostly what's going on. So the age grouper know that they have to be aware some faster guys are coming. And we all have the chance with a great motor bike and a filmer that catches us these pictures. Very nice to see it.
And there's a certain skill that's required to be a photographer.
Oh yeah.
On there, you're carrying a heavy
Heavy camera. It's not an easy job to be behind, sitting on a motorbike, carrying the camera and bringing us good pictures. But now,
Holbach moving into second place, so he's overtaken Jorn, the Danish athlete.
of course, because he is a virtuose on the bike, what I like to say. But Paul, we have another surprise. We have another virtuose here.
We do. We talked about the foundation of the sport with Erin Baker. There's another name and a face that some people may recognise.
Mark Allen, the great, also one of the legends of the sport. Look, he was at Powerman. We have Powerman pictures here. He raced the Powerman. The first time he said, it's so brutal, that race is so brutal. I have to come back better prepared. And he did it in an impressively way, and he came back in '93 and won that race. So Mark won all the races. No course ever broke him. Everything he wanted to win, he won.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm very happy that we have the big chance and the honor that he's talking to us today.
I think Mark Allen is there. There he is.
There he is. Hello, Mark.
How
Good
are
to
you
see
guys?
you.
Yeah,
Well,
so great to see you.
And we understand that you're in Europe at the moment.
I am. I'm in Nice. The World Championship for the men will be taking place here next weekend. And so I came early to view the course and to just be around all of the events this week. And to just really, I love being back in Europe. As you know, many people know, I raced here 10 times in my career. I raced Zofingen, as you mentioned, 2 times. And, oh boy, the first time I came there, I thought I was ready. I thought I had done the training that I needed to be in form, but I was shocked.
Nice is brutal. It has hills too. But I remember seeing you here the first time, and I just thought, man, he just did Nice and he wants to race Zofingen? Ouch! And then you came, and I think you said ouch too, did you?
Yeah, you know, the first 5K, just, you know, the way we did it with the 2 loops going uphill and downhill. And I thought people would pace it. You know, it's a long day. It's a tough event. You have a bike. You have a long run at the end of it. But everybody was taking that first 5K like it was the only thing they were doing. And I got on the bike and 3 loops. And first loop, I thought, don't go too hard, but try to keep up. And then the second loop, I really went for it. And then by the 3rd loop, I was already exhausted. And it was a long second run that year. But I ended up 4th. The hardest part was that the guy who ended up 3rd was a Swiss guy who was 40 years old. And I thought, all right, I have to do this differently. And so the next year, with the images of the course in mind, I went to Boulder, Colorado early and spent about a month really preparing for Zofingen. And then that year I had the race that I think I could.
When you look at the way that they're racing now, Mark, and you see the technology and the bikes, are you a little bit envious that this technology wasn't available to you then?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you saw the pictures of my bike that I had there. Nothing like what these guys are on. And between the bike technology, the running shoes that they have, the nutritional products that they have now that they can get in calories quicker than we could, you know, racing back in the 90s. It just makes the day a little bit easier. I mean, you still have to obviously go very hard. The fitness level of everybody from the top pros all the way to the last age groupers is higher now. But yeah, it would have been fun to have this kind of equipment.
There's a glory board here in Zofingen, and I'm pretty sure when you get close and you look very carefully at the glory board, there's a little bit more wear where people have put their finger next to your name to have their photograph taken there than others.
Well, that's nice. I'm glad people recognize that I was there. You know, as a triathlete, coming and doing the Zofingen duathlon was one of the big dreams, actually. You know, to see if I could step myself up to that level that was required to have a great look for it. And in the end, I have said ever since doing Zofingen that it was the most physically demanding event that I ever did. You know, why Ironman, as Natasha knows, it's part of it's physical, part of it's kind of mental. How do you mesh with the energy of the island? You know, the Nice triathlon hills, as Zofingen does, but it was just easier, partly because you don't have two runs, you have a sprint, and also the run here in Nice is completely flat. In Zofingen, it's not flat, you know, and so it was like this real amazing challenge to see if I could come there and have a great race.
And the fact that you have essentially with Zofingen, the run is in the wrong order. You do the longest run at the end, and that I think is it's a physical demand. It's also a very big mental demand for you.
Yeah, I was pretty good with having long runs at the end. That part didn't bother me. It was just the level of intensity all the way through. First run, the intensity of the bike, the intensity in that second run, it was the next level that I had to go up to. And fortunately, in 1993, that was probably maybe the best overall year that I had in the sport of, you know, multi-sport, because I won Zofingen, I won Nice, and I was in the water that year. And those were kind of like those were the three big endurance events in multi-sport at that time. And I don't know if anybody else did all three of those the same year.
Well, having those three crowns, that's something that it sticks in the palmares, and it's something that other people, yeah, you rightly say, I don't think they've done it.
Yeah, right. I said we should, if today they compare races, they should compare races like Mark did. Those three races, compare them, and see if you can handle that, because they are different races.
Yeah.
Different demands are needed and difficult, different type of preparations.
When you look at the weather they have today, Mark, can you remember what the weather was like when you raced here the two times? Did it rain? Was it cold? Or was it this sort of weather conditions?
I don't remember it raining. Maybe it did, but I don't remember. It was cool, though. Today looks like an absolutely perfect day. The kind of day that I would have loved to have raced.
So if Mark, you can't remember, it was not that freezing cold that I can remember. I remember I once had gloves on and it was still too cold. So the weather can be very demanding here in Switzerland. It can change a lot. But it's good that you have good memories about it. But I think I have that one picture of you walking stairs after Powerman. That was not easy too back then, was it?
Oh, no. It was the most sore that I was after any race. Like I said, Zofingen is so physically demanding. And, of course, since you're using your legs the entire day, it's hard. It's hard on your body. I knew going into it that second year that I had to build some extra strength in my legs. So I did extra strength work to build up my quads, build up my glutes, and to really try to be. And I also did a lot of very hilly running, so that the muscles in my legs got strong enough to handle the pounding that you actually put your legs through when you're in the ground.
It's good.
But even with that, I had a hard time walking those stairs after the race.
It's good that you say that, because when we spoke to Diego von Looy, world champion, who was unable to race in 2021 after the crash, that's exactly what he said. He can race an Ironman event and then he can walk afterwards. But Zofingen, he said, I can't walk for about a week. It really is so physically demanding. And it's nice to know that there's this sort of this cachet with Zofingen, that it is the toughest of the World Championship races available to multi-sport athletes.
Yeah, and the thing that makes it so special and amazing is, I mean, look at the countryside as a ride through. Look at the trails that they get to run on, and it's just so beautiful. So even within that intensity, there was this inspiring beauty all around you all day long. That didn't make the legs hurt any less, but at least your mind was happy the entire way through.
Yeah, and I hope you still have good memories about the nice Swiss cheese fondue and probably some Swiss chocolate and other delicious things that you were able to have after the race.
Oh, absolutely. You know, the one thing that I remember that was a challenge was that the hotel that I stayed in had the clock tower right across the street.
Ah, Hotel Zofingen, yes. They
so
now give
every
out free
hour at
earplugs.
night, ding,
Yeah.
ding.
Ding ding, this is Swiss culture. Yes, ding ding, you're awake.
Yeah, let me just say, you will never be late in Switzerland.
Mark, it's a big pleasure to have you. We're gonna go back to the live stream and we put you back later on, if you like so. And I hope you have another story for us. But I look forward to talk to you soon again.
All right, we'll see you in a little bit.
See you in a little bit. Thank you, Mark.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye-bye. So here we are at the men's race. Ooh, look, effort, passing.
Ah, now this is not much of a surprise, because this is the athlete who we wanted to see race last year, but he was unable to make it to the start line.
We forgot to say, or probably of course, while we spoke to Mark, it was Holbach leading the men's race, and now we have that attack. There is a little uphill part doing a loop around Zofingen.
Yep.
We can see Zofingen here in the back. They do a little tour around, and here we have the attack. Please.
Yeah. And this is Andrej Kubo from Slovakia. As we said, we didn't actually see him on the start list last year, which was a real shame, because he was down to race and at the last minute it didn't happen. He won the European Middle Distance Championships in Viborg. Sorry, the World Championships in Viborg. Fastest bike split there.
Oh yes, he's putting on pressure here.
Yeah, but he's not just a duathlete on the road. He's also the Slovakian cross triathlon champion. He's also formerly an ice hockey player, so this guy is as tough as nails.
Okay, that's why he has still the ability to go very hard for a very short time, and I hope he built up his strength also for a longer period, because these hockey players, they're on the ice for 30 seconds. It's a little bit different of a sport.
It's explosive power,
it's explosive, yeah.
But he's taken...
We just saw on the passing overs, he still has that explosive power.
Yeah, he's taken Emile Blondel with him. So we'll be coming back to you in just a minute. So that was quite an exciting development on the men's race. But they're now, Natasha, you explained that what's happening with the men now is a relatively straightforward downhill section.
Yeah, straightforward, little bit downhill section around completing that loop out of Zofingen. It's not going to change a lot on the lead because there is no good possibilities to attack. I think the position will stay as they are, whilst with the women we are on the uphill part. Merlet is leading.
4.5 seconds ahead of Melanie Maurer, who's maintaining that position there.
I think Melanie just likes it to ride in the position where she has everything under control and she can see what's happening in front, versus Merlet never knowing what is going on. Where is she?
Putting pressure on her, isn't it?
Yep. Here we can see these are the age groupers.
And that big sweeping... And it's still Maya Betts in 3rd place.
Nice. Good job from her. Excellent.
Germany, Switzerland, Germany in the women's race. That's an interesting development. But Mel Brunet looking over her shoulder just to try and pick out from those athletes where the rest of the elite women are.
This is actually not so easy with the age groupers. If you're only the pros, it's easy to you look back and you see there are two people.
Yep.
She knows she passed some age groupers and she probably just is looking out for the red dress of Melanie. But there's nothing she can do about it. And I think Merlet is smart enough. She knows she has to do her race. And
I think she knows as well that when it comes to the riding, she's a much more powerful cyclist. If you look back to a few years ago with Emma Pooley tolerated the presence of one of the French athletes behind her for two of the first laps, the two first laps. And then at the bottom of Heidelberg, was it? She looked over her shoulder. And then
that was it.
That was it. She went. And I think she said, enough's enough. And over the years, Emma Pooley, she was putting in the fastest bike splits here.
Yeah.
And of all
excellent
of the athletes,
cyclist, Emma. Yeah.
Remarkable. Of all of the athletes who left T2, she ran upright. She wasn't showing any signs of tiredness or fatigue in the back. I mean, if you go back to the results, go to World Triathlon page, go to results, click Zofingen and have a look at the old results and just see how powerful she was.
Transition?
So, yep, taking on some necessary fluids. Bodenberg, not Heidelberg, Bodenberg.
Heitre is where they run.
Yeah. And that's a big thanks to Rafi Gallagher for correcting my mistake there. Bodenberg. I remember standing at the top of that because as technical delegate I wanted to see what the conditions were at the top. The views from there. You probably never saw them because you were racing.
Oh no, I raced it and I said it was
beautiful.
It's beautiful, yeah. That I liked Bodenberg a little bit more because it was longer.
Yep.
And look, Malay now is pouring her some of the drink in her bottle in front, the aero bottle, and she tries to reach that bottle at the back, which is not so easy for her.
She's realised that what she doesn't want to do is to discard the bottle because the littering position has now been lost. She
cannot throw the bottle here. So she has to sit a little bit further back in the saddle, trying to hold the bottle different, because the angle of that water bottle holder is in a position she is not used.
Yep,
and see, she has to sit up more to reach it, to put the bottle in with the right angle.
I think as well that the bottle shape might not be suitable for that holder.
And that is why I before said I do not like the shortness of the littering zone. If she wants to fill the water bottle in front, it's not done in 10 seconds. And now she has that problem. Now she almost gets it. But look, she has to look backwards, and that is not safe. And for me, it would be so good if she could throw the bottle to a kid, because a kid would be so happy to get a water bottle from Malay, knowing from the Powerman it would be a lifetime bottle to keep. But she's not allowed to throw it.
No. Now, the prescribed distance is that 200 meters, and that's...
Oh, she made it. Okay. Wow.
But that.
Whew, I'm sweating. Oh, I'm sweating. I got nervous.
Your heart rate has
My
gone
heart
up,
rate
hasn't
went up.
it? Yeah. Because that was. Can you imagine how disruptive that must have been for her? But also for Melanie Maurer, she's watching this.
Yep, of course.
She's taken a huge benefit from watching that because she's seen a weakness. It's not a physical weakness in regard to her output of power, but look.
The good thing is that it was an uphill.
Yes.
That was very smart of Melanie to take the nutrition in the uphill, so you do not have as much speed. If she would be on the flat, she would lose more speed to try to put that bottle in, to sit upright and get all the non-aero disadvantage.
Now, whether that's going to trigger an angry response from Mel Brunet to use that and then convert that frustration into a bit more power as she attacks off the top of this hill, I don't know. That was a bit worrying, because if she discarded the bottle, then that would be a littering penalty, and that would be a penalty on the run course.
And you don't want to risk that because
not
it's
at all.
unnecessary, but I put it in again. Please, referees, make a second drop, bottle drop, 1K further.
Yeah, but then you need to manage that, and
Yeah, of course, it's more work and it needs more volunteer, and it's not easy. But as we saw here, it can be the case that it's close. It's close. If you fill your tank in the front and you have that bottle, and look at these suits, they have no pockets to put it anywhere.
Not freely, no. Now let's have a quick look through some of the age groupers. We did promise to call them out for you. In the youngest category, 20 to 24, we've got two athletes racing. We've got Selina Kortum from Germany, bronze medal winner in Ibiza in the aqua bike, which is swim and then bike. And we have Nicholas Katsilis from Australia. Now his dad's racing. Last year, his dad had a DNF, which was a bit frustrating for him, but his father, Steve, racing in the older category, 55-59. Nicholas Katsilis, Australia, had a silver medal last year with a finish time as a youngster of 8:47. Rather surprisingly, in the women's category, 25-29, there are none. What's wrong with the women in the 25-29 category? Why aren't there any women racing in that age group? That's a real shame. Men's race again.
Paul, you know what I realized? I saw the World Championship triathlon in Finland.
In Lahti,
Yeah, and they had in the women's 60 to 65 over 100. Over 100. And I said, how it comes, where these women all come from? And now you say there are so few in the young ones, but obviously it's kind of a generation changing.
Yeah, so Kubo there leading the race, taking fluids from the drinking system in the front end of the bike, and you see the power, the heart rate monitor there. He'll be very conscious of what energy he's using, because he knows the 30k at the end of this is going to be quite demanding. But the injection of power we saw when he overtook our fastest biker from last year, there was a very, very high injection of power to get to that position. He's held it, and Holbach doesn't appear to be responding. He's holding that position back in third place now.
Yeah.
Jorn from Denmark in second place, keeping the right distance, making sure that that 12-meter area is not encroached. If he wants
They're
to
riding
overtake,
very nice.
Yeah. If he wants to overtake, that's 25 seconds to overtake. The moment he gets up and his front wheel is in front of Kubo, that's when Kubo has to drop back.
Within 20 seconds too.
Yeah.
Or is it 25?
25.
25.
And
Now they come back into Zofingen again, so it's interesting. They come back in town, do again a little loop under the railway, and then they come through General Giesandstraße, which I think is always a very interesting place.
It's the party atmosphere there, isn't it?
It's the party atmosphere. I hope we get some more great pictures to see there. And probably we have the motorbike giving us a little bit of a view to the back that we can see. Oh yes, here's Horbach.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3. And probably we check the list. Are there more than the 3 guys in front? Did they break the field? Could they
Not by
rip
an
it
awful
apart?
lot, but there is a clear lead.
There is a
of these
clearly
3.
gap.
Yes.
Okay. Now they turn to the right. It's a little bit a technical part. And oh no, here's the 4th. Okay.
It's Blondel, I think.
What we shortly saw before, I'm not sure if you are aware, shortly before we changed to the men, Melanie was waving, Merle turned around and was kind of checking and doing like this, and Melanie responded. Could you see that?
Oh.
Kind of, they had a little bit conversation over 20 meters. Okay, here we come close to the Unterführung, how we say in Switzerland, where on top there is the railway, and it used to be everybody had to stop, but so they made this underpass. Look how nice Holbach rides this curve. He really, every centimeter, he's perfect technically, taking the advantage of all the meters, and I'm sure that if he would have the lead, he again would get some meters just in that corner. All right, now they come close to General Gysenstrasse.
And they'll hear the noise as they come towards that.
Right, you see people out here.
So for you to follow that, that's Kubo from Slovakia, Jorn Hansen from Denmark, and
Holbach in third.
And then just behind him, Blondel.
Here they have the penalty box. Here they have the personal aid station. You see the national coach there. We will have him later on.
Well, that's the national coach with an Australian accent.
Yes, by holding the bottle for the next athlete.
Mm-hmm.
Here we have the front view, very impressive. We see one age grouper here too, but we have the leading group of the men.
That's an age grouper in the open race.
Yeah. We have the announcer.
And that's the main heart of the venue to the right-hand side there.
We hear the announcer.
So that is one lap done for the men.
The aid station, and here it turns right and it goes up the hill again. And I bet we see an attack in the men's at the next uphill.
And the lead has changed there. Is it, or is that an age group? No, it's an age group in front of Kubo.
I think we're going to see some changes in this uphill.
It is deceptive. This is quite a beginning of a climb.
Yep. Nice, not something hurting, but nice and steady climb.
So Blondel has moved up, I think, into second place. Is that Holbach?
I think it's already Holbach in front.
Yeah. So what you said is exactly what's happened.
Already early in the climb, but I bet he tries to put a gap in here. And look, he's wearing those aero socks that I mentioned before. See them? High socks. That's not because it's cold. It's just because it saves him, or it gives him an advantage of 10 watts.
Blondale saying,
Oops.
that's not all yours, that's mine now. I'm going to the front. So this is where Holbach needs to make sure he does drop back and
As
ease
soon
up.
as he gets past,
Yep.
yeah. And look, he's doing it very nicely. And they pass age groupers. So the age groupers, he didn't give a sign that he is going to pass, so it was a little bit narrow because they have to watch the cars coming down the other way.
So I'll just go back to some of the age groupers. In men's 25-29, we have Tobias Boddes from Belgium. His international debut racing. Wouter de Valais, also from Belgium. He's raced in Pontevedra and Horst before. Stijn Witters from Belgium, second in Zofingen last year. His finish time 7:19. From France, Émeric Louvel, his international debut here. Interesting place to do so. And we also have now moving to the women's 30-34. No participants.
Oh no!
And how many did we have in the World Championships in
Finland?
60-64? It was
Over 100.
over 100. So
All right, I will tell them.
yeah, no women in the 30-34 category. Not good. It's a real shame. In the men's age group, though, from Switzerland, Andreas Bühlmann, top 10 finishes in Viborg and in Alsdorf, fourth here last year. Will he get on the podium? Stefan Ging from Switzerland, international debut. Rakibul Islam from Bangladesh. Now, we spoke to him yesterday and we asked him about the temperatures. Well, he said, for me, 35 degrees and 80-90% of humidity, that's what's normal for me. So these temperatures are going to be fantastic. His cycling is his strong point. I know that his family will be watching back home, and so there's a big shout out to the family who are watching Rakibul Islam from Bangladesh, making history by being the first Bangladesh athlete to race here. And he's won his age group out in Malaysia, so he's not a stranger to Powerman, and I think he's been designated one of the Powerman ambassadors for that region by John Raskelders. So a big shout out to him.
But Paul, a big shout out to every spectator here.
Of course.
We haven't mentioned them today. So
Spectators,
yeah,
they're
very
friends, families.
watching from all over the world,
Yep.
watching their friends. It's good to have them on the live stream.
It is.
I hope they enjoy the pictures and the good weather as we do.
And I know that some of them have been putting messages up asking questions. So we'll, as soon as we get those questions sent to us, we'll do our very best to
answer them. Yeah, of course.
Because it's nice to hear from you. If you are, unless you're all asleep out there, we're just talking to the ether.
Yeah, I know some of the athletes even looking at it later on. So that's nice.
Well, we know that a lot of people will be watching this at the venue because there's a big screen there. But if you're not in the venue watching the big screen, you'll have your phone with you. And it's going out live on Swiss TV later. Big thumbs up there to the age
Yeah,
group.
age grouper sees the
Well, why
TV motorbike. So it's a good, I don't know who it is, but he will get
One of the open races, yes.
yeah, a reminder.
So the leaders
Remember-
changed once again. That's André Kubo pushing to the front.
Here we have the second group, I think, of the leader men.
Yeah, and that will be, in fact, that's Michael Fanner. And that's our South African athlete. I think that is James McCallum. Quite
And
a good position for him.
wasn't it Gossauer there?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
yes, Michael. So Kubo back in the front.
Back in the front. Yeah. And he gets out of the saddle. He is putting
But he's
real
not pulling
pressure
away
on.
much from
no,
John.
they keep him inside.
From France, we have Tristan Beaufils, his international debut. Patrick Zimmer from Germany, top 10 in Alsdorf last year. when we move to the women's 35-39, at least now we've got some women racing. We've got Clarinda Sheely from Australia. Her international debut travels a long way to make her international debut. Claudia Maria Henneken from Germany, also an international debut. In that same age group, we have Adriana Suson from Romania. We mentioned her earlier. So it's 3 athletes in that category who've got to finish to get a medal. Now, I know
but you have to finish first.
Some people say, well, there's only 3 in your age group. Yeah, well, it's open to everybody to race. You could all be here. In fact,
please come. There are some medals.
But you have to finish the course.
You have to finish the course first.
You have to be able to beat Zofingen.
But it was so nice yesterday when I saw these kids. They also got little medals.
Yeah.
And they were so proud about the medals they got. And I said, that's the way to go. Go for the medals, enjoy. You do not have to win it. It's just do and finish it, because it's a lifetime memory.
It is. It's part of the development program for triathlon. And I know certainly within Europe that there is a large amount of funding that is being used by Europe Triathlon to ensure that the very young categories are able to develop. We have a youth festival that takes place each year, and it's not just racing, it's a cultural, educational experience as well, and a chance for all of these young athletes, the sort of 14-year-olds to 16-year-olds, to get to meet each other and race against each other. And it's incredible to see the power that they can generate. You've seen it as well. We need to say to the children in the playground, who can get across the playground quicker, they'll race their heart out, won't they? And it's good to see that money is being used properly to develop the age group, this younger age group. I was talking to John Ratskelders yesterday about how in Great Britain we used to develop the younger racing opportunities, and there was the Fun Kids Triathlon in Dover. It was the biggest triathlon for kids in the UK, and we didn't even know who this kid was. He turned up, he was pretty good. Alistair Brownlee, he raced there. Stuart Hayes, names from the past. And it's lovely to see that the way that the children are racing and competing against each other at a time when schools were perhaps moving away from competitive sports.
Right.
To have these, nobody should be a winner.
That's an important part. When school is done, they should be somewhere, do some things that they like or have fun.
And then, of course, going back to watching Nicola Spirig racing all those years ago and seeing how she's now giving back to her sport in the same way that Alistair and Johnny are giving back in the UK. Thousands and thousands of young kids are now getting the opportunity to race multi-sport because they're giving back to the sport.
Right. This is the beauty of the sport too. Yep.
Okay, a quick break is coming up.
And they're going downhill, so that's okay.
Good timing.
Yep, good timing. Nice downhill, see? Wow.
Myth of Zofingen since 1989. Yes, indeed. Pretty much when this all started. This multi-sport thing started way back then. We're back to the descent on the men's course here. Will the positions change? How fast, when you come down here, when you're going full gas, how fast would you be getting in kilometers an hour?
Faster than the allowed speed limit.
Now I know in England you cannot be convicted of speeding on a bicycle.
Same here.
Because there's no requirement for an odometer to be on it. But
Same here. Look here. Here we have the 50. When you enter that zone, it's only 50 with the car. And I once got a speeding ticket because I had 55. And with the bike, you do not get a speeding ticket, and you're faster than 50 then when you're here.
I remember.
And it's safe. It's straight. It's a good street. It's all good.
Yeah. I remember the fastest I ever went was coming down the A20 into Dover, and it was in one of our races, and I was really using gravity because I'm slightly heavier than most, and I got to 52 kilometers an hour, which for me was, was it 52 miles an hour?
Miles,
sorry.
I want to say. Yes,
52 miles
certainly
an hour.
miles.
And somebody overtook me as if I was standing still.
Oh, really?
Okay, fine. That was quite exciting. But then you look down at the ground and realise there's 18 millimetres of tyre, and that's when you think, no, perhaps not.
These days,
Okay, I think we have another guest lined up who is, again, not a stranger at all to racing in Zofingen. Are we able to go to our new guest?
not yet.
Okay, I think we're able to go now to our next guest. Hi, Rob. Goedemorgen.
Hello.
Goedemorgen.
Goedemorgen.
So, Rob Wisselvoogd from Belgium. This is not an unfamiliar course for you, is it?
No. I recognize a lot of good roads, good memories from the past.
And what is your most favourite memory of racing here in Zofingen?
Always the finish. It's such a tough course, so always happy to reach the finish.
And you're looking at the weather today. We've got glorious sunshine out there. There's not a lot of wind. It's a little bit humid. We're thinking the temperature's around about 23. For you, is that good racing conditions?
I think so. Also for the spectators, it's been nice to watch the athletes like this. But for the athletes, it will make the race a little bit more close. So with the men's, they are still with 4 leaders, and I think they will stay together for quite a long time because the conditions are relatively easy today. So it will come to the last run today, I guess.
There were different attacks they tried to break apart, but so far it wasn't possible to get a really good gap. It's still 3-4 that are together, but they broke down the big leading group to about the half that it was.
Yeah, I saw it.
Did you follow the race so far?
Last hour.
Last hour.
Okay. So coming off the run, the first 10K, which is 2 laps, we now have 3 laps, and then finally we have 4 laps. Coming off the first run, there was a group of about 9 together. When you've been in that first run, it must require an awful lot of self-control not to run away and go too fast. How do you manage that as an elite athlete? Your body is telling you one thing, your mind is telling you another, and then you're watching all of the people around you pulling away or dropping behind you. It must be an enormous mental chess game for you. How do you cope with it?
Yeah, that's true. Luckily, I was one of the better runners in my time, so I always tried to put pressure directly from the first run. So for me, it was always getting my rhythm and try to take the other runners with me, so they overdone themselves. So, but I think for some, how would you say, less strong runners, it's very difficult to keep calm in the first run.
You think they're mostly scared on the first run, or they think they have to be with the leader or with the front pack in the first run because they do not trust that I have enough strength for the second one? Is that what you always had the confidence that it doesn't matter because you still felt strong for the second run?
Oh, yeah, but I think it's the course is tough, the bike course, but it's always an advantage if you ride in a pack. So cannot take the risk to let everybody go in the first run. So that made the race a bit special. The cycling is very hard, but it's not so, how do you say, it's not so a tough course where the fields are splitting together straight away.
Right. We saw it in the first loop that there is a downhill running part. It's no more as long as it used to be. So they made it less altitude meters. But anyhow, one of the part is that steep that it's almost impossible to run in a perfect running style. Kind of they have to get the hands out to keep the balance because they're so fast. And when I see that, my legs just start hurting because I know how much it hurts running down so steep, so fast. Did you have the same experiences?
Especially in the second run. The first run is still okay, but the second run, it's a disaster every time. If you're in the lead or if you're in 10th position, it doesn't matter. It hurts a lot. Yeah.
We heard from a couple of years ago. We heard from Diego van Looy about how much how it hurts to race Zofingen, and Mark Allen, who spoke a little bit just a short while ago, he said the same. Is that something that you've experienced when you race here? The next day is tough, isn't it?
Yeah, but not only the next day. For me, it took 5 days to recover a little less. I had the muscle soreness, but Zofingen for sure, it's one of the toughest races in the world. You cannot compare it with like an Ironman or even other long distance duathlons, because the second run is, you have to keep pushing it in the downhills, and with the muscle they are already damaged for the first run. The second run, you will destroy them completely.
How about some comments about the Belgian participants? We've got Seppe Odijn, Sander Hemerik, and Bernd van Snick. Bernd and Seppe both ran this crazy long-distance race, 58 kilometers in 4 hours and a minute. Have you got any predictions you might like to make about the elite Belgian male athletes?
For the Belgians, it's a little bit difficult. I think at the moment, Sander doesn't have much experience, but I think he's the best athlete of the three, but he doesn't have the experience with the long distance courses. Bernd is relatively new, so I think he's a guy who will be in the picture the next years, but this year is a little bit too early. And Sepp has all the experience, but yeah, unfortunately there are new, young, strong participants for other countries, so it's going to be difficult for the Belgians today.
And how about Lotte in the women's race? Fantastic bike split last year, 4 hours and 7 minutes, absolutely amazing. And then to lose out on the final run. How do you think she's? Do you know, is she in good form for this race?
For this race, I'm not 100% sure. It's always it's going to be difficult because with women, there are two strong leaders out there. I think they help each other during the bike course. It's going to be a very difficult job for Lotte to catch them and get away to get some extra minutes in the second run. But I think it's going to be difficult against two leaders.
Yeah, I think Lotte is back about 6 minutes. Just that little information. We're going back to the ladies later on. But I look a little bit of the expression when the men's rode up the last hill. Did you have a chance to look at these face expressions? For my opinion, they're pacing very, very hard. Do you think there's...
Kubo's...
Yeah.
I think Kubo is putting a lot of pressure. Not sure it's the smartest move at this moment in the race. For me, the favorite, but it's Blondel. He's such a strong runner. He's also a very good cyclist. He's been competitive for I raced against him when he was young, so can imagine how experienced he is in these situations. So for me, Emil is the one who I'll put my money on.
Excuse me, please. I couldn't hear you properly. What was it, or who did you say was it? I couldn't get the name.
Blondel, Emil Blondel, the French guy.
Okay, the French. Okay, Blondel. You think? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. He looked very strong, and to me not as much as tense. Yeah, he probably has it more under control. It might be a little bit too hard of a pace going on, and we see in an hour or two.
Well, with Lotte Klaas, at the moment she's 5:33 off the lead, but she has a lead over Ai Ueda of about 6 minutes, so she's comfortably in 4th place. Potentially she's in with a medal chance there, so that could be quite exciting for the final stages of the bike and then the run.
Especially for the run, because we do not know with Melanie how good she will feel.
But in the men's race, you've got André Kubo leading at the moment with, unless it's just changed again.
It's the ladies.
But Daan de Groot is in 5th place with Mathieu Bourgeois in 6th. Then there's about a minute's gap back to Sander Hemerick. So, Rob, as you're watching this at the moment, is there any part of you that says, I'd quite like to be back here?
yeah, but
Big smile.
I think I have to be realistic. I said last year I would do this race once again, but yeah.
As an age group or as an elite athlete?
Smaller. Yeah.
Would you consider coming back as an age group athlete?
I think.
No, Paul, not age group.
Why not?
Former winners should not compete in the age group. They should compete in the legend category.
That's a good idea.
I'm voting for legend category.
We should perhaps look at that. I think we need to speak to Stefan Rolf and to John Raskilders and say there are so many people who have contributed to they call it the myth of Zofingen, but it's a huge historical book, and to have a legends leader wave, that'd be quite exciting.
So you're still on the leaderboard. Maybe you should come and take the picture of the leaderboard. Your name is on there, and you have many people that would like to see you racing again. Consider, and you always have a warm welcome in Zofingen.
Thank you.
Okay, Rob, if you can hang on, and we'll probably come back to you later in the race as it unfolds. But cross your fingers for the Belgians, and let's see how their race unfolds. 4 elite athletes from Belgium with a chance to at least one of them to get on the podium. Fingers crossed. We'll come back to you in a bit, Rob. Thank you for being there.
Thank you for having me.
So this is not as predictable as we thought it was going to be. That race at the front in the women's wave, I really, the pressure that must be put on to Mel Bruni at the moment. Having watched, I know she watched what happened last year. She's looked at the race, she's seen what happened, and she's wondering, perhaps, is this going to be a repeat performance with Melanie Maurer defending her title successfully?
I just think she prepared the best she could, and she has that lion in her stomach.
Yeah.
Oops, Marshall is talking to her. Oh no, technical. Ooh, let's hope she's not having a technical problem. There's a technical official.
They're just keeping an eye, I think. That's just a quick reminder to the women of how far back they have to stay. Good communication there from the officials.
I don't know, that hand sign means she should stop.
I'm not sure what's going on here, but
I can't hear anything, but he kind of, if he's making, oh yeah, was the sign for Melanie to drop back, that she was too close. That's the sign for you to close, keep the gap. Good, that is. The motorbike is there and gives them warnings. It's not very easy for the pro women. They have to pass some of the age group athletes, especially if there are corners. They have to be aware. It's sometimes a little bit different how age group athletes turn the corners.
They're not as predictable.
Yes, not as predictable as
but
the pros
equally,
would be.
it's not a given right for the elite athlete to expect that there's a clear road in front of them, particularly in Zofingen. It's a question of negotiating the road and the traffic conditions.
And the traffic condition, yeah, that's.
The traffic conditions are what we've seen here. As the course develops, because there are more and more athletes onto the course, there will be occasions where the road is narrower, where there'll be age groupers, and you have to use your biking skills to negotiate that lawfully, and not expect a red carpet, effectively.
Right, and you also have those motorbikes. We had it before. They were really trying to clear the roads. They were horning and trying to get the cars that are ahead, put them to the side so that the pros get a free road. But it's not guaranteed. It's a part of the Zofingen race that you have to be aware of traffic, of other athletes. And thank goodness there are not 5,000 athletes on the course.
Oh, gosh,
so it's manageable, and it's okay to pass, and it's still some space, and it's safe enough. That's the main thing. For me, it's always the biggest concern that the athletes arrive safe.
And I know the officials out on the bike, I know the chief bike, and I know that in these situations where you have congestion created by other cars, that there will be some bunching. They will manage that as best they can. They won't be using the opportunity to hand out blue cards, because the cards out here, the cards that could be presented to an athlete on the bike course are a red, a blue and a yellow. The blue card is for drafting. The moment they get the blue card, that means they'll have a 5-minute penalty at the next penalty box. A red card will be a disqualification for whatever offence they've committed, and a yellow card is going to be probably for littering. So those are the 3 cards that the officials may be using out on the bike course.
And how much will they get for littering?
1 minute.
1 minute.
Yeah. And it's an accumulative penalty, so if they're chucking stuff away 3 or 4 times, that's 3 or 4 minutes. With the drafting penalties, if you get more than a certain number, that's your red card. With Melanie and Mel, these two together, the running pace we've seen from Mel Brunet would suggest that she has the advantage. Melanie Maurer coming here slightly more rested, perhaps, and with the home crowd advantage. How much benefit is a home crowd advantage when you've been racing? Does that shouting from people in your own language, people you know, does that give you some access to energy that is hidden deep in the...
I think it's also pride to ride on the home carpet, and we heard Melanie, she said she is from that region, she lives there, and she said it always was a dream since she was a kid. So for her, that's certainly super extra motivation to be in a good position and to race that race. And now they're coming into Zofingen, whilst the men are climbing some position, changing, trying to split the field.
So with the men's race, we still have Blondel lead, that mix of Blondel at the front, Kubo not far behind, and Jorn.
Obviously, Blondel feels very good on that Reitnauer Berg, because that's the second time he's pulling up that hill. And his face is nice and relaxed, looking like he's not going all out. So obviously he prefers the climbing, throwing his bottle. Also the other athletes at the back getting rid of their bottles or gels.
Mm-hmm.
It's Kubo there, it's Holbach there. Yeah.
And the other thing they've done here for the aid
getting
station,
new bottles.
They've also provided toilets, which on a long distance race is quite a welcome.
It's nice, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, Petra, she didn't start the race because she had some not nice food yesterday, but she will make her way into the studio and joins us and can tell something about what happened yesterday or how she decided. She felt sick yesterday evening and decided this morning not to start.
Well, that's pretty sudden food poisoning then, isn't it? But, also, she can give some insight into more recently racing here.
Right, that's very valuable and very nice. Looking forward to that.
So Emile Blondel currently about a second ahead, with Holbach now moving up.
And as we heard from Rob, his favorite. Because you know him from racing earlier. I just thought the loop before they were pacing very hard. The times are fast. So I was worried a little bit about overpacing, but now it looks like the pace is a little bit calmed, a little bit more relaxed in the faces. Still no wind, temperature about 23 degrees. Will get a little bit warmer in the afternoon.
I've looked at the weather forecast and we're looking at probably round about 26, 27 degrees.
Yeah,
that's going to be hot for the run, isn't it?
That's going to be hot, right. Oh, here we come to the women's. Let's change to the women's race. They're coming through General Gisanstraße.
And still that same distance between...
And Mele, look, she has the bottle. She is ready to throw the bottle. Melanie is keeping good distance. And here we see the men's on top of the Williberg, soon going in the downhill. Or soon being all on the top and then in the twisty downhill. I'm wondering if Holbach will try to get the lead to be able to have a fast downhill.
Because he was much better on that descent, wasn't he?
Yeah. But probably he just says, I'm staying safe in the group.
So Lotte Klaas is not... Oh, she's still in the fourth place. At the moment, there's probably only about 30, 40 seconds separating the top three of the elite women.
The top three?
Yep.
40 seconds?
According to the tracker, we've got about 42.8 seconds separating the top three.
But Rueda is a little bit back. She is about 5 minutes back from in fifth, I think, as I saw before.
Yeah, she's Ueda is now back in, or about 9 minutes down.
9 minutes down, yeah. Versus Lotte, oh yeah, she is only back 2 minutes. So it looks like she catched some.
Well, the inspiration for her is going to be to try and get onto the podium, and at the moment, Maya Betts is putting in a fantastic performance on the bike. She's looking very strong.
Let's hope we get some picture of her too. Maybe the camera can get, or probably there is a steady camera and we can catch some picture of the third and the fourth woman. So we see how they, so we can analyze a little bit their body language and see how they probably feel. We cannot read their mind, but
Melanie Mauro, she gives away nothing. When you look at her, you can't see her eyes because she's completely encased in this, the helmet and the visor.
Dark visor, yeah.
There's no movement. There's no hint.
No hint, no.
And that's something which is
a little bit her mouth here, but otherwise no chance to see the eyes.
What does she do full time? Is she a full time athlete? Does she have a job?
She also has a job. Yes, she is working. Athletes. It's hard to make a living out of duathlon sport. So, yeah, I'm not sure about the athletes from the other countries, but most of them they still work and they have to make their living. So it's, as Erin before said, it's also, it has to be fun, because otherwise you don't spend all your free time for training, because it's often hurting. It's a massive training that you put in here. And so the ladies, they're going up again, the loop. They just passed, are out of Zofingen, and they're going here on the last loop, last 50 Ks.
Okay.
Nice cadence, look at that.
It is. It's a very fast cadence, isn't it?
High cadence.
We'll have a quick look at some of the...
Oh, look, we have some different splits here. We thought...
Yeah, 2.9. That's roughly what we got here on the tracker.
2 minutes for Melanie, but 3 minutes... 2 seconds for Melanie, but 3 minutes for Betts. I thought we had on the data sport, we had a minute. But probably we didn't, or we have old times, or didn't get the right ones.
So we have back in the men's 35-39 category from Australia, Daniel Hopper. Last year a DNF, so he's here. He wants to make sure something happens that's good. He's raced, this is his 4th visit to Zofingen, a DNF on his first trip, 2018. Top 10 finish in 2019 and a DNF last year. But perhaps Daniel Hopper this year will get a better result. Ronald Beckers from Belgium, a gold here, 2017. Could be another chance for him to come back and deliver. Cédric Callever from Belgium as well. In 2022, he said, "Ik heb een stille ambitie en hoop ook op een podium." A quiet ambition and a hope for the podium. Well, that hope was translated into a gold medal performance. 6 hours and 50 minutes was his time last year. That's Cédric Callever. Marc Bechler from France, or Bechley, 6th in 2018. Then you have Phil Mant from Great Britain, his debut here. Christian Burkhardt from Germany, another debutant, and as well as Thomas Müller from Germany, first time out in Zofingen. From Italy, Stefano Valente, a DNF in 2021 in the horrible cold as an elite athlete, having moved up from the age groupers in 2019. Perhaps it'll be a better race for him today. Mikołaj Sobolewski from Poland, another debut in Zofingen, and in that same age group, Zoltan Tundik from Romania. In the women's category 40-44, moving now to Laura Bergman from USA, a debut here, but she's a veteran of World Championships, having raced in Nancy, Gijón, Edinburgh, that was a tough course, and in Concord back in 2009. Kristen Hetzel, she was surprised last year. In fact, we were all surprised when she was beaten by a Spanish athlete into second place, because she was on paper the strongest of all the athletes. A silver medal last year and a bronze already this year in the Duathlon Championships in Ibiza. But Kristen Hetzel from the States winning a silver medal in 2021 and 2022. Perhaps she'll upgrade that to a gold this time round. Okay, another quick reference to Caroline Mühlfellner from the States, bronze last year. Shoba Sidigond from States, 4th in 2021. Gemma Shadbolt from Great Britain, her first time here in Zofingen. Abby Winchester, Great Britain, 4th last year and 4th in Alsdorf. So she might be looking at a podium this year. We've got another guest joining us, haven't we?
Yes, the Swiss national coach. And he is on the course here, but he has not a lot of time because he's waiting for the athletes. He has to be ready to give them the bottles.
So,
Lang distance. Lang
so it's great to have a voice from the course, and you were in full voice yesterday supporting your athletes in the Swiss Championships and the shorter distances. How's it looking today for the elite and the age groupers out on the course for the long distance World Championships?
Yeah, I mean, Melanie is looking great. She is always looking really good. She's a class performer, and she's controlled and calm.
And the weather is suiting her better today than it did back in 2021.
I think it's suiting everybody better. It was 2021 was a rough year.
We saw she catched you. You were giving her a bottle before.
Yeah.
Is this the plan for every loop?
Yeah, it was the plan for every loop. Keep the nutrition coming in because the run course is so hard, and that's where it's going to really show if you haven't kept the nutrition coming in.
Excellent. And how about the men?
Yeah, Jens is looking good. He pulled back from the front group. He knows how hard the run is, so he wants to be really controlled for the run.
Very smart.
You appear to have found a winning formula with duathlon in Switzerland. What is the secret, and is it a secret you can share with other nations? Because we need greater representation amongst other nations in duathlon.
No, of course, don't share.
I don't. No, it's a case. It's a case of being involved and wanting to help the athletes, and looking for the athletes right through the ranks, from the young through to the older athletes, and from short to long, and trying to build a pathway to get them coming through.
So that's the pathway, and you saw some of the youngsters racing yesterday. Hopefully, within those youngsters, you've managed to identify 1 or 2 or 3 or 5 or 12 or however many athletes who got the potential that you want to use for future racing.
Yeah, there's some good athletes there, and the future's looking good. We still have to compete with triathlon, but we're going to try and get the athletes ready to be able to do both sports and come through and develop.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I think you have to get ready for your next athlete. It was very good to get your voice from the course. Thanks a lot, and crossing fingers.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Bye.
Well, it's great to get hold of a national coach in the middle of the race. That was good of him to spare some time.
He has all handfuls to do.
Yeah, I remember 2021. The pressure on him was quite intense. It was very emotional. The input he provided us with, as we watched Melanie's race just fall apart. It was painful to watch, wasn't it? Back to the front.
Kind of, we couldn't understand why he wasn't giving them the clothes or. Yeah, that was
Head of the women's race, unchanged. Mel Brunet, Germany, leading Melanie Maurer from Switzerland. Melanie Maurer has received a warning, a reminder, not a penalty, a reminder.
Was a bit too close.
And at the men's race, there's this cat and dog at the moment with France, Germany and Slovakia, and also in the mix there a little bit Denmark. Now, she's just loosening up the thighs there.
Right, trying to get her legs loose. See, crossing here allowed.
Taking the right line, yes.
Taking the straight line gives her more speed. It was safe. She could see that there was no car, and got her probably, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 meters.
Yeah.
do that several times in Zofingen and you gain seconds.
It's so much greener, isn't it? It's that the weather we've had during the summer, certainly in England, and across certain parts of Europe, has created this wonderful green tapestry.
Yeah, it's very nice. But it's kind of a little bit too dry. It was a wet week, yes. And in generally, it was a too dry summer. Many of the fruits are not as growing as good as they would with more water, and the farmers had to water the fields. But for me as a cyclist, it was excellent because I like to have it warm.
How much riding do you manage to get in? You've stopped racing competitively, but
right.
How much riding do you manage to do a week?
I try to go out 3 times. So I like to be out, and I love to be in nature. And I sometimes ride that course too because it's also close to where I live, and it's not much traffic.
And you ride it because it's a good course?
It's a good course, yes. So let's see, we have some other pictures.
I think we're back to a Slovakian lead again. This is really quite exciting. The lead has changed so much in the men's race between Andrej Kubo
and now we have again a situation where he has to pass.
Yeah, again. So Kubo going past.
Oh, look, this explosion. It's like the hockey player chasing his, how is it called? The puck. Yeah, that's how he passes. But for me, I think this is where he needs a lot of energy. I would never take a lead like that. It's impressive how he takes it, but it needs a lot of power. Of course, he has that explosive power, but you have to calculate softly with your energy. Good to see him here. He's very aerodynamic, how he rides. Nice to watch.
That position, how low do you need to be, or do you need to be horizontal? Do you need to be with your head down, or do you need to be flat? What is your favorite position?
It's very individual. Day to day are often in the wind tunnel, but we have to explain it's not only the wind tunnel that is important and to save some watts. It's also important that you know where you have the most pressure, because if you're down and it's very uncomfortable, it doesn't really help you for the speed. So it's good to have a combination of where you feel comfortable and where you have your pressure.
So as we can see now, Andrej Kubo from Slovakia making his way through a variety of age group athletes. These are age group athletes racing in the open race and in the World Championship. Heading back to that women's category of 40 to 44, with the American athlete Kristen Hetzel. She comes here this year hoping perhaps for the gold medal, but in that category is Katrin Esefeld from Germany, with so many Zofingen races behind her, and she's actually at the moment quite a way ahead of everybody else. Nadine Trupper from Germany, DNF last year, but a 4th in 2021. So she'll be hoping for a far better performance. Monique Verscheur from the Netherlands, a gold in Ibiza in the standard distance, and in the Europeans, a gold there as well in Bilbao. That was last year. Christelle Hatting from South Africa, 2nd here last year. We move into the men's age group 40-44, and Stefan Marti from Switzerland, gold in 2021 in his age group, 7-hour finish time. This is going to be his 8th Zofingen. From Switzerland as well, Daniel Papin, his third Zofingen. He has a bronze, he has a silver. Will today be a golden day for him. Joseph Hubbs from the USA, a Zofingen debut. We've got Michael Case from Australia, 12th in the World Champs in Samorin last year. Frederick Martens from Belgium, 18th in Alsdorf, 5th in Zofingen 2019, so that might be an interesting one for him. wearing 169 all the way from Colombia. It's good to see Edison Serna. He's come back. This is our priest from Colombia. He's raced here now. This is his fourth time, in fact. And the work he puts in training for these sorts of races and also looking after his congregation. He's in quite a rural part of Colombia, and it's been wonderful to see him once again making the journey over here. He has given so much to the sport, but also he gives so much back to his community by inspiring them to take part in long-distance racing. So that's Edison Serna from Colombia. From Denmark, Kjeld Helskov. He's raced in Fredericia when it was the 2005-2006 editions of the long-distance worlds, triathlon and duathlon. It rained on both occasions, I think. From Finland, Aki Honkasalo, a top 10 finish last year. From France, Nicolas Ferraud, top 10 in Zofingen last year and a bronze in 2021 in the rain. John Pressling from Great Britain, his debut here. David Fogwell from Great Britain, that's also his debut. Top 10 finishes in both Venice and in Viborg. Benjamin Irsch from Germany, his debut here. Lars Reusser from Germany, 5th place last year. We'll go back to the racing and come on to the next age group category in just a moment. That's the women's 45-49. But out in the front still, we have Mel Brunny from Germany. A solo ride at the front with all the pressure on her, knowing that the red uniform of Melanie Maurer, defending world champion, is behind her. So 2 world champions at the front of the race.
And then in third we have Maya Betts. Strong. We have no pictures from her so far, but very strong and in a 2:08 minute back.
Yep.
This is still in reach.
It really comes down to that final run, because I don't know enough about Maya to say whether she can hold off Lotte Klaas. When you look at Lotte's running in the first 10k, that was fairly solid.
Lotte is 1 minute. I see the data sport numbers right now. I'm not sure if we are all okay, but it's after the second lap of the bike. There she was 3 minutes 30 back to Malay, but this means 1 minute 30 to Maya. So let's see what's going on there, and probably the motorbike can stop a little bit and give us some picture of the third and fourth woman.
Well, Lotte last year, she possibly used an awful lot of energy on the bike. Because her run was about 5 minutes slower than Melanie Maurer and 6 minutes slower than Mel Brunny. Mel Brunny's closing run last year was quicker than Melanie Maurer. So that comes back to what I said earlier. If you finish the bike in these positions with Mel Brunny in front, and she's looking over her shoulder there, she's looking back to say, come on, what's going on? Look at this. Mel Brunny says, enough's enough, come on, do some work. Melanie Maurer says, no, I'm not doing it. This is an absolute repeat of last year. And I'm sure that Susanne Svensson from Denmark would have something to say about this. She did last year. She had an opinion about this, and it's a race tactic. Whether you like it or not, it's a race tactic, and it's lawful.
It is. I mean, if I don't want to be in the lead, I stop.
Yep.
Then someone else can take the lead.
Yeah, exactly.
I just got the information, excuse me, that we will have Petra on the live stream. She will not come into the studio because, of course, she prefers to be on the race course and see it live. And we will have her soon online in the live stream.
Excellent. A great shame that she couldn't start today, because that would have made quite an interesting race.
Yes, and she had so stunning good races, like the Inferno triathlon that she won. It's a gorgeous race in Switzerland. She finished it even amongst the top 10 men, so she is in great shape. but probably still a little bit in recovery phase, that right now she doesn't feel well. It can happen if you do so long, hard racing. Inferno is in a gorgeous lake, and you run up and cycle up in a wonderful area, and then you run up a mountain. So it's really, really nice, and once in a lifetime you should do it because it's very memorable.
That's
Inferno.
Which town is it near? Which city is it near?
In the center of Switzerland. It's very gorgeous, but it just was August 20th, so that's not long ago.
No.
So certainly she's not fully recovered from that, and that's probably why she has some stomach problem. We can ask her later on, and probably also on this situation, what would her suggestion be when she is in front and someone riding close to your wheel all the time.
Tactically, I have to say Melanie Maurer is playing an absolute blinder of a game here. She's keeping 12 metres back. She's not doing anything that she shouldn't. She's saving a lot of energy for the run, isn't she?
Yep. I mean, we heard the coach before, and that's what he suggested. He said she's looking calm and relaxed, and obviously she's making Merlin nervous.
Yeah.
What shouldn't be, but she probably achieved what she wanted.
Yeah. Is there a position for the rest of the bike course anywhere where Mel Brune can attack and have a chance to break that invisible piece of elastic between the two of them? Is there when we saw with Emma Puri, she attacked at the bottom of Bodenberg, and she chose exactly the right time to attack. Is that opportunity available to Mel Brune anywhere on this slightly different course?
Yeah, I would know where I would do it. I would. There are different tactics. Either you do it on the hill, but when you realize that's what you obviously did now, you cannot drop her on the hill. You should try it on the flat.
Yeah.
You try it in the wind. You try it in the downhill. There are an athlete is not like me. I was not stable on all terrains.
Yeah.
And that's what is the secret of the leader. To be as confident and stay in your zone and doesn't look what others do, or you try to attack and get rid of them. But what's the benefit to get rid of them?
Yeah.
That's always the question you have to ask and answer.
I know everyone says that it's long distance racing, non-drafting is an individual race, but it isn't an individual race because there are the pressures around you, in front of you and behind you. And whilst
look at the men.
Yeah.
They're also staying in touch.
Yeah. So it's an individual race in your own position, but there's that pressure around you.
But now if we would have, like in Tour de France, like we would have the men's start or the women's start, one every minute, it would be a completely different race because they don't have each other in sight. They don't push when the other's pushing. They have to go their own pace. And now they're just watching the leader and they follow the leader. If the leader goes full, everybody goes full. If the leader is a little bit easy, they go a little bit easier. So the advantage of the person in second, third and fourth place is they have someone doing the pace.
And once again we have Kulbo. He's maintaining that lead with Jorn from Denmark just behind and Holbach from Germany. Then Blondel. Again, they're spread out, the 12 metres between each of them.
Yep.
Taking some fluids on that flatter section.
So very nice what we see here with the men. They're all riding good, but if someone doesn't want to take the lead or wants to save energy or mental force, they just drop back.
So the graphic we've just seen there is just ever so slightly old. That was before Kulbo took the lead once again.
Yeah, they have those timing boards, and of course the timings we get are from the timing mats, and they are older than what we see because we see where they currently ride.
So Dan de Groot is 155 behind the leaders at the moment. And he's Yeah, so he's about the first 5 are quite clear. There's a 4-minute gap back then to Wout Drive and Sander Hemerik. Sepp Ordijn back in 8th place, Jens Michael Gossauer in 9th, and Ben van Snick in 10th. Our defending champion Mathieu Bourgeois not having a good race at all, back in 11th place. I think the injury he has and that crash has certainly knocked him for 6. It's a shame because he was in good form up until that last race. And we all had expected to see Diego von Looy coming back. He's been picking his races. He's been building up the strength, and he looked as if he was good for the race here. But Embrun was a bit of an experience for him. The front brake became detached from the frame. Just as he was starting the descent, he ended up crashing off into the ravine, finished the race, but it did shake him up a bit. He's had to admit that he's not in a position to race here. So shout out to Diego. Hopefully we'll see you next year. And let's hope that line of recovery, that journey back to full fitness is in full swing.
Yes, it's always a very fine, a very thin line to keep health, training in balance.
Well, particularly after what happened to him, when that was just an incredible recovery from him. Being hit by a truck that's travelling at 60 kilometers an hour.
Right, that brings the body that much out of alignment, and to get even back on training, get back in a stable all-day position. That's a long way. I always see it when I have something, or when Melanie has now something with her foot, that takes long till you get back on your position, till you get back in your regular training routine. And to build up a good athlete or a good performance on that certain special day, you need to have a background, a solid background of solid training, several weeks. You do not just prepare a Powerman for a month.
No.
You need to have solid training in winter.
This isn't a
power
race
build up.
No, this isn't a race where you sit at home and tap a couple of keys on a keyboard, flash your credit card at the event.
Oh, look, the speed. That's nice.
And then enter it. This requires training for a couple of years.
Yeah. So look at, I just have to mention it again. This motorcyclist and the cameraman, they're excellent. To bring the pictures, to give us the insights, not to make dangerous situations. That are all skills of a good motorcyclist and a cameraman, to bring us these pictures. Years ago, I would wish to have cameramen like that. That's really something you have to learn too. You don't just get a camera and sit like this on the motorbike.
No, these guys work with the road racing as well for the cycling, so they're quite familiar with the way that bikes move. And a motorcycle going down a hill and round a corner is not as fast as a cycle.
No, not as fast. And look, we just had those nice shots through that curve, through that corner. You could see how they were handling the bikes. They were smooth.
So they're not very far now from Zofingen.
Right, and they're on a good speed. So 47 we saw.
Yep.
That's about 30 something miles.
Just under 30 miles an hour.
And the women here on the way to, is this? Yeah, on the way to the hill. Last time up the hill.
Yeah, so it's the bike course is not far off the finish for the women.
Yep, probably some 30 k's to go for the women.
Yeah.
Melanie getting out of the saddle. It's the first time I see her getting out. Still riding on a high cadence.
Probably about 10
35 Ks.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're right.
Just looking at the timing there, because Lotte Klaas last year with a 4:07 for her bike. Yeah, we've got about another 30 minutes to go before 32 minutes before they finish the bike. Well, ish, because it's a slightly different course.
Mm-hmm.
As you come into the town of Zofingen, there are huge banners advertising the event, and it's nice to see that Zofingen has given itself over to be the capital of duathlon racing for the weekend, with people staying in there's a number of hotels around Zofingen, which all appear to be close to motorways, which is very convenient because you can get here very easily. And some of the athletes who know Zofingen very well, I've seen that they've chosen the hotels right in the centre. There's the big Hotel Zofingen, which is like the race venue, the race hotel, but then some of the smaller ones inside the old town. And it's lovely that the old town has not changed. It's still
cobblestones.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Tradition. Yeah, it's nice. It's a very nice little village. It also hosts the biomarché. It hosts some music festivals.
Mel Brunet.
Mel Brunet was talking somebody.
Yeah, she's having a chat with the camera team there. She's well, she's still smiling, but I think she's quite frustrated about this.
She's looking back, and I think she shouldn't worry because she's riding excellent and she cannot change anything, so it's just wasted energy to turn the head. But also, of course, she wants to know where she is, and then it's that questioning going on in your head. And of course the motorbike, or probably, I'm not sure, of course it's not the right, probably the motorbike said to her, Melanie is still behind you. I'm not sure if she can get information.
So our race leader at the moment, this is Mel Brunet. She's a doctor in Heidelberg in the neuroradiological department there. She's a regular at the Frankfurt Marathon. We commented on this last year that she had a 2:51. Then she raced 2:48. She did the 2:48 marathon in Frankfurt after Zofingen last year.
Yes, she has not so much time to train because of her job.
Yep.
And so she is just racing because she enjoys racing a lot and takes that as her training routine.
She did say that die größte Belohnung ist für mich zu sehen. The biggest reward for me is to see, dass das Training anschlägt.
That I have a good effect of the training, yeah.
Has a good result. Und die Ergebnisse besser werden, and the results improve. Aber die Füße hochzulegen und ein leckeres Eis zu essen ist alternativ auch eine nette Belohnung.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, to get the feet high and have ice cream is also something very nice. Good award. I bet she will get that tomorrow. Oh, we have two German uniforms.
That's Mel Brunet overtaking one of the age group athletes, I think. But you can see that distance. Melanie Maurer maintaining that distance, applying that pressure, that invisible pressure to the race leader.
See, we have now the large white lines.
Yep.
When there are two large white lines in between them, the distance is okay because I measured them.
It's funny you should say that, but the technical officials will also use road markings.
Road markings, yes, they are there, so use them.
And the technical officials out on the bike course, they're very used to this, the requirement of 12 meters, and they can gauge that distance quite easily.
And also for the athletes, they can use it to see how much the distance is. It's a referral point.
So not an awful lot changing there for the lead women. Going back to the age groupers, Andrea Kepli from Switzerland, first time here racing in Zofingen, as is Eddie Teresa Pearson from the USA, her first international race. What a way to start. We've also got Wu Shu from the US, her third place last year, finished in 9 hours. I hope she'll be getting under that this time. Kimberly Vickel from the USA, really embracing multi-sport racing. She's raced in the relay championships in the age groupers in Hamburg. She also raced the sprint championships there. She raced in Ibiza, she raced Montreal, she raced in the grand final in Lausanne. So really investing her time in the sport. That's Kimberly Vickel from the States. Maria Buchvold from Denmark. That's a name we've seen again and again. She's raced Zofingen. Oh, crikey. Her best place here was second place. That was 2021 in the rain. 22nd place in 2019, having improved from a fourth back in 2018. Karen Lee Walker from South Africa. She won here last year, 9 hours 35 in the 45-49 category. Fourth in 2021, fourth in 2019, but that gold medal went to her last year. Men's age group, there'll be a lot of men in the 40-45 category. Mel Bruni just taking some fluids on there, packing that into the bike container. She's going to look carefully. Can I get rid of that bottle before the end of the aid station? Quick slurp. Yes, take that in and then jettison the bottle.
Throw it.
Yes.
Yep. Almost made it. Yeah, that was perfect timing. She didn't want to risk to have to put back that bottle in again. And
that's good. On a course like this, on a day like this, how much fluid would you anticipate somebody would take on board? How many bottles would you drink?
It depends on the body size and the weight. But
so for me, it's about 100 litres.
No. It's as we saw of them, they drink about a bottle per loop, which is smart, because when they get a deficit on the drink, it's too late. They cannot make it up for the run, and the run is long, so they have to kind of try to not to go with an empty tank on the long run. So eat and drink as good and regularly as possible.
I think the old saying is, if you're thirsty, it's too late.
It's too late.
And I remember.
Look, we get also the nice view of the men going on the last loop too, going to Zofingen.
Still the same four, but Denmark now leading. Denmark, Slovakia, France and Germany.
And we have to play the commercial break.
And we'll have a quick break for just a minute and come back to you.
We are back with the men's race, and we also have Mark Allen again giving us some experience from his racing. Hello, Mark. Are you here? Can you hear us?
Great to hear your voice.
Mark, have you been watching the women's race and that little bit of a psychological battle that's going on at the front end?
I just tuned back in. I had a couple things to do here in Nice, but you know, just watching them going with that climb, that's very deceptive from the live stream. It's hard to really see how much demand that has on your legs. You know, there's this constant pull as you're climbing. Some of the climbs are like stair steps, so you kind of go up and you think, "Oh, I'm there," and then you have to go up another step, and you have to go up another step.
It's like a false summit, isn't it?
Yeah, it can be very challenging.
And there were some clips we just saw. The cameras were able to focus on Mel Brunner from Germany, looking over her shoulder and seeing that threat from the red uniform has stayed a constant 12 meters behind her or more. There was at one point where Brunner was struggling to get the water bottle back into the cage. That was very unsettling for her. And then one of the officials spoke to Melanie Maurer just to remind her not to encroach that 12 meters. But then we saw Mel Brunner gesturing to Maurer saying, "Come on, come to the front, do some work." And Melanie Maurer gesturing back saying, "No." The psychological game at the front is quite exciting to watch, and it makes you wonder what's going to happen next.
Yeah, it's competition. You know, somebody in the lead obviously is setting the pace. The person behind can kind of, if nothing else, draft them mentally.
Yep.
You know, they might not be getting an advantage, a physical advantage from the drafting, but it's sort of like you don't have to think quite as much if you're the person in second, you know, behind the leader. Some people like to have that position because then they can actually control the pace. If they're feeling good, they go hard. If they're not feeling good, they can slow down a little bit. But a lot of people like to be in that second position and just keep an eye on the person trying to outrace.
Yeah, we see it again and again and again when you have the athletics racing, 10K, 5K and marathon. You have somebody running on the shoulder, and you always feel that the person who is running on the shoulder is in a more powerful position with a greater advantage in the closing straight.
Absolutely. And also, you know, if you're in second position like you see here, she can really keep an eye on how the person in front is feeling. The person in front, she has to turn around and look back to see how her competition is feeling. I was in this situation like this in the Ironman in 1989. Dave Scott and I were together the entire bike ride, and I hadn't won the race. He'd won it 6 times. So I thought, let me just let him set the pace. Let me just see how it's done by the best. And so I stayed, you know, the 12 meters or whatever was behind him. And also, I didn't want him to know how I was feeling. So every time he looked back, I would tuck my head under like this, so he couldn't even see my face. Probably not the nicest strategy, but it worked out.
It worked out. Yeah, that's actually the main thing. It has to work out at the end. That was a nice story. Is it when you coach your athletes, do you recommend them something special if you prepare them for Zofingen, or you tell them don't go there because it destroys your legs?
Oh, anybody who would like to do Zofingen, I would encourage. You know, for me, the sport was about having amazing experiences. And amazing experiences sometimes are gauged by how difficult the race is, how the course is, how beautiful the course is in the middle of all of that challenge. And so anybody that I've coached who wanted to do Zofingen, I said, you should do it. It's one of those races. It's so worth experiencing. Even if it's a hard day, even if it doesn't turn out the way you hope, it will be a memory that you share every rest of your life.
Well, it's funny, we hear this from so many athletes who say, I'm never doing this again. And then within 12 hours or 24 hours, I'm doing it again.
It probably takes a week.
Yeah. Even a week.
Definitely a week, Mark says. Yeah, nice. Mark, may I ask you something? Do you remember racing Kent? or being in Kent?
Kenton.
Kenton.
In
That's Austria Ironman.
I don't remember.
You were putting a medal around Paul's neck. You did
Oh.
so. He remembers till today.
You were on the finish line in Canton 2003. And,
Oh yes, of course. Yes.
And I just thought it was incredible that I crossed the finish line, and there was this person who was incredible, as the biggest Ironman name in the sport, handing out medals to finishers. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. It wasn't an hallucination, I know, because I saw you afterwards, but that was a bit of a memory for me.
Yeah, well, I was contacted by the guys at Triangle Sport in the very beginning when they were trying to build their Ironman distance race there, and so I went for 1 year. It was not an Ironman, and I saw how amazing the course was, the support in the region, and then I went to folks at Ironman and said, hey, this should be one of your races in the series. And then the year after that, it became part of an Ironman, and as we see, there's been so many incredible athletes setting super fast times on that course.
You also stayed out quite a long time because I wasn't one of the fastest finishers. So thank you for being there. Here we have Blondel. Looks like he has possibly edged into the lead past Kubo. This is a tremendous battle at the front end of the men. We've seen the lead change and change and change again, whereas in the women's race you've got this consistent lead from Germany with Switzerland just behind. Two completely different races. In the men's race, I'm completely mystified. I don't know who has the strongest final run. In the women's race, we were discussing with Natasha that the home advantage is certainly with Melanie Maurer, but on paper, the faster runner is Mel Brunet. And for you,
Well,
Mark,
in a race like this, if you're in the front and you're thinking of winning, you definitely are going to have to be faster. And so, like in the men's, maybe somebody's trying to get away because they know that they're not necessarily the strongest runner. If you are a very strong runner, you're just going to kind of sit in and wait for the transition, and then build into the run and hopefully pull away from the guys who are maybe a little bit stronger on the bike.
So, like, if you would be in the men's field right now, you would be quiet, waiting in that pack, and put it on the run.
Absolutely. You know, my philosophy since I was a good runner was to use the bike ride to conserve energy so then I could have that good run. Because as you know, Natasha, the further into the race you go, the difference between a good race and a bad race gets bigger and bigger and bigger. So, you know, on the first run here in Zofingen, the difference between a good run and a bad run might be 15 seconds or something. But clearly in this second run, which is much longer, the difference between a good run and a bad run could be 10 minutes, 15 minutes, maybe even more. So if you are a solid runner, you're going to want to try to use the bike to conserve enough energy so that you can then take advantage of that strength that you have.
and also on the second run, there are so many opportunities to see where the leaders are. And again, to use that to draw you up the rankings.
Absolutely.
And it gets hotter.
Natasha was talking, we were both talking about this. One of the big keys to having a good run is how well you manage your nutrition on the bike. And sometimes it can be easy to sort of get caught up in the competition on the bike and you forget to drink enough, you forget to take in enough calories. And then all of a sudden you're 10K from the finish of the bike and you're thinking, oops, I need to fill the tank back up quickly, the run's coming up. But at that point it is too late.
It's too late, yeah.
This whole element of body management is important.
Yeah, we spoke about that before. When it's like a battery, when it's too late, it takes a while to recharge.
And you get to a point when you can't recharge.
That's not a fun, I guarantee you.
No. I think as the race unfolds and the temperature starts to rise, there are certain sections on the second run where there's a lot of shade, and that's something that would be very welcome to the athletes. But in the areas where there's no shade, that heat, 26, 27 degrees, no clouds in the sky, very little wind, it's not going to be very comfortable out there at all, is it?
Oh, especially that downhill run is gonna kill it. It's really it's hard with that especially steep, even steeper the downhill than we've seen before. I think we're gonna see some changes on the run.
I think so as well. But at the moment in the women's race, absolutely no change to the lead. Melanie, she's rolled down those arm warmers, which has let some more air go across the body to cool her down. But she's keeping that position, 12 metres away from Mel Brunner. They're pulling away. They are now 2.5, nearly 3 minutes ahead of Maya Betts from Germany, and Lotte Klaas dropped down to about 4 minutes behind. And then there's a huge gap now between that leading 4 and Ai Ueda from Japan, who's a couple of minutes ahead of Antonia Rezhnikov from Israel. Quite an exciting race for the women. That's a French athlete taking full advantage there of the camera. Mark, are you going to be able to come back to us towards the middle end part of the run? Because it'd be great to hear if you can come back to us then and give some comment about how the race has unfolded on those final 30k. Will you still be available to us or not?
Unfortunately, I have some stuff that I'm doing here in Diamond today.
Okay.
But I really appreciate you having me on. It's so great to see people racing in Zofingen again. It brings back some great memories from my time there, the 2 years that I competed. I looked at the 26 degrees when I was racing there. That would have been more magic.
We heard, just before you go, we heard from Rob Wustenborg. We started the idea perhaps of having a legendary wave where we have names from the past who've raced here and been on the podium. Is there any way that we could perhaps entice you back to Zofingen as part of the legendary wave?
I think it would be very disappointing if you saw me try to do this course now.
Well, perhaps we could have a legendary wave that's a shorter distance.
We do it on a shorter distance, Mark.
You and Natasha could discuss this.
Just a city loop.
All right, that sounds fun.
Because I know I asked you that question some years before, and I said, Mark, will you ever race again? And you said, oh no, not in this life. It was so good to talk to you.
It's been absolutely wonderful to hear from you. And earlier on we had Erin Baker, so we've now got that absolutely solid foundation of multi-sport legends. Mark Allen and Erin Baker both joining us here in Zofingen.
Thank you so much for giving us your valuable input, and it was such a pleasure to talk to you. All the best, Mark.
Great, thank you, and good luck to everybody out there racing. Hopefully they can finish and have a smile on their face.
Thank you, Mark. Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, here we are back at the women's leading position for the last, I say, 15-20 Ks. Yep.
Yeah.
Because what we didn't think about is it's still that little loop around Zofingen. They are close to Zofingen, but it's that additional loop, 20 Ks. And with the running time of 40 minutes we had before, we are again on the, close to the 5 hours, on the 5 hours where it goes on the last run.
Yeah, because last year with Melanie Maurer, her coming off the bike, she was about 4 hours 40 coming off the bike. So we're not far away from that, about 20 minutes.
Yeah, because that last loop here is fast, as we saw. That was the motorbike where it says on the downhill parts it's a slightly downhill, but it gives you a speed of 47, around the 30 miles per hour. So it is a speedy part.
You mentioned earlier that the quality of the road surface is very good, and we've seen this as the camera has taken us around nearly 150 kilometers of biking now. Just how good quality the surface is.
There was road work here.
Yep. And
on Thursday there was road work, on Friday it was clean. See, they're still working on the streets. There still are the signs. There's machines on the side. Everything's clean now to ride. Great job they did. I think it's so much safer if the whole street is open and there are not machines and cones on the street. And Melanie, look at her face. We cannot see a lot, but she still looks very relaxed, very smooth riding. Not much wind, the numbers are not flapping. Here the cameraman, 2 leading motorbikes, clearing the way, making sure no cars are in the road. We can compare the cadence of Merle and Melanie. So they are definitely on a slower and on a higher cadence. This is also the preference of an athlete. Yes, combination with the power you have, this cycling background.
Yeah. So Mel Brunet is able to push greater power, a greater weight, effectively, than Melanie. Is that going to potentially drain her ahead of the run? It should do, but for some reason she doesn't appear to be somebody who does it. Last year she was racing the same style, the same cadence, probably the same gearing, and yet she put in a faster run to close. It's her physiology that enables her to do this.
That's what I think it's also the beauty of the sport. No athlete is like the other.
No.
We saw it before also with the men. Some are more the explosive power. Kubo, yeah, and so others are more the endurance athletes, more the light ones, more the stronger ones. So it's not that there is one specific athlete that will be a winner.
No.
It is
certainly not on this course. When you have your relatively flat city centre races that we're seeing more and more these days, then the athletes tend to look the same, have the same build. They need to be fast in the water, fast on the bike, fast on the run. But here you're asking different things. You're asking the body to do a very aggressive on-road, off-road run, then to cycle 150 kilometres on quite challenging courses, and then to repeat that run at the end of it. So it's an entirely different set of requirements.
Yep, from this angle, it's very nice to see. Melanie's turning certainly 10 RPM quicker than Merle, which doesn't have to say anything about the run. It probably has a little bit to do also with Melanie's foot injury. She had that tendon in her toe that was damaged, and that's why she couldn't run. And she told me yesterday that it did hurt also for the long cycles.
Oh.
So probably if she has less pressure, it's probably might be a reason too why she turns the smaller gears.
The region here, this is called Aargau.
This is called Aargau. Not only, it's also going through the canton Lucerne,
Okay.
which is a little...
Two separate districts.
Yeah.
And we know that...
But Aargau is the most important, and it's those who gave the big roads and closed the big roads to the traffic, which is not for granted. So it's a big thank you for that. Oh, here's some communication. What is that? He's hanging her legs. Why so? Oh, she wants Melanie.
No, that the elite men are coming through. No, that's not the elite men, surely.
No, she wants Melanie to come in front.
Okay, cat and mouse.
Yeah, that's legal too.
Yep.
She can wait there. But Melanie is waiting.
This is like track racing, isn't it? It's like an velodrome.
Yeah, it's like velodrome. It's interesting. It's interesting. Melanie absolutely wants to stay at the back. But I wouldn't...
They have such a lead at the moment that these two can play this game for a few more kilometres.
Yeah, but I just wouldn't do it. Just go and do your stuff.
Alex Hertzler, who is the senior politician here, he makes things happen. And I know that he's very proud that the event has come here.
Yes, it's a world championship. We have the world-class athletes here, and this is not for granted. It's so good that we have the politics supporting the sport. I'm very happy that we get those the permission. You know, you have to get permission to have a race going through communities. You have to have a permission to getting the traffic and the police and the roadside closures. So that's a big issue going on.
So the organisation of Aargau Topsport, is that an organisation that is just focused on duathlon, or is it all sorts of sport?
It's all sorts of sport, but duathlon is its biggest event. In Switzerland, we do not have many world championship, and that is a world championship event. So we're very glad that it's supported by the sport department.
Mm-hmm.
Because without their permission,
yep,
it's not possible to get the roads.
Now, with Mel Bruni, if she was to come up to a roundabout, and there are roundabouts on the course, and if she was to go around the roundabout,
and if she would do it twice,
yeah,
what would do Melanie?
Yeah, well, so long as if she leaves the course, she has to come back onto the course at the same point that she left it. So with a roundabout, she could effectively do that and not fall foul of the regulations. She wouldn't be cutting the course.
Yeah, but you know why she wouldn't do that? Because she got a penalty in Birmingham for leaving the course.
Well, Birmingham was a mess.
It was
a mess. I think we need to admit that.
It was a mess.
She wasn't the only one.
She wasn't the only one. There were others.
Half the elite field was disqualified.
Yeah, that was sad. But what happened here? Melanie last year left the course.
Oh, yes.
And it wasn't a shortcut,
no,
but she should have turned around the same spot, and she didn't get penalized.
I think in that instance, though, the officials made the right decision. It was an error by the leading athletes. They lost quite a bit of time at that point, and it was a matter of perhaps a metre and a half. It was a colossal error on their part. They lost a lot of time. That was, I think, the right call from the officials. But this is a very strange set of circumstances.
I never saw that. But actually, yeah, Nicola Spirik at the Olympics, she did it too. They were in the run for the last 10K.
Oh, in Rio?
Yep. And then she said, hey, I have my medal. You come and help with the lead. So, of course, especially in the run, it's also an advantage with being in the wind shade. But here, it's not. Look, they have a good fair distance. That's okay.
And I don't really think there's a risk that the game that's being played here by the two leaders is going to impact upon their positions ultimately, because the others chasing them are a little bit further back. And I think if you look at the records, there doesn't appear to be the run pace of the chasing athletes to match these two. But it's entertaining.
It's entertaining. And look at this. We have the helicopter in the air. I love it, to get picture a different view. It's nice to get these pictures, and it's also not for granted that you get in Switzerland the helicopter and the broadcast of these pictures. So thank you for that.
Yep.
It's excellent to see that. Oops.
I think somebody just shaking out some cramps there
Cramps,
on the bike.
yeah, on the bike.
I think we're able to go back now to Rob Wossenbos from Belgium. Are you there, Rob? Yep. It's developing into an interesting race in the women's event, isn't it? Rob, we got no sound from you, I'm afraid. We can see you, but we got no sound from you.
Are you hearing me now?
Yes.
Loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah, it's very interesting. I never see something like that in my career. That they gave him. Yeah, they make it a little bit more tactical, I guess.
But it's interesting. We saw things we never saw before, which is something new. Good.
Well, they have a leader. The third place athlete, Maya Betts from Germany, is about 250 back. So they've got, let's say, two and a half minutes to play around. But the risk is if they start playing around with 2.5 minutes to go, and that lead disappears, then they could end up with a different result than they'd hoped for. But it's a very interesting tactic.
But what do you think of the men's race, having the 4 leading men still so close together?
Yeah, it's what we expected before. They will stay together until they start running. We will see who has the best day. Yeah, it's going to be a very, very interesting race.
So of the 4 athletes at the front, André Kubo, Emil Blondel, Fabian Holbach, and Simon Jørn from Denmark. You've raced against Blondel in the past as a youngster. How about the others? Have you had a chance to race against them? And what do you think is going to happen in the men's race?
No, I never raced the other athletes. But I, work on the bike, it's front. The board of it's very honest, fair. So the strongest athlete will definitely win this race. But it's difficult to predict. But I stay with my first choice.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a connection problem there. You were breaking up a little bit, but the leaders changed once again with Jørn going to the front just ahead of Kubo, and the changing of positions between Holbach and Blondel at the back. We had a bit of discussion about Jørn and what he's got in his race uniform. I thought it was a bottle, and it does look like a bottle. An unusual place to... Oh, and he's lost his visor there. That's not good news for him. Again, a little thing like that. The visor just pinged off the helmet. Have you... if we look here at the replay, for some reason, it just flew off. Not sure what happened there, but a little bit frustrating. Can you tell us... Rob, what was the most frustrating thing, unexpected thing that ever happened to you in a race?
Well, definitely a flat tire, I guess.
Oh.
Always flat moment. And in the past championship, I also broke my toe, so that was also pleasant surprise. But I think it's long street, so full of surprises, I guess. But I don't think you will need a scissor to finish this race. That doesn't bad.
Yeah, Rob, we got some problems with the connection here. We're getting about 1 word in 5. So I think if we can try and reset the connection and then come back to you in a few minutes, would that be okay for you?
I think we lost him. It was, I had to double check with the studio. It was a bad connection.
Okay, so
But have you seen what happened with the race? Yeah, he lost his visor, and look what he turned around.
Yep.
Because it would be that penalty,
No.
littering penalty.
no. An official would look at that as not littering. That's something it's a piece of equipment that's fallen off. It's a malfunction of the equipment. That would not be regarded as
Okay.
littering.
So you think
Littering-
he turned around because he needed the visor? He could go on without it.
Yeah, an interesting decision. Perhaps he wants it, or perhaps it's very expensive. But no, if an official was to give a penalty for that, I would be very, very surprised.
Okay.
And in fact,
I would be.
if I was an official giving that, I wouldn't expect to be an official at the next race.
Yep, I wouldn't expect an official giving a penalty. It would be sad because it influenced race. Look, if we look back, he lost.
Goodness gracious.
He probably lost the race there.
In fact, if you going back to that particular thing, when you have the dismount line in a WTS race, for example, they all hit the dismount line together. There's a couple of bike shoes fly off.
Never a problem.
We tidy those away. We pick them up and we put them away. That's not regarded as a penalty.
Okay.
But
That's
how
smart.
frustrating
Yeah.
that must have been.
Yeah, it must be very frustrating. But they are attached kind with magnets.
Yep.
And so probably one of the magnets didn't, or a wind or something. Here he's coming.
Yep. So
But
that's,
that's-
quite some distance. That
Yep.
4 is now down to 3. Oof.
Oof, yeah, we have an early break, an early change. They've also probably, oh no, they certainly realized it, and probably they've forced the pace too.
Take advantage of the weaknesses.
And look, they were hot. Maybe he touched the visor and tried to put it up, like here,
Yep.
and then when you,
It wasn't quite fitted.
it wasn't quite fitted.
So they're obviously wondering what on earth has happened.
So that was an interesting thing happening here.
Yeah.
Suddenly we didn't expect that.
Lots of drama. Lots and
That
lots
was
of
a drama. Yep.
Okay, as we pass one of the age group athletes, I think it's time just to go back to the age group list and let's shout out a few more names. From Switzerland, Luca Francescuto is a first-time racer here in Zofingen. Michael Hirschi from Switzerland, 5th last year. This is his 4th Zofingen, so quickly grabbing the drinks there, making sure they get the fluids. Water, yeah. And, oh, that was a goal.
That was.
Jonathan Bass from the United States, 7th last year, top 10 finish in a very tough age group. Christian.
Excuse me. Now is what I thought. Yep. He's almost on top of the hill, and he's going put now his fast descent.
Because he wants that good line.
Now he has his good line, and yep. I think he was waiting for the 3rd loop.
A good place to attack just past
Good
the
place to attack. Yep.
So Jonathan Bass from USA, it's top 10 finish last year. Christian Botting, he was 12th last year, having had 2 DNFs. So he put that ghost to sleep and was a 12th position finisher last year. Kenneth Cobb from the United States, a newbie here. Good luck to Kenneth Cobb. Nicholas Weston from the States, 6th last year. So that might be an opportunity for him to perhaps improve, having previously had a 2nd place, a silver medal back in 2019. David Suska from the United States raced Ibiza earlier this year in the World. Now here he is at the World Championships in Zofingen. Okay, I think we've got Rob coming back online. And Rob, hopefully the connection's a bit better. Can you hear us okay?
I can hear you fine.
Oh, excellent. Okay, we lost you. It was somewhere between Belgium and Switzerland. It all fell apart.
Yeah.
So we've seen quite a bit of drama there with the change in the men's race and a bit of an equipment malfunction as a visor disappeared. And we have once again Germany taking the lead with Fabian Holbach. Natasha pointed out that his descending off the hills was where he made up distance. If if you were racing today, would you be looking to attack on the flat, on the climb, or the descent? Where would you be looking to make the best advantage?
Oh, it depends who your competitors are. I definitely would try it on the flat sections. Downhill is always a risk. I don't think it's worth to putting a lot of risk in a long distance race. And on the steep climbs, I was like one of the heaviest guys in the field, so that was not so interesting for me neither.
You can see that there are various sections out on the course where there's a lot of shade, and I think that must be very welcome for them. We're approaching now, for the men, the latter stages of the bike, with 30 kilometers of running ahead of them as the sunshine rises. Ah, Sepp Odein, good to see him. I'm not entirely sure. He's in 7th place at the moment. Currently, 2 minutes and 50 off the pace. Is this a position that he can run into the top 5 and possibly the podium, do you think? Has he got that pace?
Yeah, I think so. I think he's still competitive in his second run. He's always somebody who gives his 100% until the finish. The podium will be difficult, but top 5, for sure he can make it. But the podium, I think it's going to be tough, but it's still possible.
Have you ever raced the Hel van Castellet?
Yes, it was my last race of my career, and it was against Seppe. The race is organized in the region where I was born, so they made it a little party for me for my last race. But it was not a gift to race the Hel van Castellet as a last race.
Is it really as tough as they describe?
All depends. It's a bit same like Zofingen. All depends about the weather. Like today, it's beautiful weather, so the race is still heavy, but it's okay. But if it's cold and rainy, the race is like, it's very brutal. It's a bit same like Zofingen. But in winter in Belgium it can snow, so that's the tricky part about it.
Belgium has for a long time had a tremendously good success rate in long distance duathlon. If you go back through time, you have Benny van Steeland and Yuri, and then you guys. Yeah. What is it about Belgium and long distance duathlon? How come Belgium is so successful and so passionate about duathlon?
I think we have a tradition in cycling. We have, like in Belgium, everybody has a good cycling background. That helps, and the running, it's something. Yeah, we also have strong competitions in. So I think the early races at the young level from cycling and running are nice in Belgium.
Mm-hmm. We just see that the officials are out on the course, slowing athletes down as they deal with the casualty. As soon as we get any information, that we will let you know. But good to see that medics there in super quick time looking after the casualty. There's always a risk in racing. It doesn't matter whether it's the run course, the bike course, or even in the swim course. But it's nice to see that we have such a very strong medical presence here. But there you see Fabian Holbach has opened up a bit more of a lead there over Emile Blondel. That's a little bit further than before. That's exactly what Natasha said. He's using that line on the descent, having an open road in front of him, to gain just that little bit more of an advantage over the threat from the French athlete behind him. So, Rob, we're looking down at the lists here, and we can see that Bernd van Snick in 10th place, Sander Hemerik in 8th, Seppe Odein in 7th. But I also saw Daan de Groot tucked in there. I think he was just behind Seppe. So, Belgium, you got 3 athletes potentially in the top 10. And out on the women's race, we still have Lotte Klaas in 3rd place. She's 4 minutes and 40 off the lead, but coming into the final 30k, there's still a chance that she could get on the podium, isn't there?
Yeah, for sure. I think a third place is still possible. I think the first two women are the strongest. I think they dominated the race, and they will battle it until the second loop in the run. So I guess a third place would be incredible for Lotte.
Okay. Rob, thanks very much. If you're able to come back to us a little bit later, then we'll hear your views on how the women's race has unfolded, how the game of chess, which has taken over the World Championships duathlon, has developed, how Lotte is getting on, and also how many Belgians we're going to have in the top 10 for the men. So we'll come back to you if we can a bit later, because our next guest is lined up and ready to join us. Sit back, enjoy the rest of the race, Rob, and we'll speak to you later.
Okay, thank you.
So that lead has now just been absorbed a little bit. That doesn't look like 12 metres. This is going to attract the attention of the technical officials as... we're on a climb, that's okay. The camera just completely changed the view there. Natasha, quite exciting so far. We've got this battle in the women's race, we've got the battle at the men's race with the lead changing all the time, but the static lead in the women's race. You were right. Fabian Holbach did exactly what you said. On the descent, he pulled away.
Very smart race. Did you look at him during the first run?
Yeah, he looked comfortable.
Very smart.
Yep.
Last year he had a gap.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't in the first group. This year he was with the first group, but holding back. During the whole bike ride, he was waiting calmly, controlled. Not calmly, of course, he had to put in effort, but he controlled the field, and he knew he's the strongest in the downhill. We saw how excellent he was riding last year.
And again, he's using the downhill now.
He's using the downhill, and he can control the bike. We have the excellent view of the helicopter. Great pictures we get here.
So, back at the women's race. Oh, is this a race leader with Melanie Maurer? It looks like it is.
Yeah, could be head of the race, and it's going back to town. We don't know where the passing and how the passing happened, or probably she is in second and the camera is on her. Don't take it for finalized standing. We will see soon when the camera zooms out a little bit. Very interesting now what's going on.
Yes, and now that underpass coming into Zofingen.
Yeah, it looks like Melanie is here.
She did exactly the same last year.
I can't see Melanie. Where is she? Oh no, she's more in front there. Look.
Oh no, no, no.
It's an age grouper.
Yep, it's an age grouper out in front, or ahead of her. Yeah.
Was it the same thing on the last 5Ks?
I'm not sure that they've got anybody's got any. It'd be nice if we could see some image of what happened, where
if there was a pass, or if there's no.
Oh no, she is still ahead. Oh right.
Merle is ahead. Okay, it's just.
So it wasn't the head of the race; it was the general head of the race.
It's the gap is bigger than the 12 meters.
Yep. So this is going to be a critical transition. As Mel Brunet comes in, she won't want to lose any time. She won't want to make a mistake. Any equipment discarded outside the box will attract the attention of the officials and could result in a time penalty.
A little bit of difference in entrance, the transition zone. Have you seen? It's a slightly downhill. Maybe we have the transition zone now in the front.
And it'll be interesting to see just how the bodies react to being asked to stand upright and now prepare for a run that's 30 kilometers long.
Here they come in. Here they come in on the left side of the screen. Oh, look.
So the spectators get a far better view this time, don't they?
Right.
This is, as we said, a lot more intimate. You can get closer. Oops, they shouldn't be in the way, should they?
Yeah. They should show.
What on earth happened there?
They didn't show her the right way. Kippur. They have two different ways in the transition.
No, there is only one way into transition.
So, what would be the right way to do here?
Well, the flow was shown to the athletes in the athletes' briefing. So
she doesn't know where to go. Shouldn't there be now someone who tells her which way? And now it's the other way. It's again, she loses 100 meter here.
this is, you see, this is where it's so important for an athlete to know exactly how the flow is in transition. There's a lot that organisers can do to show them, but the athletes, they have to come into transition. They have to walk that themselves. They have to get the feel of how the flow from run to bike, bike to run should go.
But have you seen Melanie? She just stood there and was waiting where to go.
Yep.
Have the other one taking it.
This is going to be a dangerous thing for Melanie because the powerful run is from Mel Brunet.
But I think the ladies next time, I would like to be them more prepared to help a little bit the athletes away.
Yeah.
But it's a new transition zone. Nobody knows where to go.
Perhaps when it comes to the review, we could actually suggest that next year they have arrows on the ground, painted
Right. in a spray somehow. Yeah, would make it easier for everybody. Because the transition, the entry in the transition zone, it comes from up left, from the top, and it's a little bit downhill, so it's a fast transition. Yesterday, some athletes mentioned to me that they may want to take their running shoes off because they do not want to run a down part with the running shoes, but they were putting some carpets on now, which is nice and makes it safe.
So here we have Maxime Barguetto from France. Quite a way down the rankings at the moment. He's about 7 minutes off the lead. And it's getting hot out there.
And I think we have next in line Petra Eckenschwiler. She is ready to give us some inputs and to talk with us, which would be nice. Nice, here we have Holbach leading men into the town. Nice picture of how he immediately found his water bottle cage. Getting some split information here. I can hear some German shout, some German splits. And this for the men is now the last 20k loop around Zofingen before they come into transition. We have Petra waiting in line, but it's a little problem with the connection, so there might be a few minutes that we get her insights from the course and what happened. Let's enjoy and check what's happening here on the men's race. It's some age groupers here that were passed. Oh, here we are in the transition zone of the women. Very nice. There was something going on. Probably we can hear it again. She was saying something to...
Now transition, changing into the running shoes. Nearly as fast as Melanie and Nelly. But it seems as if you have as well. Take your time to prepare for long run. 30K, it's, well, nearly a marathon at the end of this Powerman Zofingen.
Very nice that we get all the transition of Lotte that we can see.
She knows where to go.
She's about 4 minutes back, which is kind of nothing for the last 30 Ks. With her running capacity, she can easily change that, put into her advantage. She has takes her gel with her and also a bottle. It's much easier to drink from a bottle than from a cup, so it's very smart. Then she has her own nutrition and her own drinking, which certainly is a help for the first K. And she will drop it at an aid station where there is a littering zone. And on the right side, we can see the two leading ladies. Now Melanie, half a step ahead of Millet. Really shoulder-to-shoulder race. Melanie, you can see here in her hand, she has kind of a gel bottle with her nutrition. It's some advantage if you carry your own nutrition, so you know what you have. This is what you have. This is what you had during training. But it's also a little bit additional weight, versus you can see Merle Brunet, she has free hands, nice, easy shoulder movements, and she has not to carry a weight. Here is that brutal uphill run that they come again, or that they run. We saw the running from the down. You can see how steep it really is. Here's the motorbike and the camera with an excellent view. But it's really steep here. And as you can see, as it goes on, it gets steeper. And that was a little bit of an attack from Merle, because she obviously doesn't like to be so close with Melanie. Probably we can just see it again. There were a few steps that she was putting in more force to get a few meter gap. And here we have nice the transition zone. We can get good images of how hard it is to put your running shoes on. It's very nice to see that Maya takes a little break. Oh no, it's not a break, but it's more comfort. It brings my heart rate down a little bit. If you sit down, get it comfortable, put your shoes on. She's taking all the nutrition.
Den Sonnenschutz auch hier versuchen. Wo geht's weiter? Hei, hei, hei. Jetzt also auf dem Weg in Richtung Laufstrecke.
Her own nutrition. Oh no! No, take the other way.
Wrong way. Falsche Richtung. Na, sie hat noch was vergessen offensichtlich.
She thought she forgot something. All right. Whew. Makes me nervous if they run the wrong way.
Sind die Referees, auch da sind die Schiedsrichter natürlich
But she's calm, looking good. Fast pace, fast turnover for just run out. If she keeps that pace, that will be an interesting run. All right, we have the possibility to get Petra online, but no picture of her, but the audio works. So if she is ready, we will have her by sound in our live stream. Would be nice to see what she thinks of the women's race that's going on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep. Hello. Hi, Petra. How are you?
Hello.
This
yeah,
is Natasha.
it could be better, thank you.
I'm so sorry to hear. I was excited to hear that you plan to race, and congrats on your victory in Inferno. Impressive.
Thank you very much.
That was a strong race.
Yeah, it was quite a very hard race for me, yes.
Oh yes, of course. That's never an easy one, but certainly great feeling and best of you.
Thank you.
Petra, what happened yesterday? Did you eat something wrong?
Well, it started on Friday evening when I was on a barbecue party. And then afterwards, it was like my belly was absolutely crazy, and yesterday as well, and was feeling sick, and yeah.
No energy
and
to
for,
race.
for the Powerman, yeah, no energy. And for a Powerman race, you have to be at least 100 or 110% ready.
Right. So that's smart. And thank you. Smart of you that you didn't race, and thank you that you join our live stream.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's a pleasure.
Did you have the chance to follow the race a little bit online, or do you see the athletes passing in Zofingen?
Yeah, well, I was online on the live stream when I was at home on the couch at the beginning.
Right.
And it was hard to see my name at the start line on the screen, and I'm not there, so yeah.
Yeah, I bet that hurts. Hurts different than finishing the race and running hard, but it always hurts if you cannot compete at a race that you like, or especially with these conditions, so nice weather. I bet you would love to be at the start line.
It would be so great.
So have you probably not seen what happened in the last loop at the bike? There were the two ladies leading, and Merle absolutely wanted not to be on the front. And so she was hanging her legs to let Melanie pass, and Melanie didn't pass. I never saw it. It was like cat and mouse.
Okay,
have you seen that situation?
No, I haven't seen it, but this might be tactics, or I don't know.
Yes, that was a really tactic of, like Melanie just said, I'm going to stay behind no matter what happened. You know Melanie.
Yeah, but I think Melanie knows that she is an exceptional runner, and if she stays with Merle, then maybe she has good cards afterwards.
That is what you think, why you think she didn't want to take the lead on the bike?
I can imagine, yes.
Was that ever a point when you were training together, or you never had that?
No, I rarely ever trained with Melanie. Maybe once, years ago. But yes, I mean, if I race, I just do my pace, and I don't care who is behind me. I just go, and I wouldn't have done that that what Merle was doing with the hanging legs, I think.
Yeah, Melanie is kind of. It looks to me like she absolutely wanted to get Melanie away because they were running that very steep part uphill, and they were shoulder on shoulder, like giving no centimeter to each other, and then Merle did a little bit of a sprint to get a gap, and it was.
Yeah.
It's hard to give such an effort in the run, I thought.
Yeah, but I mean, both women know what they can do, and they absolutely want to have the win, both of them. So you can see this.
Yeah, we can see it right now. They're in a period where they both run very, very slow, and Merle goes behind Melanie. So it's kind of they play with the pace and taking the lead. So I think it will be.
I mean, I don't know how long how much the others have a gap to the Melanie and Merle. But I mean, if the gap is big enough, then they don't have to go all out.
Yes,
Not yet.
yes, of course they have about a 3 minute lead over the next two athletes.
Hi Petra, it's Paul here. Very sorry that you're unable to start today because we were really looking forward to seeing the presence of another Swiss athlete on the start line, and I hope you recover very quickly. And I can imagine how frustrating it must be for you. Your question about
thank you very much.
The question about how far ahead they are. As they left transition, they were about 3 minutes-ish, about 3 minutes ahead of Maya and Lotte. It's a game that's a bit risky for them to play because although both of them are quicker runners than Lotte Klaas and Maya Betts, if the athletes behind them can see this crazy game being played out, it might be a chance for them to attack. In your racing experience, have you ever been frustrated with another athlete, and has that frustration given you the chance to convert the frustration into power? Have you ever been frustrated with the behavior? Yeah.
Honestly, I mostly focus on myself and try to give my best and the best at the day. And if it's enough, then it's enough. And somebody else is stronger, then the person is stronger.
Yeah, you say that's a good thing, that you focus on your own race. The thing is that I can imagine for Mel Brunet, she saw this happen last year with Melanie Maurer and Lotte Klaas, and she's now seen exactly the same thing happen here. I shouldn't think there'll be an awful lot of hugging going on after the race, particularly after what we saw out on the bike course. Or is that something that the race is the race, and then after the race we're all friends again? I don't know how it works with the elite athletes. It could be quite tense, couldn't it?
Well, I think on one way we are friends, but we are also concurrents. So everybody wants to win, especially Melanie and Merle, of course, and also Lotte, because we know what. Now we know how strong they all are. Well, I don't know the other girls, so. But yes, they are concurrents and they don't give gifts to each other.
I like that.
Yes.
They don't give gifts to each other. Later on in the season, later on in the Powerman season, there's an opportunity for racing around the world. Do you have any plans to race at any of the upcoming Powerman events?
Well, not actually, no. Maybe next year, but this year, no. But I really like to race in Zofingen, so I hope I can transfer the prize. No, not the prize. The how do you say
The start number.
The start fee to next year.
Oh, you need to speak to Stefan.
Yeah, we'll speak to Stefan and see that you can get.
I will do this. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you very much, Petra, for joining us and to give us your insight on the course. I wish you the very, very best for your upcoming events and that all get healthy soon.
Thank you.
And get your strength back. Thanks a lot for talking to us.
Thank you. I will do that. And have a good day. I will follow the race now.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
See ya. Bye.
I think it's time for the next commercial break.
And before we carry on, we'll have another one of our short commercial breaks. And here we are back to the race with our race leader at the moment. I think this is the race leader. Yes, it's Simon Juren from Denmark, just slightly ahead of Fabian Holbach, with Emile Blondel tucked in somewhere behind him. And we're also seeing quite a few of the age group athletes now in the mix.
Paul, I think there's Holbach in front.
Okay, so it's not the lead. It's the lead men group.
It's the lead men group, right? And they're close to town, close to the transition area. So I'm glad he's back, because when he lost his visors, he lost quite a bit of a time.
Oh yes, look at that. So Blondel, Holbach, Juren. And where's Kubel? Has he powered away again? Explosive attack at the front and he's disappeared around the corner, or is he just behind the camera bike?
We will find out in a few seconds. Leading motorbikes look like they are ahead. No, here he is. They're close to Zofingen. I'd say about 3 more Ks. It's called Glantier. It's flat. Few more turns.
Lotte Klaas has moved up into 3rd place now. She was quite strong in transition. We saw her ahead of Maya Betts. She's now 5 minutes off the lead. So she's in 3rd place. It's a podium position at the moment for Lotte Klaas.
She had a strong transition. They showed her very well in transition. And she was running upright and light. It was good to see her on the start of the run. Here we still have the 4 men together and the 2 women together, side by side.
Now, we mentioned that Mel Brune is in cardiology. We also know that Lotte Klaas is a nurse working in Brugge, and the hospital she works in is 800 years old. It's one of the oldest hospitals in Belgium.
Wow.
So it's quite often we see that our athletes are from a scientific background, or
Oh, did you see that nice move of the age grouper?
Yep.
He went off the course, let the...
How steep is this descent?
not as steep as the one before. The one before...
The off-road section
Yeah,
is.
the off-road section, we saw it, it's brutally. We saw it from the back with the motorbike.
So the run course is pretty much the same as the first run, but there's that extra loop just past the feed station. When you make that turn, is it a very steep climb, that extra section?
On the
run course?
No, this one that we saw, them coming down, that's the absolutely steepest.
Okay.
And I even don't know how many percentage it is, but it's before, with the motorbike going behind them, it looked shocking steep. It didn't look that steep from the view that we had for the first run from down. Look, here we have the splits.
Now, Mel Brune's not racing, and they're not carbon shoes, are they? They're normal running shoes.
It looks like normal running shoes to me.
So this is the section that brings you... You've come past the orchards, and this is the flat section coming back to the... What was the old stadium?
Correct. They will soon have a loop through the stadium. When they left transition, Melanie Maurer left with her gel drink that she's carrying in her hand, which is a little bit an additional weight, but she has the guarantee, I mentioned it, that she has the guarantee she has her own food, versus you can see Merle can swing her arm nice and loose because she has nothing to carry in her hands.
There's a lot less movement from her than if you look at Melanie's movements.
Yep.
There's a lot more upper body movement there.
And she takes official water and official drinks.
It seems to be there's a lot more twists and turns on the run course, which makes it a little bit more exciting.
I would say more painful.
I was being polite.
It makes it okay to look at, but I tell you, when you're in a race and you have those turns, the longer the race goes on, the more they hurt, because it's kind of that twisting and that slowing down and gaining up the speed. That's hard on the body.
Just to the right, that's where the transition area was for the last few years.
Yep. Nice view, that's right. Okay, but I think we should switch to the men.
Yeah.
Because they're close to...
They will be coming off the bikes very soon.
I like the pictures of the two ladies, but it's also very interesting to see what's happening with the men
in the closing
transition.
stages. Yes. Just to have a look at the men and to work out how far ahead they are. That leading group of 4 athletes, so Denmark, Jørn from Denmark, Holbach, Germany, Blondel, France, and Kubo, Slovakia. They are ahead of Dan de Groot from the Netherlands, who is about 1:45 off the pace now, and a minute behind him is Wout Drieve. Sepp Odijn is 3 minutes from the lead, with Sander Hemerik just behind him, within striking distance of Odijn, and Bernd van Snick a minute and a half behind him. The first Swiss athlete is Fabian Zender. He's in 10th position at the moment.
I do have some results about Andrei Kubo. He was racing last weekend the European Championship middle distance in Männern and had the position 6 in early August. He raced he was Slovakian long distance triathlon national champion. So he had raced cross triathlon national champion in July and won it too. So he has quite a result.
Well, Männern was just last weekend, I think.
Yep. It was a middle distance, so interesting to see.
It's like back-to-back racing. It's just a training session for him, isn't it, really?
Probably. But he is obviously very... he probably likes very much racing.
So coming into that underpass now, Jørn just edging into the lead, getting a good clear run at transition.
We are away now 500 meters from transition. It would be nice if we could see the motorbike, but I'm not sure if the motorbike can go all the way into transition.
It's much too narrow.
It's too narrow.
It would
I
be
thought
too
so.
risky.
We saw the motorbike before for the women sweeping out, and we didn't have the 100 meters of the men. And we can see they start opening the shoes. Getting ready to flip out the shoes.
We'll be able to hear the crowds already as they get closer and closer to the. We call it the stadium because it's the main focus of the event.
Those athletes on the right, they go on the next loop, age groupers, and those on the left go into the transition zone. We can see that's new turn here, and the motorbike has to go straight to leave all the space for the athletes. And here we have the transition zone from the front, and we can see at the left side the athletes should come in. So Paul, I think next year we ask for a camera right here up in the left angle.
Yeah.
That we get them when they come down. Look, now the helpers
So this
are
is
here.
the way that the
they
flow
show
should
the
work.
way.
Yeah.
Yep. Now it's a nice steady flow. 1 and 2. And a little break. Look at that.
We have camera ready. You can directly talk to him.
Okay, I think we're able to watch
the transition first. Jorn, Holbach, Blondel. Look, they're pretty close. Or they had that little gap, 15 seconds. Let's see who is.
No.
Now you can watch what he all had in front.
Supermarket in there.
You were wondering what's all in there. You're probably right. It was the bottle.
Yeah. So Holbach making an attack and then heading out.
Wow!
Straight
Look at that impressive transition of Holbach.
He looked easy. That running.
He looked easy on the first run. He was smart on the bike, and now a fast transition. That was dominant.
He had the second. No. His run last year, 1:48.42, was about the fourth fastest run.
Yeah, and he wasn't very fast in the first run, but obviously he worked much on his running. We can see here the spectators encouraging the athletes.
And Kubo, they're just heading out. So that's your 1, 2, 3. Holbach, Jörn, and Kubo. I think we have our Swiss duathlon coach somewhere down near transition or on the run course.
Yeah, here he is.
Cameron, it's good to have you back. And were you able to see some of the action of the women's race, the discussion at the front end of the race between Brune and Maura?
Yeah, I think it's just about who's going to be leading, and Melanie was smart and sat behind, and I think eventually she got upset. And
It's been like watching a game of chess at the front that sort of interrupted the game of long distance
absolutely.
duathlon. At the moment, Melanie Maura is looking quite relaxed on the run. She's not displaying any of the pain that we thought would be associated with running off that injury. So the green light from her medic was a good decision.
Absolutely. You know, this is also whether it's good for Melanie, and now she's just playing chess, and we'll see what happens in the last couple of laps.
She's carrying her own nutrition with her. Is this the plan for the
we're
whole
giving
race?
it to her as she's going. Yeah. And that's a part of the plan, to keep the right nutrition going in for her. And
All right, so then thanks a lot. I think we go back to the men's because they're just in transition.
Yeah,
and
so
you're busy too. Thank you, Cameron.
Yeah, Cameron, you got your guys coming into T2 in a minute, so I'll let you get on to them. Good luck, and we'll speak to you later on, hopefully.
Thank you.
Thank you, bye. Yeah, he has to do support the men.
He'll be probably running about 30 kilometers a day himself. But Holbach is currently leading the men's race. Brunet edging just into the lead there on the women's race, but with that shadow behind her, pace for pace.
Look at that.
Yeah.
He worked on his running compared to last year. I think he had
looks a lot more relaxed, doesn't he?
Yeah, definitely. And he has the capability to show a really good run, and he is demonstrating it here very clearly. Look that lead already.
Yep, there's a lot of class.
Lot of class here. Yep.
I wonder if she's going to be starting. As we look at the timing, Matt, it would be nice to see how much of an increase she's making onto that lead.
We will see soon. She looks easy.
She does look very relaxed as well. And that should trigger very shortly. Just a shout out there to the technical officials. We mentioned earlier that Maisie Bancevic from Scotland is the technical delegate. Stefan Hessig is the assistant technical delegate from Switzerland. Our medical delegate is Cassie Luca, all the way from Romania. It's second or third time she's been here. We've got Tony Sangster, our head referee from New Zealand. We have Klaus Vesp from Switzerland as in charge of, he's the chief race official, basically managing the team. Then Rita Barbaro from Italy, chief technology. Beata Pelani from Germany. I bet she wishes she was out there racing. And in transition, we have Da Lun Edwin Shi from Singapore. Thomas Mangan from Ireland is chief run. We've got Stefan Kretschmer from Switzerland as chief bike. We've got from Germany, our head of chief penalty box is Bernhard Hussar. So we've got a mixture of nationalities, including Chief Finnish Fredrik Granlund from Sweden. The majority of the officials are from Switzerland, but we've got other officials who have given up their time to come out here and to be part of this. A lot of them, they make a note in their diary to say, I'd like to go back to Zofingen. And the reason they come back here is because it's a good race to be an official at. Even if it rains, it's still a good race.
Yep, and it's important to have the officials, it's important to have a safe race, and of course the rules should not be the most important thing. The most important thing should be that the athletes can finish, that they have safe roads, that they have a great experience, that they want to come back. Mm-hmm. This is what we're all hoping for the event.
Now that lead that Krombach has established is stretching to about 40-50 metres now.
Yeah, it's already about 15 seconds.
Back to the women's race, though. Lotte Klaas, she's, well, according to the chip, her first run lap was 27:43. The run lap for Brunet and for Maura, the two chess players at the front.
Now look at that back. Yep. Look at that back, how steep it gets here. Ouch! I'm hurting.
All right, well.
You need to have an e-bike to come up here.
Indeed. But Melanie Maura and Mel Brunet, their first run lap was 28:30.
28:30.
But for Lotte Klaas, 27:47.
27. Yep.
Seb Ordain coming into T2. Now, we saw Maya Betts head back into transition. I think what she was doing there was she was making sure she hadn't left anything outside the box, because that would incur a penalty. For Seb Ordain, he's done this so often. I'm sure he does this in his sleep. Everything, so bike rack, under your helmet, equipment in the box, shoes on, off we go.
But Maya was very smart. She was sitting down, putting her shoes on, taking a little, just if it's a few seconds of rest that the body gets, instead of standing and shaking. Go Sebe. Looking good, getting the applause from the VIP standing there in the tent. They know him.
Yeah, the two Dutch athletes there, Daan de Groot and Wout Drieven.
And he also has his own drink. He knows that it's important.
Passiert und hat einen Rückstand von 8 Minuten 53.
And we have the timekeeping here in the transition. There are 6 minutes and 44 for Samuel Dean, 6 minutes 44 to the...
Oh, we got a message.
Yeah. Well, we mentioned Tony Sangster. That's the official wearing the blue uniform. They're just having a quick scan through the positions for the athletes. That's the blue uniform there. Oh, he's making a note.
He's making a note.
Now, the rules are quite straightforward, and to make it easier for the athletes, the organisers have in fact put down a box. The box has their race number on it. It's by their position. It's underneath their number with their name, and it's identifiable as their equipment box. So all of the used equipment must go into the box.
Into the box.
Yeah. If, for example, they throw a helmet and the helmet goes in the box and bounces out, arguably they've put it in the box and it's just unfortunate that it's bounced out. Possibly the box isn't big enough. So the argument is that if, for example, a wetsuit goes into a box and part of the wetsuit is outside and part of it is inside, it's regarded by the officials as being in the box, so no penalty. But we just saw Tony Sangster having a quick look. Chief Transition with his assistants will be identifying which athlete's equipment is outside the box. They then report to the head referee. It's the head referee who makes the decision, not the official, it's the head referee. So that way you have this continuity. Now, his decision, if it is challenged, will then go to a competition jury, but only if the decision is appealed within a certain time frame.
Oh, okay.
So that can go to the competition jury, which was made up of Maisie as TD. The representative of World Triathlon is Pascal Salamin. And then from the race organisation, there'll be one other representative. So those three people will make a determination as to whether the penalty is correct or not. If it's incorrect, then the penalty is not... For the penalty, it's a time penalty, and the athlete can go to the penalty box and serve that penalty, in which case, forget the appeal, or they can choose to run to the finish line without taking the penalty, receive a red card, and then appeal that decision. That way, when they cross the finish line, they've got the real finish time.
Okay.
Because what we're not going to do is to try and juggle figures around and add what this could be and take away what that could be, because that's a nonsense. The real finish time is when you cross the finish line.
So you argue after the finish line?
Yeah. These rules have been honed and adjusted over the years, and it's now the best way to manage it. What we don't want to do is to try and create an arbitrary calculation.
Now we saw, excuse me to interrupt, look, we saw a proper box and helmet in there.
And you can see the white cards there, that's the number and name of the athlete.
Oh, and he gets a belt on with the nutrition.
All the food going in.
Oh, the food going in there.
Would you want to be eating a bar on a 30k run, or would you prefer gel?
I would prefer gel.
Yeah.
But see how smart, shoes in. Yeah. Cap out, lens out. Very clean transition. I think it's always interesting if we get these pictures, how athletes put on their shoes, what's happening in transition. She's searching for something else.
But he's also making sure his position is tidy, because what he doesn't want to do is to have any mess. That's Hemerich there from Belgium.
And here we are again to the front. Front men just passed the... No, it's not all the front, but it's the leading ladies there at the back. And Jorn just passed the two leading ladies.
He's looking very relaxed on that section there.
Yes, very nice road here again.
Very compact.
Compact, yes.
We've seen it before when there's been lots of mud, but on this occasion it's quite compact. It's quite. Is it dusty up there?
No, it's not dusty because it was a little bit wet, or it was rainy. It's very nice to run in there, and it's not the complete hot sun.
Yeah.
Before they were out, it's certainly cooler in here, and a nice place to run.
So the update we just had from the course was that unfortunately Jens Michael Gossauer from Switzerland has decided to pull out of the run. That's a shame.
That's a shame. Very sad, but probably had some issues too. I think he would not drop out the race without a reason. There certainly wasn't something, I don't know. he kind of felt was back in the bike, which was unusual. Probably something was a mechanical issue.
And then we have Rezhnikov from Israel. She's a former podium, had a former podium finish here.
She's in 5th position, I think, right now.
Yep, she's moved up.
And you said before she's a strong runner, isn't she?
She is, yes. She's got a good reputation for, out on the run. But Simon Jørn there from Denmark, 5th place last year. Sorry,
Yeah,
in
he is also a strong runner,
Yeah.
having it.
And another one of the timing mats. The timing mats have been provided for one reason, just to make sure that the athletes do the correct number of laps. But it's also good fun for us because we can pick up some details.
Details, yeah.
When you have a course that's so far out in the forest and so complicated, by having a timing mat in the right place, then you know that if the athlete crosses that timing mat, they've done the right course.
Right.
So again, this is the organisation has identified locations within the forest and out on the bike course where you have to cross that mat. If you haven't, that's it.
And look, those hundreds of little...
Which will all be picked up at the end of the day. Now, has Jørn moved into the front? Is he in the lead now ahead of...
No.
No?
I'm sorry, excuse me, I said no, but I think not. I think the motorbike just showing us other pictures, which I think it's nice that we get the
chasing,
the distances. That's nice.
As it's slowing down, there's no point grabbing something and chucking it at your face, hoping it's going to go in the right hole, because that couple of seconds slowing down there means that the fluids that he needs are now inside him. Not on him, but inside him. Blondel, that would appear to be our 3rd place. Right. In fact, that lead has changed, because Holbach is now behind Blondel.
Oh. Okay.
Must have been either on the ascent or the descent. But Jörg has moved to the lead. Blondel in 2nd place for France. Holbach, Germany. That was a good moment. I wonder if we can, if there's a... And that's Maya Betts just
that's Maya,
taken.
That was when we had the interview. We just didn't see the gap or the changing of the lead.
So Blondel on the shoulders of Rezhnikov, Antonina Rezhnikov, based in Eilat, which is again a great triathlon venue with wonderful seas there.
But cold. Wonderful, but cold.
Well, we have had the European Championships there before, and it's been extremely hot. So it might be cold for you, but it's very hot for us in the northern part of Europe.
It's funny you mentioned that. I had one post because it was a little bit cold at Frankfurt in the morning, and so I said, yes, it's hard if in the morning it's only 14 degrees and during the day it gets hotter because of wetsuit or no wetsuit of the pro athlete. And then one of the Irish answered, yeah, for Irish people this is not cold. Of course, it's where you come from and where you train at.
So Blondel having what looks like the race of his life here, in silver medal position at the World Championships, running away from the German athlete Holbach. But how far in front now is Jørn? That's going to be interesting to see just where he is. I think it was about 35 seconds he had a lead.
When they left transition, Jørn was...
He was in third.
He was in 3rd, and he was 15 seconds behind Hornbach.
After that moment on the bike as well.
Okay, just was waiting to attack. Very interesting what's going on here, also with the women. Merle looking very easy.
Her running style is very relaxed. There's a low leg lift. The feet...
Very efficient, very efficient.
Just glides over the ground, doesn't it?
Yep. where we have the versus the more gazelle style of high lifting feet, higher cadence of Melanie.
So support out there on the course. We'll just go now a little bit back to the age group athletes. We mentioned David Suska from US making his debut here in Zofingen. Jaroslav Hendrich from Czech Republic, 4th in the long distance championships in Samarin. Carsten Dahl from Denmark came here in 2018 and took a gold medal. DNF in 2019, back now for his 3rd Zofingen. Michael Thiot from France, nice to see him back. He was the 2007 Lorient Long Course Championships. Nice to see him back racing again. Ross Crombie from Great Britain. He's had 3 top 10s in Yakothon in Männern last weekend, in Venice in the sprint duathlon, and in the long distance championships in Almere. So he's mixing and matching. Now to see him here in Zofingen. Mark Taylor, also from Great Britain. It's his international debut. Thomas Gogolin from Germany. Well, 2nd in Zofingen last year, 2nd in Viborg last year, 2nd in Alsdorf last year. And that's going to be interesting to see what he can do in this age group. Roland Krams from Germany, 2 top 10s in Alsdorf and in St. Wendel. St. Wendel, what a course that is. Again, a good legendary course for the Powerman racing. And it looks as if Rezhnikov is possibly going to be lapped by Brunet and Maurer. Oh, okay. Stefan Lengerfeld from Germany, 8th last year in Zofingen. Werner Kranenburg from Netherlands, raced in Bilbao, Targo Mures and Viborg. Here he is in Zofingen. 50-54 women's age group, Nicole Fry from Switzerland. She's the defending age group world champion. 1st last year, 3rd when she raced the first time back in 2003. Quick glance at the watch there for Mel Brunet, and Maurer still on her shoulder. Just in the background there, that was Janos Schmidt, the photographer for World Triathlon. You watch out for his images later, they'll be fantastic. Now, this section of the downhill, is this going to be where there's a bit of a kick? Are they going to use that descent? So, a surprise there for Rezhnikov. Not what she expected, I'm sure, but she's still in a reasonably good position overall. No bronze medal for her this year. Elizabeth Burgess from Great Britain, 2nd in Viborg last year, 2nd in Zofingen in the rain, 2021. Louise Simpson from Great Britain, last year DNF, but she's back racing. She's focused. Top 10 in Alsdorf last year, so who knows. Sabine Schenkenhofer aus Deutschland, 7th in Alsdorf. She's back in Zofingen, having raced here in 2017, 18, 19 and 21. Now the toughest age group for the men, we think, is the 50-54 age group. You've got Danny Andres from Australia, 10th last year. You've got Markku Savolainen from Finland, 9th last year. That's going to be interesting. There was a difference of 3 minutes between the two athletes, one from Australia, one from Finland. Philippe Claver from France, 5th last year, 7:48. So, oof, it is going to be a competitive race. This will be his 6th Zofingen. Arnaud Selukov from France, 2nd last year, with a whole collection of international golds, silvers and bronzes. We have Ludovic Thibault, first time here. Chris Nicol from Great Britain, he was the winner in Kaole over the sprint distance. this is not a sprint distance, most definitely not, but a series of podium performances from him dating back to Adelaide, Aviles, Copenhagen in the Powerman European Championships, and going back to Ottawa as well. Gary Simpson, Great Britain, 13th here last year. Let's see how he gets on today. Stefan Leuendorf from Germany, 4th last year here. Stefan Opel from Germany, 5th in Samorin last year. Sebastian Retzlaff, a 9 times Zofingen veteran this year, collecting his 10th. You're now coming into the arena. Let's have a quick check and see what his lap time has been. So he's crossed the timing mat, and his lap time was 22 minutes and 13 seconds. That is quite some lead he's established. Great for the spectators. The design of the course now, the run corridors are a little bit narrow, but we now see probably about, this is going to be about 45 seconds to a minute, possibly a minute behind. So Simon Jørn from Denmark comfortably leading the race. Having said that, still 4 laps to go, 4 laps of pain, and 4 laps where the tank is emptying rapidly, possibly. But Blondel in 2nd, Olbach in 3rd. Be nice if we could see where André Kubo is, and that's Maya Betts just in the background in the German uniform.
Nice performance from Maya.
It is, and she's got, again, a running style that's quite unique. A very low leg lift, the feet coming just off the ground, just enough.
Right, and to be in 4th position at World Championship, you have to do it first. I mean, that's really probably she didn't count with that.
Yeah. So now we've got, hopefully the timing mats will be triggered by Holbach and Blondel. Yes. So Simon Jørn, 22 minutes and 13 seconds, with Emile Blondel, 23:40, so a minute and a half behind. A minute and a half behind. There we see André Kubo just edging ahead of Maura and Brunet. He's very light on his toes, isn't he?
Mm-hmm.
It's like waiting for something to happen. You can see Maura and Brunet together. They've been together for the best part of 170 kilometers.
It's almost like Mark Allen and Dave Scott. We have history here.
Yeah. And is it going to come down to a sprint finish? If it comes down to a sprint finish, now the way that the course is designed here, the athlete taking the right-hand lane as they turn into the finish has the advantage. We saw that yesterday in some of the
kids run.
Yeah, and in some of the adult racing. And it's that little position.
Oh, Melanie is taking food from outside. Is that?
That's the coaching. Well, the coaching area.
Is that the right position?
That's going to be interesting. That's up to the officials to make a decision. The coaching area should be clearly defined.
And it wasn't too. Okay. Yeah, I think so too. As far as I know, it's clearly defined this area, but that was in 2 spots. All right, we're gonna see and clarify that immediately with the head referee to give you answers how it is correctly and where is the coaching area. Here we have the leaderboard of the men. Getting out of town. Nice sign from other competitors, giving thumbs up to the race leader.
Okay, just had a quick confirmation from our technical delegate, because the camera showing Melanie Maurer receiving nutrition, dropping off her gel bottle and receiving nutrition and fluids, it appeared to the camera to be in the middle of nowhere. It didn't appear to be an official zone, but it has been designated the coaches zone. It's a bit crowded because exactly that, they could hand it to them on the road and also on the inside. It's like two opportunities within a few meters. So that was the designated zone for the coaches. So everything's in order. That's fine.
Poor coach has to run a lot.
Well, yeah, it's only a couple of meters, but that area there, it's by putting them, having that area, it gives them two opportunities to give, to receive, to give, to receive. So. Great. Thank you to Maisie for clarifying that point to us in the middle of the race. I'm sure it was very busy for her, but she was able to just clarify that point.
Very important for the spectators, good to know, and very interesting, and also kind of smart. If there is bad weather, you want to hand something, you want to get something. See how steep it is? Oh. And now it looks like he's cramping.
He's cramping.
Or he's walking.
Goodness.
Stop, motorbike, stop. We want to see it. Oh no, he runs again.
So it looks like we're going to have a quick break just for a minute, or as we have we'll come back to you shortly.
And hopefully we can see that little walking period again.
So this has been good because Rezhnikov has now decided she's going to use these two athletes as a target. She's staying with them. She's a lap behind, but she's staying with them. And I'd be very interested to see her lap time. And I think is it because Brune and Maurer are playing games still?
Oh, they will play games till one of them crosses the finish line first. It's
4 laps this time, isn't it?
It's a long time that I've seen on a long distance a battle like that. Oh, I want to hear that again. She was talking. She was saying something. Probably we have the chance that I can translate.
If we can go back and just
look! Melanie's Melanie's back.
If that clip could be played again, we can pick out what was said in German. So the technical guys are now trying to rescue that little clip, and if we can hear what was said by Mel Brune, we'll give that back to you. But suddenly there's a gap.
Yeah,
and this
looks
very
like
hilly,
Melanie. Oops.
It's a climb, but it's not really a big climb.
No, but it looks like she's not comfortable here.
Oh, the entire
no more tension in the body.
No. That's the first sign of weakness from Maura.
Weakness, yeah. Look at the legs. She's no more all straight. Or probably she's saving for the hill, because as we saw, that hill is brutal.
Yeah, the camera angle doesn't really show how steep this is. I mean, the athletes
saw
are
it.
really leaning, aren't they?
Yeah. It's not steep from here, but if you look from up the hill down, oh look, I think
Camera bike staying. I need some more space. Well, there's a bit of grass on the side if you want to try that.
Melanie's, yep.
Oh,
maybe
wow.
it's her toe hurting. That's not normal. That's not her pace. She would stay with Melle if she could.
It's a very big ask to come off an injury and to punish your feet over this course.
And it's that fear that's running with you, because you know how long you had the injury.
Walking. She's now walking.
Yep.
Maura is the defending world champion, is now walking.
Yep. We almost could see it coming. Probably she recovers. But it's certainly a deficit from running that is...
So Seppo Odain is now lapping at 24:29, which is quicker than André Kubo. André Kubo is still in 4th place. We have Holbach, Germany, is no longer leading. It's Simon Jörn with Holbach and Blondel behind him, then Kubo, and then Daan de Groot, and then Seppo Odain. This could be an absolutely fantastic victory. When was the last time we had a Danish athlete on the podium, apart from Susanne Svensson, in the men's race? Can you remember the last time we had a Danish?
Oh no, we have to look up results.
Oh, it's funny you should say that. I've got them in front of me. It was me a couple of days ago, working till midnight.
Yeah, it looks like he is definitely not slowing down.
Oh, Søren Bistrup, back in 2017, that was the 3rd place for him. And 2016 we had Susanne Svensson from Denmark.
Of course.
With Søren again on the podium in 3rd place. And Susanne was 3rd place again in 2015. And Søren was 3rd place in 2015 as well. So Denmark has been on the podium, but not on the top of the podium.
Going to be a very big success for him. And he looks strong.
Well, the race isn't over yet, but it's
he looks steady.
Yeah,
steady, comfortable. He is running in a carbon shoe.
So Lotte Klaas's lap time appears to have dropped a bit. We had 28:13 for Mel Brunet, 28:14 for Melanie Maura, 28:43 for Lotte Klaas. So her first lap possibly a little bit too fast, and she's paying the price for it now. But it's a 4-lap run course.
But Lotte certainly will get the message that Melanie is not not good. That's within the next 4 minutes. Lotte will know.
Yep, she's running again.
She's running again.
What's it going to be like on the descent?
We cannot see a limp. A little bit, probably. No more same strength. But looking pretty good again. And I bet Mollet finally is happy that she has a little bit of a breathing gap.
Yes.
That's what she tried all day.
In fact, if anything, I think Melanie Maura has played the wrong game now, because with the strength that we know that Mel Brunet has on the run, that's given Mel Brune the opportunity to just relax and focus, and the power is there. So the game that was played there hasn't worked out at all for Melanie Maurer. It's given the advantage well and truly back to Mel Brune, who's, well, way in the distance now.
Yep, these are already probably a minute.
In fact, Antonina Reshnikov is also
in between of them, yeah,
although a lap behind. Katrien Ezerveld leading the age group by a country mile, or 1.6 country kilometers.
She was injured too and couldn't train very well, so for her it's she's hoping that she can finish the race.
Mm-hmm.
But look how good this is. And I bet Maya gets this information that Melanie is not well will be passed on to these ladies here. And then Melanie suddenly realizes, oh, close to medal, probably that gives her more wings, another speed, and a little bit energy, another smile. But already her performance here today is amazing.
She's giving nothing away. There's no indication at all of what's happening there. She's just focused.
Here they announce Maya
in fourth place at the moment. And let's see what her lap time is going to be.
It was 4 minutes 50 before, is it right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it stayed the same.
It's now 12 minutes and 54 seconds. 12 Minuten und 4.
So she's 6.
Aktuell der Abstand. Ja, und wir schauen natürlich weiter auf Lotte Klaas, warten auf die nächste Zeitmessung.
This is interesting. On my computer I have 4 minutes and the announcer said 12 minutes. All right, I pay attention. Probably we should. Happening. Yeah, we should not comment the times.
So a great overhead view there of Zofingen. It's not quite a walled city, but it's a city that you could imagine is within a wall.
Yes, it used to be a wall and of houses, just protection, more the inside, and it has a very old and famous history. It's very nice and pretty, has a festival, had music, has cobblestones, not easy to ride the bike inside, but it's
as you can see the train
nice
there.
Place.
To get here from Zurich, it's very easy, it's about 40 minutes on the train. Yep. It's a good location to drive to come by train. The airport is not very far away, so as a destination to visit and to race, it's perfect. And as a
they went up the hill right here, and the loop comes down on a bit. It's also downhill in here in the forest where he just came down, but not as steep as they went up.
No.
They did the downhill run before.
Yeah. So you can see the differences. Blondel is now created quite some distance between him and Holbach. Over 20 seconds. That's good. But this lead from Bjorn, it's getting bigger and bigger.
Yep. I didn't expect him to run so fast, did you?
Well, actually, John Radshelders did say, I think the Danish guy is going to win.
Oh,
so
John, okay.
John has a massive overview of Powerman racing. He created this brand many years ago, and his idea is to give the best racing opportunities to do athletes, and again around the world he's done his very best to do that. And his opinion was that Simon Jørn could well be the one who wins it today. He said, there are going to be some surprises, I'm sure. So back in second place there is Blondel, and you can see just how far back he is because he's still on that off-road section before it comes back onto the tarmac and the footpath.
But it's a slightly downhill part, so it's a faster part. But yeah, the 2 minutes here he is.
Yeah, not far from the stadium.
Yep. Running very strong.
So we got to Sebastian Retzler from Germany in the 50-54 tough category for the men. Pietro Carrara from Italy. Per me lo sport è uno stile di vita. For me, sport is a way of life. This is his third time in Zofingen. Top 10 in 2021 in the rain. We've got Juan Francisco Quinones from Mexico. This is he's coming back now to Zofingen, having raced here in 2011. We've got Gareth Holbrook from New Zealand. His 4th time here in Zofingen. Kurt Kruger from South Africa, his 1st time abroad racing and a Zofingen debut, as well as for fellow South African Garth Neil Larry. 55-59 women's category. Jacqueline Miller, she has to finish the race and she gets the title. 2nd here in 2015. Men's 55-59 as we look at Mel Brune heading back now towards the arena. And okay, we've got a topless runner there. Probably not the wisest moves. Now somebody's either shouted out to him. I think what he was doing was getting as much fluid onto his body as possible, because if the officials see that, they'll have a word with him. That's something he shouldn't do, shall we say. But I think the reason behind it was he was trying to get fluids onto his body. Yeah. Okay, so Mel Brune with our chief bike just leading her through the wooded section. Men's 55-59. David Federspiel coming to Zofingen for the first time from the States. Joe Kinnunen from the States. Best finishes 4th in Penticton and 5th in Penticton in the sprint, the long distance and in the sprint. So he's somebody who can mix and match distances. And he raced in Calais back in 2000. That was a cracking race, that was. Steve Katsilis, that's his son was racing in the youngest category. Good to see him back here, all the way from Australia. A DNF last year. Hopefully this year Steve Katsilis will get a result. Kid van Oostel from Belgium, 2nd in Alsdorf last year. Lars Pedersen from Denmark, raced in Viborg in the Worlds and in the Europeans. Mike Haslam from Great Britain, 1st time here in Zofingen, 1st time racing internationally. David Smith from Great Britain. He's been on the podium in Targomuresh, in Ibiza and in Soria. Mark York from Great Britain. My goodness. Zofingen, 1, 2, 3, 4 times. This is his 5th visit. Top 5 last year. Stefan Blas from Germany. 7th in Alsdorf. 5th in 2021 in Zofingen. Frank Hemstein from Germany. 12th last year. Fabian Lafrenz from Germany. He's finished in Zofingen 3 times in 2nd place. That's 2017, 18 and 21. Ryuto Okuma from Japan. Raced in Zofingen last year, finished 11th. Simon Yuan, here he comes. He'll be heading back into the stadium once more. And looks like one of our Swiss age groupers is pulling out of the race there.
You're probably just spectators.
Yeah, they're managing the crossing point there to get the pedestrians out of the way.
And then they close the road again for the runners.
So this is the section where we saw Melanie Maurer handing over her gel to the coach, who then ran across the barriers.
A few meters more, yeah. Then he just goes sharp left turn.
So it's a good idea just to have this section here, because it gives the coach 2 opportunities to give, receive, give.
He gets information here.
Yeah. So you'll get a shout out, and certainly the announcer.
This is Simon over there, and here we have the possibility to run over. What a lead.
This is a good race.
Impressive lead, impressive performance from Jorn. Excellent, steady, smooth. Yep. Another lap to go.
23.53 for that lap.
Nice. And here Malay looking good and strong. So I'll be out on the Swiss TV for 5 minutes and I come back.
Okay, Seb Odain to the left, Mel Bruni to the right.
Some action going on and I'll be back before the race is done.
Okay.
Okay, see you later.
Now, yet we go in front.
So we'll now go back to the age group athletes, and it's in this category that we've got Mark Anthony Lemon from South Africa. 2022 marked his Big 10. He's raced here since 2012. He's part of that very select group of athletes who've been invited to become part of the Jubilee Club. That is your 55-59 men's age group, and it's a tough age group at that level. Mel Bruni looking very comfortable now. Her frustrations early in the race, that's all over. She's now edged to the front. The power that she has from her running, a 2:48 marathon after Zofingen last year, improved her Frankfurt marathon time by about 3 minutes. She's looking very relaxed and a smile for the spectators. So Mel Bruni carrying the flag for Germany, world champion 2 years ago. Bit of Abstand, so a bit of distance, she says, move away, doesn't want the exhaust fumes in her face. Nice that the camera guys reacted so well. Six hours and 9 minutes on the clock. Last year, she finished the race 6:58. It's a different course, admittedly, but her closing 30k last year was run in 2 hours, 1 minute and 57 seconds. When she won the race, again, the course was slightly different then. That was 7 hours and 7 minutes with a closing run of 1:57. That was in the pouring rain. It was so bitterly cold that year. We'll move now to the women's 60-64 age group. Cora Stürzer from the USA. She's her ninth visit to Zofingen. She's finished on the podium for twice, in 2021 and in 2017. Top 5 for most of the others, with one exception that was 6th place in 2015. So that's quite some performance from her. Monique Guillain from Belgium, she's here for the first time. Pamela Hardy, Great Britain, 4th last year and 4th in 2019. Mary Reeves from Great Britain, she won here last year and she won as well in Alsdorf at the Europeans. Anne-Marie Lemon, she's a 10-time Zofingen athlete with silvers in 2019, 21 and 22. And there's a good, strong team from South Africa. They are a very visible team and a very well-organised group, travelling all the way up from South Africa. In the men's age group, we've got Mark Thompson from the USA, first time here. Günther Mader from Austria, won here in 2021. He was also top 10 at the Asiago Winter Triathlon World Championships in his age group. Won here in Zofingen 2019 and on the podium with a bronze in 2018. And it's a very big shout out to a man who's invested so much time into the sport, not only as an athlete, but as a coach and for a number of years as an unpaid, unsupported team manager. He is now in Zofingen for the 20th occasion and he's back racing. John Cowell, Great Britain. First international race was back in Barchis back in 2005. Good to see you here, John, and I know you hadn't had the opportunity to put the training in you wanted, and it's going to be a question of, can I get to the finish line? Well, I hope you do, John, because you're one of the good guys. Robert Young, Great Britain, 7th in Kaoli. That was a fast flat course. Germany's Stefan Claudius, 4th here last year. His best performance here was in 2021, silver medal for him. Stefan Hinze from Germany, 6th in 2019. And then Dieter Malmen from Germany, it's his first time. We'll come on to the rest of the age groupers shortly, but at the moment, Mel Bruni, very, very relaxed running style. There she is, leading the race, having had that interesting cat and mouse experience for the best part of the journey. 180 kilometers into the race now. Mel Brunet is leading the race. And the building on the right is where the closing party will be taking place later, where the athletes lined up to pick up their race kit earlier. And she'll be coming back onto the main thoroughfare in Zofingen. What a lovely running style she has. So relaxed. So easy. The design of the course now, bringing the athletes backwards and forwards along this section and looping around the relocated transition area. It gives spectators a greater opportunity to become part of the race, to get that experience and to see this, and hopefully to get some inspiration, because we do want to grow I'll start again. We do want to grow duathlon. It's a great race. It's a great opportunity for run, bike, run. If you don't swim, this is your opportunity to get involved with multisport. If you do swim, have a change. Try run, bike, run and see how you enjoy that. And as we've heard from all of the guests, Zofingen is not an easy race. You will really know that you've done this afterwards. So she'll be coming up past the coaching area. She'll be taking a very sharp left-hand turn. You can see the finish chute there.
Auf der General-Gison-Straße und dann biegt sie ein in die Arena, dann biegt sie ein in die letzte von 4 Runden. So there is one lap to go for the leading woman.
So hopefully there'll be a bell sounding for her in a moment. That's it, fluids from the coach, that's the coaching area there. Great overhead shot. She's coming into the bottom right of your picture, running there. That's the character running from the right to the left. She'll loop around that narrow runway. The red area you can see near the finish line is a timing mat that we will see. Part of the camera team down there on the ground giving us the images. Real atmospheric shots of the race. Look at her running is so good, so relaxed. Melanie Maurer, well, she's quite some distance back now. So Mel Brunet, that lap time, her third lap was run in 28:46 compared to her first lap, 27:45. Second lap, 28:13. There she is, 28:46. Not an awful lot of difference, only 30 seconds difference. That's Jens-Michael Gossauer there, having withdrawn from the race. There's a shout out to him from Maurer. Blondel behind him, and look at what's happened. Seppo Odain, I can recognize that running style anywhere. Seppo Odain is on the shoulders of Emile Blondel. What a development. So Maurer's coach, she's not looking happy. Is this going to be a withdrawal? No, she's going to carry on, but she doesn't look very happy at all. It is very hot out there in Zofingen at the moment, so the fluids are essential. We've got 26 degrees, feels like 29, so that's not comfortable for them. And a cold bag of ice down the back, hopefully bringing down the core temperature. Clicking over the timing mat there, and her lap 20. Right, it's no longer in the 20s. Her first lap was 27:45, pace for pace with Brunet. Her second lap was 28:14, pace for pace with Brunet. Her third lap, Brunet ran 28:46, Maurer 30 minutes and 29. Her race is falling apart, but she's still in silver medal position. But going back to the men's race, we know that out in the front. We know that it is still Simon Jørn from Denmark, but the change behind him, we can't see where Holbach has got to. We can see where Blondel is, but we can also see Seppo Dain absolutely powering away, moving up onto the shoulder of Blondel. His lap time was 25:01. That's the fastest of the athletes on that second lap. But on his last lap, no, on his coming on the third lap now, we have Jørn from Denmark making his way through the forest, taking full advantage of the shade that's been provided. We're edging through to the final sections of the age group athletes. There's no women racing beyond the age of 60, 64. So in the men's 65-69, Urs Hilpertschauer from Switzerland. It's his second Zofingen. Michael Berryman from the USA. Raced in Ibiza, sprint. Races Zofingen, long. Good to see that. Michael Felicissimo from the USA, 5th in Samorin, the long distance championships. Neil Matthews from Australia, last year a DNF. So let's see if it all comes together for him this year. Rémi Jonot from France, his 9th race here. He's been on the podium 3 times now. Friedrich Konrad from Germany, 2nd in Zofingen 2018. In the women's, no, there is one more. In the women's 70 to 74 category, we do have one women's category more. Suzanne Feliciano from the USA, husband racing as well. She was 6th in Ibiza, and she's going to be hopefully popping a position on the podium. Deborah Gurika from USA, first time racing in Zofingen. In the men's group, it's Niklaus Vögli. He won here last year, so defending champion. He's finished on the podium every time he's raced here, apart from 2021, which was a DNF, and 2014, which was a DNF as well. And then we come to our oldest athlete, born in 1948. I'm delighted to see Konrad Puck from Germany back here. Silver in 2015, silver 2018. 4th in 2017, 4th in 2021. Konrad is one of the regular fixtures in long distance racing. He comes here having raced in Roth and having taken a win there in the age group. He was also one of the athletes who featured in the European Championships back in Weert, when he was invited onto the stage to represent the male age groupers as he took part in the athlete oath, which has become part of the tradition of our European Championships. So good to see Konrad. You can pick him out. He's got a wonderful white beard with a piece of like a piece of cord tied around it halfway to keep it tidy. And that's Konrad Puck, who is out there, born in 1948, racing in the 75-79 category. Blondel, at the moment, they're racing in, we think, 2nd place. It looks as if Seppo Dain is either dropped off or pulled away, because it was very clearly Seppo Dain in the distance. But in the front, leading the race in the men's elite category, is Simon Jørn, running easy, making his way now past the aid station. He will be grabbing water. He will be grabbing something, I'm sure, because it's getting so hot out there. That's it, taking his time. And inside that area, there's where you can discard your you see the end sign there. The red sign is the end of the littering area. And a tap on the shoulder there for Fabian Zender. There he goes. Fabienne Zender back in, I think, 9th place at the moment, so a lap behind Simon Juren. And that was just Christel Hatting there from South Africa, 2nd place in Zofingen last year. Be nice to see if we can pick up where she is in the category. That's racing in, she's racing in the 35. No, she's racing in the 40-44 women's category. But this must be a tremendous boost to Simon Juren. He's now lapping other elite athletes. Psychologically, this is a tremendous boost to him. No doubt his coach is giving him all the information he needs. And there we have also in that same 40-44 category from the United States, Christine Hetzel. But Juren, look at that. He's absolutely powering along these tracks. Long, long strides. So no doubt if Søren Bistrup and Susanne Svensson are watching, they must be on the edge of their seats now as they can see the potential of not just a Danish athlete on the podium, but if everything goes according to plan for Juren, a gold medal and a world title. I thought we just had a glance there of Friedrich Konrad from Germany. Der mit Startnummer 247 hat der Silber gewonnen 2018. And a tap there from Juren as he passes another of the, I think that was one of the elite athletes. So Blondel, I think he's pulling away from one of the age group athletes. I can't quite make out the number there, but a shout out to Azuri. Again, heading towards the drink station, taking the fluids on, slowing down and making sure that the fluids go in rather than all over. And now making that descent way, way up above the town. For the organisers, simply putting out all of these marker cones to show the position of the course. There are hundreds of them out on the course, hundreds, to define which side of the road of the course you can run. These will all be tidied up. Tomorrow, as people begin to leave Zofingen, there'll be very little trace of a world championship that took place here. The memory will be here, but all of the infrastructure will be going. As soon as the athletes finish, there's a team that will come in and they'll start breaking down all of the infrastructure. The racking will go, the barriers will go, and the town of Zofingen will look at its city and realise it's just like it was before it started. What we've got is that faint echo in the background of this fantastic race that's taken place yet again. 34 years of the toughest races on the calendar and 15 times a world championship. He's way out ahead at the moment. And Denmark is looking great for this.
Definitely, I'm back with you. And I was a little bit on the Swiss commentary.
Of course, because they've started broadcasting live on television, haven't they?
Right. So for the Swiss, it's very interesting to see, to have that race. It's very important to have a good day, nice day. Doesn't matter that there are no Swiss in the leading positions, but it's important to have a good race, have a fair race.
He's really putting the liquids on now. I think we saw him just run past an athlete that did look like Holbach. Now, whether Fabian Holbach has dropped an entire lap, it is possible.
Is it possible? I didn't think so. I thought I looked at it.
Tracking is a bit misleading at the moment, because we know very well that Simon Jørn is leading the race. His last lap was 23:53, which is significantly faster than anybody else. I think we've got a bit of confusion on the tracking here. But we can tell you that Jørn, Denmark, is leading. Blondel, we think, is in second position. We saw Seppo Odein moving forwards and going up through the rankings, but not sure where he is now. That was Lotte Klaas.
That was Lotte going up, yep.
In the Belgian uniform. So it would be interesting if we could find out from the cameras where the chasing men are, and also what's happened in the women's race, because as Melanie came in to complete her lap, her face said an awful lot. She was not in a happy place. It looked as if she was very tempted to pull out there and then.
Yeah, I saw it, and we were talking about that on the other side too. I think there are two. I saw that face, and it's just heartbreaking. But there are two things. There is a physical pain and a mentally pain. I think it's not. If it would be just a physical pain, we would have seen her face before. Mm-hmm. What we saw there was more a mentally pain to show to her crowd. I mean, it's a huge pressure. You want to be good. You want to show to your friends that you're good, and then you have that expectation that you lead because you're the former winner, yep. And you come in second. So you think in your head you're losing, and then you have the spectators and the national, all the support, and you think you want to show them, yeah, and it's in your hometown, and you want to show them that you're in kind of a pain and you cannot more. Mm. So that's probably how that face came. I'm really hoping that it's not so much of a physical pain. Yes, and here's the coaching zone.
Overhead shot there of Simon Jørn.
And it looks like he doesn't have some food. That probably he's carrying everything himself. He has no national coach handing him the food.
Yeah.
But did you see anything and I missed it?
No, I didn't see anything. He's got one lap to go now, I think. And
yeah, it's his last lap. And he's not slowing down. He's steady like a machine. We again have the helicopter, nice picture from above.
Yeah, don't worry, the helicopter's not that low. It's just they've got a
they have a good camera. Yeah. Otherwise, we would see the wind and some dust.
And that's Kathrin Ezerfeld just in front of him.
She must be very happy too.
So Blondel in second place.
Running smooth too. Look, nice.
Yeah.
It looks very strong, steady and light how he is running. It's a great performance of him.
This has been part of his life for so long now. If you think back in 2012 as a junior.
He
was racing in Holton. And perhaps it didn't work out for him. Swim, bike, run, okay. but this is something that is fitting him very well.
Very well. I mean, look at him. He is now 5 hours. He is on the course, and he just looks like he's on the first lap. It's how he ran the first lap.
Yeah.
Look at his stride. It's perfect. It's long. It's, of course, the jersey is open. He is hot, but his legs are.
But he can see there. He's seen Simon Ewan heading out on his final section. He knows exactly how far ahead he is because it's run down here, run around the venue.
The venue, yeah.
This is about 3 minutes, I think. A 3-minute lead.
Yeah, it's not a complete K. And look here, he's smart. He takes the time at the aid station, but you know it's a loop into transition.
Yeah. So Simon Ewan there, his first run lap 22:13, then 23:53, and now 23:57.
Staying steady.
That's consistent.
Yeah. Consistency. And he looks at his watch, probably checks his heart rate, and knowing that's the pace I can keep. But I have not seen him taking any gel.
No, nothing. You see, this again is ever so slightly a climb as you go behind the main race venue, and then you drop down onto the road and you hear the crowds. You know you're going to be near the coaching station where you can pick up nutrition if you want it, and you'll hear that bell.
And you get also information from, if you ever need an information, you have your person there.
Yep.
Get the splits from how much you're in front ahead. So I like the venue because it's close together.
Mm-hmm. Also having the 4 laps now for the final run, it gives the opportunity for
one split more.
One split more. Also for the spectators to see more of the race.
More of the race, yeah.
And
for us, not so easy because we have to be careful that we count right. Yeah, but we know Jorn is on his last lap now. Last time he is going out here, and now I think he can be, if he feels okay, he can be pretty sure that he can make it.
When he sees that sign again, and it says 27.5, he'll be flying.
Oh yes, oh yes.
How does it feel when you get towards the end of this brutal run course, and because you know where you are, but when you just a couple of kilometers away, and you know, apart from perhaps a bolt of lightning, that you're going to get to the finish line, and in your case you're going to win, that you must be flying on air. It must be so exciting.
For me, I mean, like, it's so different than when I race, than when I sit in the studio, right? I'm sitting here and I say, yes, of course, there is no chance that someone else takes his win. He is steady. He looks comfortable. He's gonna make it. But if I'm in his position, I would not think of winning. It's not even in my head. I would focus on my stride, keeping the pace, trying to breathe, have my nutrition. This is what I would focus. And the emotions, you just keep them for when you're in the stadium.
Keep them until you finish.
Yep. Yeah.
We saw a lot of emotion last year because with Melanie Maurer, she had tried so often to get that title, and each time it had just been a little bit too far away from her. The emotion that she showed last year, I know you and I were very struck by it. It was difficult to speak because she was so full of tears, full of joy, full of everything. And in our position, and there's Sepp Odein, so he's quite some distance back. But when you see something like that, it's a magnificent moment for us, and it's very difficult as a commentator when you're involved in it to keep talking without your voice breaking. And on quite a number of occasions, when I've had a microphone in front of me, people have said afterwards, you don't show an awful lot of emotion, but you could hear your voice cracking.
Of course, it's kind of...
There you go.
Yeah.
Sensible. He's got a big enough lead now. He doesn't need to damage himself any further.
But see how brutal... They thought they make it easy, but that is so steep here. That even the leader cannot walk. Look how he almost crawls up that hill.
Well, Stefan Ruff said this. He said that it might be not so high, but it's going to be just as...
It's going to... Yeah. Very smart that he's walking and trying to run when it's less steep.
Back in the women's race, Mel Brunner leading the race, German flag flying high, looking comfortable.
Yeah, she is looking very strong.
Just
also
after
steady.
We went to the Swiss broadcast, the motorcycle was a little bit close. Bisschen Abstand bitte, she said, a little bit of distance.
Oh.
The guy pulled away.
Because it gets hot. Yeah. It's a little bit of a smell, yes. And it gets those motorbikes really make more heat than you think from sitting just in the office like we are right now. But outside it makes a difference.
With Simon Yuan, his legs really looking as if they're tightening up as he went up the hill. For some of the viewers who can remember a tremendous battle between Ivan Rania and Philippe Ospali in about 2000, the European Championships in Karlovy Vary. Rania broke away on the bike and was leading. It's a brutal bike course there. On the run course, Karlovy Vary is in a steep valley. The course took the athletes up and down, the run course was brutal as well. Suddenly, Rania's legs were cramping, and the cameras, they were zooming in, and you could see the muscles contract. It was incredibly painful to watch. And suddenly, Ospali is behind him, getting closer and closer. So we think it's okay at the moment for Simon Yuan. If he hasn't taken on those fluids and the nutrition, there is still a risk.
Of course,
there's a brutal cramp.
A cramp can hit any time, especially in the heat. That's why we spoke before about nutrition. It's so important to have the nutrition and the fluid on the bike. If you get on a deficit in the run, that's what happens. You get some cramps. If the minerals are not okay, that is what can happen. And then you really have to walk or even to stop.
Yeah. Fabian Holbach, who was looking comfortable earlier on, his lap times are dropping here. 24 minutes for the first lap, 25.59 for the second, 26.18 for his third. Whereas Simon Yuan, 22.13, 23.53, 23.57. Much more consistent running there. He's holding it together.
I'm pretty sure that Fabian will do his work and his analysis. That's what he did after last year's great performance. As we saw this year, he knew his cycling was very strong. His running not good enough in the beginning because last year he lost a minute. This year he was with the group and he played high. He gave what he had and he realized that it probably was a little bit too much. And he will learn from that, and I'm pretty sure he will come back next year.
So at the moment, Mel Brunner, she's got one loop around the main venue to go, and then the title is going to be in her hands for the second time in 3 years.
Yep, she waited for that.
Applause then.
Applause, nice. Nice. See, this is sportsmanship, great sportsmanship. You encourage the others, you fight hard. You say the others, come on, work too. But you also applaud them. That's nice. She also, of course, gets back from many age groupers that applause to her, cheer her on.
And there's quite a large amount of German age group athletes and elite who come here, so the German team is well represented.
Nice view from the helicopter that they showed. The motorbikes was led outside, the runner inside.
Again, this is something that the organisers will plan with the technical delegate to make sure that not only is it safe for the athletes, but it's also safe for the media team. Because without the media team, we don't get glorious pictures like this. And we don't want a very narrow area like this with a motorcycle in it, because it's not safe for anybody.
And we saw it before. What will we do 20 years later if we do not have glorious pictures? We saw it with Mark Allen and Erin Baker. We had to search for 4 pictures for a day. It's a shame if you do not have good pictures. And here we have excellent video material. She can be proud on that moment for the rest of her life. It's wonderful to see.
And also her sponsors will be looking at this, and they'll be analysing the way that she's raced.
Right.
And the fact that she's held it together despite what was going on the bike course. It's played into her hands, I think, because when you look at both athletes coming here today, on paper, Mel Brunner's running and her biking together looked stronger than Melanie Maurer. 2 minutes 45 already back, and Lotte Klaas in third place. Onto the podium for Lotte Klaas. That's, I'm sure, Rob will be delighted with that. So not far now for her. She runs along General Gisachstraße, which is the left turn here.
Yep, now
she'll hear the crowd shouting. The commentator in the stadium, Stefan, will be getting everybody excited. Stefan's working with a Swiss woman who's commentating as well.
Yeah, here there is. We probably can hear the announcement. That's very nice. And she will, at the coach corner, see her husband, probably handing her another bottle of
excellent
fluid, because as we can see, she has her hands free. She prefers not to carry a weight with her.
She can afford the smile now. And
nice, good to see. Someone's encouraging her. She gives a hands up back.
And on the finish line, we know that Stefan Roof and probably John Radskelders will be present to...
and look, girl running with her, nice.
Yeah, to give them the cheer.
The kids from yesterday taking her as a role model. It's really nice.
And it's just here that they have the glory board somewhere just behind them.
It's just behind...
Just there, behind the tree.
It's pretty nice how they made the setup with the little stands, the food stands. And how you can hear the spectator. And good view from the helicopter. We will be able to see...
That's a good photograph finish.
Good smile.
Well, in Heidelberg, they will be absolutely
her husband,
delighted.
Look. Nice. I like that. That's where she got the loop before. She got the drink from him. Get some handshakes. Nice.
And now if you look here, it's a very sharp right-hand turn.
Turn to the finish.
If there'd been a sprint, it would have been...
it's wide enough to pass on the...
Now,
yeah, but for the sprint, right turn. Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
Inside would be better.
Now,
Here she is.
The hands coming out from underneath the tent. That's the VIP tent.
Yep.
So they move the barrier closer to give the athletes more space and also to give them a great moment. Look at that.
Look, nice. Ah.
That's a crown she's now worn twice.
Yep. And she won it, so, and she deserved it.
She did.
She worked really hard. It's a long time we saw such a fight. You have to be really strong in body and mind to perform.
This was a very well-deserved victory for her.
Yeah.
And not the easiest.
No, but probably the sweetest.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Stefan Ruf, the president of Powerman Zofingen. And Stefan is joined by Stefan Schwenker there, who's hopefully going to be doing a bit of an interview with her.
Let's see if we can translate. Here's Melanie. I can't hear of the interview. Can you hear anything? I could try to translate a bit the Swiss, but great performance from Melanie. I would like to see a big smile of her too. What a performance. It's a silver medal. Come on, Melanie, smile. You did great.
Okay. So Melanie Maurer now, she's actually, I think, made up a little bit of distance over that. She's running a little bit easier now. That was a bad place she was in on the closing lap at the start of it.
Yes, she won a silver medal, so she should be dancing.
Another silver medal.
Yeah, that's great performance. And I think if we asked her last week with the foot injury, a no go for the race, and now she finished second, that's amazing.
Yeah, she's had silvers in Zofingen in 2019 and 2018.
And again.
Yep. But there aren't many athletes who have a consistently high performance like this, so that I know she should be satisfied, or she should be happy with this, but I know she won't be satisfied.
Of course, if you won once, you always want to win, but this is like a win. So look, now we see the smile. a little bit.
But for Swiss duathlon, knowing that she initially wasn't even going to be able to start, that at the very last minute she's able to start and she comes away with a silver medal.
Good.
That's still good news for them.
It certainly was also a hard fight for her, but look, that support she gets.
Is that Jens Michael? Yeah.
Yep.
And
national coach, Cameron. And Jens Mikkel also not finishing his race, but supporting her. Very nice.
Yeah.
Here too, she has many people.
And she'll be inspiring the younger athletes as well.
Right.
So Mel Brunet's finish time 6 hours 45 minutes and 3 seconds. Her closing lap there was her run was 1:55.37.
People standing up, standing ovations for her. All right, she is happy, look.
So 6:48.34 was her finish time, with 1:59 for the closing run.
Do you have splits from last year? It was longer last year, was it?
It was.
Yeah.
Last year we had 7:07. That's right, 2021.
Yeah, I wanted to say we were on times over 7 hours, so we have
6:47. She's 2 minutes quicker. The win is 2 minutes quicker than last year. Mel Brunet is 10 minutes quicker than she was last, or 13 minutes quicker than last year.
Wow.
Impressive. I know it's difficult to compare because there's been the adjustments to the course, but in this heat, these are still outstanding performances. And I know that national coaches and age groupers will certainly be looking at the stats. We've got an interview coming, hopefully, from the race venue.
Probably in Swiss German.
Another great race, another world champion title today. Congrats. Describe your feelings.
Thank you so much. It's just an amazing feeling, and I'm overwhelmed about all this race. I mean, it was super exciting. The first run was exciting. After the first lap, I had like a 6 or 7 seconds gap, and I tried to close the gap, and I caught the first group, the first 3, and then I got first on the bike. And then the ride was really tough. It was hard. But I mean, in the end, I made it in the second run, so I'm overwhelmed and I'm really happy.
You took the title 2 years ago. Well, can you compare these 2 races?
No, it's completely different. I mean, the main difference is probably the weather. The conditions 2 years ago were so different. It was freezing cold, and this year was so hot. I had to drink a lot, and also on the bike I had to take a couple of bottles and fill them in my tank so that I can drink enough. And then also during the run I had to take the time at each station and like take a couple of steps a little bit less fast to drink something.
There were some special situations on the bike track. What happened there?
I mean, the bike track is really tough, and it's hard to see the others how they fight. So I had to give my best and try to get a gap to the others.
And finally, you got the gap during the run. It was a steep uphill. Did you attack, or just Melanie had difficulties to follow?
In the first lap, I tried to see how she's going, and I had a feeling that she's not that strong anymore on the second run. So I tried to run with her like the first lap or the first 2 laps, and then I just got to the front, and I didn't really realize that there's a gap. But then I think the Belgian trainer shouted to me, it's like a 20 seconds gap, and I look, oh, you're right, it's a 20 seconds gap. So it was not a real attack. I tried to attack on the first lap, but it didn't go well. So I think my uphill running was a little bit faster today.
So, congrats again, and we see you for a ceremony. Congrats, Melanie. Thanks.
I think if she gives up a career of international racing and being a doctor, a career as a diplomat would come very easily to her. That was one of the best responses I've heard, given what's taken place in the race. Very well done there to Melanie.
Very well done.
Lotte Klaas. That's going to be the bronze for Belgium.
Good job, Lotte. Really successful, these Belgians. Really successful, these Belgians.
Yes.
Having medals every years.
There's such a great tradition of duathlon in Belgium, and it's again I think it's in Flanders. They have a far more focused approach to duathlon racing than anywhere else in Belgium, and it really has taken off there. Lotte Klaas from Belgium taking the bronze medal, looking good for that. Silver in 2022, bronze this time. This is good. She had that DNF in the bitterly cold 2021 edition, but twice she's raced here now and finished twice. She's been on the podium.
And have you seen how nice Mel is still there?
Yeah.
Congrats her for the finish. And I bet they have a flower ceremony.
Look at the smile.
Look at this smile.
Oh.
No, you don't have to turn around. It's all good. No one there. Look how steady he runs. It's impressive.
Unless he's carrying any gels with him. I didn't see that. And this is
He probably took also from the aid station. Or has one in the back in the pocket where his number is. He turns the number in the front. I just was up to say, ooh, the number should be in front when you cross finish line.
That was we just went past Werner Kranenburg from the Netherlands, racing in the 45-49 category.
See, he can't believe it. He's turning around and see if someone's coming from.
Ahead am I? There's no one there. Have I really done it? All of these things must be going through his mind.
And he is not sure he made it. Otherwise, he would not turn around. But he's so far ahead. Now he realizes, look, the nice last 200 meters.
Yep. Cheers are going up. The hands are out.
Yes.
That's it. So, John Rodschelders, who predicted this yesterday as we sat down having lunch. John Rodschelders, you had it right.
We get a little dance here. Nice.
Fantastic. Simon Jon, Denmark, takes the world title.
What a performance.
That is...
looked strong, strong, strong.
That's impressive. That's very impressive. Oh, you can sit down now. That's well deserved as well. And a good advert there for Nike. I'm sure they'll be delighted to see those shoes being worn by a world champion.
Now he realizes, see, now it's the emotions. You don't have these emotions before.
What a shot that is.
Good. He knows, but it's just too much. It hurts and it feels so good.
So that was a 1 hour 35 minute 30k run.
How much?
1 hour 35. He finished in 55 minutes and 39 seconds.
1:35 run on that course.
6 hours.
He was very strong already on the bike course, often on the first position. What did you feel?
5:55. Yeah, look, nice number.
I think that's the fastest time we've had at Zofingen. To break the 6 hours. Yep.
So as we predicted, faster course. But I don't think that it was an easier course. It looks shorter from the distance or from the long climb. But look, this is a really impressive run too. Wow. I think the first loop was the same. He came here, the first loop. He had the same stride. Now a little braking. Very strong, very nice run.
His running is the same as it was at the first.
Yeah, at the first.
It's
incredible, incredible. How much was his run? Not much slower.
He was running 25:54 to 23:57, so 2 minutes slower.
2 minutes, yeah, that's
and
nothing.
2 minutes slower on the second lap, and 1 minute slower on the first lap. So
it's actually nothing.
It hasn't quite got the same pace. And just behind Katrien Ezeveld there. That's her running style, isn't it?
Yeah. Very good for her. She will make it too.
So
I hope we have a high finish rate this year.
Sorry? Okay, we are now going. We heard in the background a little bit of the interview, but now we're going to have it broadcast directly. So back to Stefan on the finish area, and hopefully with Simon Johan Hansen.
Simon Johan Hansen, what a race, what a day. Describe your feelings finishing this World Championships.
It's been a lifelong dream. I really can't find the words. The form has been good, and I've tried to stick with it. But then making it happen on the day is something entirely different. And I didn't. Yeah, I believed it all day, but still, it's. I have never tried such a hard thing, and I've blown up before and many times, and you never know. So I only believed it when I crossed the line, and even then, I still can't believe it. So amazing.
Nice.
You looked already very strong on the bike course. Well, when did you feel the legs are really good? It could be my day.
They actually felt good in the beginning. The first run was hard, not too hard, and then in the beginning I actually couldn't believe the pace or power I was pushing. But I know it's not about the first 50 kilometers. It's not about the first 100. It's about the full 150. And I've blown up before on the last hill with 20 kilometers to go and lost everything. So I knew it was okay, but you can blow up in a second and that's it. So I couldn't believe it. I could believe it first when I wrecked the bike, but then you have a long run to go.
Let's talk about the run. When did you feel it could be, well, again, my day, when you took over the lead, or when you got the first gaps?
When I started hearing the gaps, I thought, okay, this can be good. But still, it was only when I was on the top, on the last lap, that I maybe started believing it, because you can blow up. And it was actually only the first, our last 100 meters, I thought, okay, now I can celebrate. Now it's a victory.
And now it's time for celebration. Thank you so much, and we see us for the victory ceremony. Thanks.
A great interview there.
Great interview, yeah.
Very happy athlete.
And here we see Maya coming in fourth.
That's it, her fourth place, 7 hours and 11 minutes. That's her finish time with the 2 hour and 1 minute 30k finish. Now, it's funny, Simon Johan, he echoed exactly what you said. You can blow up at any time. Now look at this, Emil, he's zipped up the uniform. He looks good for the finish.
Yeah.
He's going to cross the finish line looking like a proper athlete.
Look at that.
I've seen so many races where athletes cross the finish line with the zip undone, and it just looks dreadful.
No, yes.
You see his name, you see his sponsors.
You see his sponsors.
So important.
So important for them. Makes their living.
Exactly. Your sponsor doesn't want to see a photograph of you crossing the finish line with your zip undone because you can't see the sponsors.
Oh. Same as with the race number. Race number has to be proper in front.
Yep. But this is a good performance there from Emil Blondel.
I mean, I like it. Look his face.
Yeah.
He has a good poker face. I'm pretty sure he is tired, but you can't see anything.
He may be tired, but he's going to be very happy when he crosses the finish line to take a silver medal here.
How good for him.
The last time he had a silver at this sort of level was as an under-23 athlete in Horst. That's a flat course. It's a tough course. But this is a silver medal at the World Championships at the
hard course with hot conditions. So well deserved. And great picture. Nice area, view from the helicopter, view from down.
Yeah, the Fédération Française de Triathlon will be delighted with this because the French triathletes and multisport athletes have been flying fairly high recently.
Very good. Congrats. Look at that.
6:02.
Come on, huge smile.
So he may be 6:02.49. That was a 1:42 for the final run.
1:42. Nice. Nice performance. And I hope they also have right away the flower ceremony.
Well, we've got 1, 2, 3 for the women. We haven't got 1, 2, 3 for the men yet. Quite who is going to be in third position? At one point, it looked as if it was going to be. It looks as if it's going to be. Oh,
it looks like
we're going to have an interview with Melanie.
Nice. Let's see.
Oh, hang on. Stand by, stand by. We might just be able to get down there.
So we have still the question about the third position. I think it's Fabian, wouldn't it?
I don't know because.
Do you think he got lapped?
The live tracking is a bit confusing.
Oh, no, here he is, here he is.
Yeah.
Yes, he made it. Very good.
Done it.
So well deserved. And close. That wasn't a big gap. Podium, good.
That was a lot closer than I think we expected it to be.
Right.
It looked as if he was dropping back.
We get the interview with Melanie in 10 seconds. Let's see if we get some statement from her.
Okay, down to the race course, down to Stefan, and here's Melanie.
Silver medal, but as well, I think you can celebrate and enjoy this result after a very hard and tough day.
Yes, I do, and I'm really proud. And I'm also proud of Merle because she did an amazing race. And yeah, congrats to her also.
Describe the last run. I think at the moment you looked very strong at the beginning. Both of you looked very strong. When did you feel, well, it will be very tough?
From the beginning, because I knew Merle didn't give all she had. So we ran together 2 laps, and I knew that point will come, but I didn't know when. I expected to be earlier, but I guess she took it a little bit easier to the beginning, and she played a little game because she could. And then it got really hard at this steep climb, and there she went, and well deserved her win. Yeah.
Well, there are reasons to celebrate as well this Powerman Zofingen.
Sorry?
There are reasons to celebrate as well this Powerman Zofingen.
Yeah, for sure, yes. Also, this year was not an easy one with my injury from the foot, so I did my longest run today, and I'm happy with that. And with the whole race and also all the spectators, this was so cool, and I know so many people. That's amazing every year, and thank you also for the great organization. You do it so good.
We say thank you very much and congratulations again, Melanie Maurer from Switzerland.
Again,
nice interview from her.
Very diplomatic as well. I thought that was quite good.
Yeah, it's important to thank the volunteers, the organization, because without them.
Valenti, a DNF in 2021. Looks like he's online for a finish here from Italy, racing in quite a young age group. Men's 35-39.
Good job from him.
And now South Africa.
South Africa, yeah.
Heading back to the stadium, she'll hear her name shouted out by Stefan, the race announcer.
I saw her yesterday.
Now, I know the focus of many of the South African athletes will be on their performances here, but they'll also be looking a little bit further north and a little bit further west, because next weekend it starts something that a lot of South Africans and a lot of French will be really focused on, and that's the Rugby World Cup. So all of those rivalries that we've seen here are going to be repeated on a rugby pitch very soon. Michael Faller there from Switzerland, just behind Lebedin. So this would be 1 lap to go for them, I think. Yeah, I think they've got 1 lap to go yet. And Aiweda looks like she might be coming home in 5th.
Yeah, looked like that before. She could hold it nice.
And again, for her, this is her first taste of Zofingen as she moves into a career of long-distance racing, and this is not a bad performance.
No, and I think for Japan, they are very highly in sports. They like sport and endurance running and duathlon a lot. So she certainly will be a hero back home.
I hope so, because if this means that there'll be more Japanese athletes choosing to race in Powerman Malaysia next year, that's exactly what we want. And her coming here will raise the profile of the sport in Japan. She's somebody who's raced across the world. She's been part of the WTS circuit for so long now, and to see her saying, oh, I'm not going to stop, I'm going to carry on and do this, that's good for her.
Look, this is Kubo.
Now let's see where he came, because at the moment we've got a bit of a problem with the technology.
Yes, here's 4th. Paid off. He did many efforts. He helped us to have a good broadcast. He made it entertaining. It was
attacks on the bike. Yeah.
Yes. He gave us.
Yep.
He gave everything he had. He helped us to have a good broadcast. It was nice from him. Good effort too. Getting 4th on a world championship. I mean, he had, how many did I say before? He won this year so many races and titles. He really raced a lot.
Unable to join us last year.
Right.
Look at that. Fantastic race there. Ai Ueda from Japan.
Yeah, looking.
I hope we get an interview with her, because she's great to interview.
Look, big smile, yeah. All proud and happy.
Can we do the pictures? Can we do a picture first and then you get them all?
I think they're trying to get the 1, 2, 3 finish pictures so that World Triathlon can get those images up onto the page. So 5th place goes to Ai Ueda from Japan. 7:09. Her closing 30k. 1 hour, 54 minutes. She's a minute and a quarter quicker than Mel Brunet. It was the bike where she began to suffer. But
yeah, we have the podium of the men. Nice one. Yep, minute quicker than Malay.
So Mel Brunet was 1:55. But I think if you look at the run times for Mel Brunet and Melanie Mauro, there was that game of chess they had halfway around, so that has affected it. Okay, we're looking as if we can get down now to the finish, and over to Stefan once more with the microphone.
Let's see what
Fabian
interesting.
Holbach, another podium today after 2nd place last year. Today bronze medal, but satisfied as well?
Yeah, it really wasn't evident, so I'm really happy with this 3rd place. No regrets.
You started first on the 2nd run. Well, it's a good feeling, but well, when did you hear the other coming?
Immediately, I knew it was just this time I had my automatic laces, so I was fast, and it's always some seconds where you're a bit easy after that, and you can wait for the others, but it was just to have a look when they come.
Compare this race to last year. The conditions was quite good today, but quite warm as well. Is this different for you?
Maybe a bit more windy, and I think that we had a really strong cycling group. Like the first 2 uphills, I was thinking, oh fuck, if we continue this like this, I will get in trouble. Finally was okay on the bike, but we were pushing quite hard on the bike.
And you brought it home with bronze medal. We say congrats and see you for the victory ceremony. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm pretty sure he said, oh, in fact.
No, we saw that they were going hard. Oh, Seppe, look.
Look at that. Now, I looked at the tracking, and I thought he'd edged ahead of
Fifth.
Blondel, but in fact,
Nice.
he edged ahead of Labadin.
We should get another picture of the top 5. I think enlarged podium would be okay too. Good job, Seppi.
So you have in the top 5 in the men, 1 from Belgium, and in the top 3 from the women, 1 from Belgium.
Nice. This was a Swiss age grouper just running by Papan. He probably wins his age group. Age group lady from the Netherlands.
That's Monique Fissure, gold in Ibiza and in Bilbao. But she's in that category with Katrien Erzefeld, so it's going to be hard for her. So Fabian Holbach, his closing run was 1:43. But Seppe Oudijn 1:45. He was really powering away on that final run. I think we're waiting to just give the athletes a little bit of time for reorganisation, and then we're going to get them onto the flower ceremony for the 1, 2, 3s.
Oh, look, the guy here from Mexico. Yeah.
Multiple world titles as a para-athlete. Possibly adding another one today.
And that was here comes a man from the US. We just saw him before on the uphill. I bet he has not such crueling hills back home.
Ah, that's
Rossmann. Rossmann?
Yep. So she might be the 6th elite woman. Nelly Rossmann, yeah, she's 7:14, 1:57 for the closing run. So Germany is looking very good for the elite. In the top 6, they've got 3 athletes. That's a good return for them.
Very good.
Ja, bis zur Siegerehrung wird es noch ein paar Minuten dauern. Wir schätzen, das sind etwa 10 Minuten. Wir Ihnen dann noch einmal gemeinsam die Siegerinnen und Sieger präsentieren dürfen. Und,
another 10 minutes and they do the flower ceremony.
Und Finisher dieses Powerman, die Vorbereitung für die Siegerehrung laufen. Und in roundabout 6 Minuten dann also die.
So I think we might need to look at the graphics for the men one more time, because according to Datasport and the Finnish clock, we had a sub 6-hour race for Simon Jørgen Hansen. So we might need to just go back to that graphic and see if we can find whether the graphic was right or whether the
data
we have.
Yeah.
We also have good to see. Oh, Daan de Groot, number 7, coming in for the Netherlands. In the men's PTVI, so the visually impaired category, we have from Spain, Fernando Riaño. So he has a series of wins here in Zofingen, 18, 19 and 22. It can't be easy as a guide to bring somebody down those descents.
Oh, yes.
That's
Oops, cramps here.
Calleviot, yeah.
Yeah.
So close to the finish as well. So Daan de Groot got round okay this year. No problems with the blue cards.
Good job, top 10. You. Congrats, Dan.
Dan de Groot last year decided to race the sprint in the World Championships in Dagomuresh, and then also raced in the relays, which is a super sprint. To try and translate, he's a long distance athlete, to try and then tell his body to go really fast, really short. It was a great performance as well. It was really nice to see him mixing those distances with a performance over the short course.
Yeah, but that's really challenging training and getting the body ready to going on more speed.
So in the background we can hear that they're trying to get the athletes ready for the flower ceremony. This is Sander Hemerik from Belgium. Top 5 finish last year in Alsdorf. And it looks as if he's going to be getting himself into the top 10. Looks like a 7th place for him.
This is one of the jubilee finishers here.
On the right. Oh, here, yes.
Yeah, 104, is it? Look, the golden number, we can see.
Ah, the golden numbers.
Yeah, we said the golden numbers are the jubilee club. And I'm pretty sure that it will be 50% today.
So there we have our 7th placed athlete.
Also from Belgium. Congrats, good job. Yeah, so far the Belgians very strong. The uniforms of USA also very impressive. Very, very good to see.
And here we have Antonina Rezhnikov from Israel. Yeah, I know there was a bit of resistance and a bit of a kickback when we started the requirement for age group as to wear these uniforms, but they do look really good in them.
All right, look, another.
Bernd van Snick.
Nice.
Belgium again.
Belgium again. Are we 7th now or 8th? 7th, I think. No, 8th. Bernd is 8th.
So Bernd van Snick, we now have, that's again Belgium. 3 Belgians in the top 8. So that's 7th place to Antonina Rezhnikov from Israel. That looked like a Croatian t-shirt. So, our earlier race leader, he was in the front at one point. That is Maxime Barguetto from France. Comes home in 9th place, I think. Yep, that's 9th place for him.
Antonina from Israel.
She will come home in 7th.
Good job.
That's Stefan Ging, his first international race, in fact.
Strong.
Now, if he's going to cross the finish line as an age grouper, that's some performance, unless he's got 1 lap to go. And it's always interesting to look at the results and just see when it comes to crossing the finish line, how many of the age groupers finish way up with the elite.
Nice, I think. Another loop for them to go. Good job.
That's Philippe Clavel, a veteran of racing here in Zofingen, wearing the French uniform. I think the Swiss athlete there is racing in the short course. And that's also Kenneth Cobb making his debut in the international field from the States, wearing 184. We just saw the American uniform a little bit earlier. And that's just how close the public can get to the elite and to the finish. Oh, Lustenberger, he looks pretty shattered. Oh, there's some pain there.
Probably the back or the hamstrings, probably the calves. No, looks like the quads.
It would be nice if he could finish, because last year was a DNF. He's finished in the top 10 before, 2021, pouring with rain. He finished 8th. I'm not sure how many laps he's done, but if he can finish today, that's going to be good for him.
They're gonna really show him that he can go and finish even if it's tough conditions. This is what I think, it's tough conditions. Kind of impressive about Merle. She won when it was very cold. She won now that it's
really
very hot.
Yeah.
Very diverse athlete.
Yeah. So.
Oh, here we have the next finisher, Diego
Wout
Wout
from the Netherlands.
Nice.
But no, Wout, Richard Lustenberger has another lap to go.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, if you have cramps, it just slows down.
Yeah.
Makes half an hour to this 20 minutes.
So that's not a bad performance. Wout Drieven from the Netherlands, 6:24. Seventh last year, 8th this year. Okay, so
here we have Ezelfeld.
Wout Drieven, that's interesting. We talked about how a lot of these top performance athletes are academics. He has a Bachelor in Exercise and Sports Science from Manchester University, a Master's in High Performance and Endurance Sports from the Spanish University of Murcia, and a Bachelor of International Business and Languages in Arnhem, Nijmegen.
Oh, so he speaks
3 degrees. He's got 3 degrees, including a master's.
In different languages?
Yeah.
Wow. Probably he should get a degree in languages too.
Maria Buchholder from Denmark, we mentioned her earlier in the race. Again.
And you know he races.
Huh?
And you know he races duathlon. So we just should say duathlon makes you smart.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
Buchholder, Denmark, yes. Nice US uniform, very nice.
It's an interesting addition to the German uniform there. Is that an ice pack on the back just to keep the temperatures down?
Probably ice pack or drinking or fluid or nutrition.
Stefan Marti there from Switzerland.
That is...
I think that's in the short course from Macedonia.
Macedonia, okay.
Or North Macedonia.
Yeah.
North Macedonia. Now that's the location of the penalty box there.
And no one sitting in there. I like that.
That's been a very fortunate day for them. Hopefully there won't be that many, but that position there, you've got, what, 80 metres and 60, 140, 150 metres from the finish. Can you imagine?
If you have to sit there, wow.
The first time we introduced a time penalty box in long distance duathlon was in Fredericia, and it was to do with drafting. Drafting was a problem. Ah, there's Mark Anthony Limmen from South Africa, part of the Jubilee Club.
Oh yes, here, just a little bit hidden.
Yep, there he is.
Nice.
Oh, nice Powerman hat as well. I like that.
Powerman hat.
That's rather good.
Congrats, Mr. Lemon. Good job.
So we decided for the drafting penalties, we would put the penalty box in transition as you left transition to go out on the run.
Oh.
And it was a last-minute thing. We arranged it with the organisers, and there were athletes who were unable to gauge the distance, whether intentionally or unintentionally, but they were the ones who got the cards, and they were the ones who were put into the penalty box. And all of the athletes who had correctly worked out what the distance was, who hadn't taken advantage of the other athletes, as they ran out of transition, they could see those who had taken an unfair advantage. Now, the position inside the penalty box, inside the transition area, was a good move, but it's not something you can always do. And World Triathlon obviously wants to improve upon the way that the races are organised, and eventually the penalty box was put outside on the bike course for offences there.
Yeah.
And then you had the offences that took place on the run to be served out on the run course. That looks... that's the new British race uniform for the duathletes. And that's Phil Mant making his debut here.
Here comes Tander.
Oh, Fabian.
Nice.
Also liegt's nicht an meinem Mikrofon.
I think he makes it 10th, Michael.
Oh, good for him.
Or was it River 10th? Maybe he's 11th. Great performance to be a top 10 or top 11. That's great. There's some music going on here, but I can't see them, so I don't know where they have their... Here he is.
Always with a smile. Just digging through the Data Sport archives, or the Data Sport data, and we mentioned quite early on we saw Michelle Parsons from Great Britain, who's not racing in the World Championships. She chose to race in the open category. Well, she's just won that category, 7 hours, 26 minutes and 30 seconds. That would have given her, wait for it, that would have given her an 8th place in the elite.
Oops.
Michelle, she's been around for some time, shall we say. Born in 1966, and there she is popping in a performance like that. Quite impressive.
Here he is, Fabian. He should get an applause. Applause for you. Good job.
Well, Fabian has been part of Zofingen Powerman
for many years now.
How many years now?
I wonder what he says about the new course. If it would be nice to have an interview with him.
This is his 10th.
Is it his 10th?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Jubilee Club.
Well,
he's the 50th.
Yeah, I think you have to finish, don't you? Do you have to finish to get in the Jubilee Club?
Yeah.
Ah. Well, he's had a number of DNFs racing as an elite.
Okay.
So, good images
Look at
there
that.
for German triathlon.
Yes, look at that picture. Hopefully a photographer is there and takes one from the back. That's nice.
Not from the front, though, because that's a bit untidy. That's one of my pet hates, I'm afraid. I do like athletes to look neat. So, Sebastian Retzlaff, 9-time Zofingen veteran, would look a lot better with that zipped up. I know it's very hot out there, but let's see. 4th 2021. In 2017, he was the world champion.
Wow.
Previously raced in elite. Top 20 finishes as an elite athlete in 2012, 13, 14 and 16. A lap to go for him. I hoped we'd be moving down to the flower ceremony because that's a great image for us all to enjoy. Well, Natasha, so we've seen now the new format, we've seen the new layout. Are you happy with the way that the transition area has moved from the previous location to here?
I like the other location too, but I think it's easier to overview the whole transition because we have that balcony.
Yep.
But for next year, I definitely would like to get a steady camera right on the dismount of the bike.
Yes.
Because we couldn't see the last, I don't know, the last 100 meters of the bike, how they get down. I would like to have a camera shot right in front that you can, like here, that you have a camera placed. I will ask for that.
So, Labadin there.
France.
France, that's
Yes.
Number
12, 13?
No, I think we're still in the 10s. No, I'm wrong. So we had after Fabian Zender, we had Malo Moisan. Now we have Cedric Labadin. After that he should be in 13th position. Yep, 13th position now.
And here, is it Naomi?
That's Naomi.
No, Frieden. Yeah, it's Naomi. Good job for her.
8th place.
What a fight, nice. Good job, Naomi. Applause, applause.
What I've noticed is that Stefan Ruff is not telling the winners to do a lap of honour now.
Yes, that's nice.
It's possibly because we don't really have the space in this location because of the layout. And I always thought it was a big thing to ask. When somebody's run their heart out on a course like this, I know it's part of the Powerman tradition, but it was a bit brutal.
It's a bit brutal, yes. Probably there is once a scooter or something and they can get a driven tour, ride tour. South Africa, USA. It's
That's
big.
Karen Lee Walker from South Africa. She won here last year in the 45-49 category and was 4th back in 19 and 21.
It's nice. These athletes, they come from all over the world. They come back. They like the hospitality. They know the families they're staying with. So such a good family program. And some athletes, of course, stay in the hotel, but others have really friends here. And these are friendships they last forever. Very nice.
And the thing is, okay, it's a very, very tough race. but they will go home. And now, Katrina Isefeld, she's the first age group to cross the line, and
so strong.
that puts her in 9th place overall.
Nice.
Udo Siebert in charge of the Jubilee Club.
Yeah, Robert was there in the 90s, early 90s he was there. He saw Mark Allen.
Mm-hmm.
He knows all the history going on here. Welcoming, of course, the Jubilee Club members and honoring them, giving them a golden number for next year.
Yep. I can see in the background some of the technical officials are keeping a manual record of the people crossing the finish line, because if there's a power outage and suddenly Datasport lose access to power, there's a manual record, and that's so important at a race of this level, a race of any level, to have a manual backup.
Yeah.
And there we see in the open race, those are the higher numbers.
These are the guys that had a late start.
Mm-hmm.
They were not going with the first. They had probably the fastest, so they were could take off the latest.
I know from when I was technical delegate here for a few years, the organisation of those starts, we had to look at the times of the open race and calculate how much time we had to play with, and it ended up with us corralling the open behind the World Championships, and they started a minute or 2 minutes or 3 minutes afterwards. But because it's a lapped course, we also had to bear in mind how much time we couldn't allow, because otherwise it'd just be a complete mess on the course.
Right.
And all of that is done with taking the time splits, using a program to calculate how it all works. There's an awful lot of work that goes on behind this. It's not simply putting out the barriers and marking the course. There's a lot of logistics and organisation for start times, briefing times. It's incredible.
Ah, Mikael has cramp. Look here at the back, his hamstring cramping. That's hard, and it hurts.
You can see the muscle tightening up there.
Yes, and you want to run and you can't, and you think you have to. It's not far. You want to get to the finish line. And then you cannot push and pull. Hard for him.
A 9th in 21 in the rain, 11th last year.
Oh, he's not going to be happy. It's about 14th place for him this year. I hope he's happy and satisfied, because it's so much of effort all these athletes get in for preparation, and then you have a cramp or a hotter day than you thought, and it makes it hard to finish, and then it's mentally not easy.
Yep.
Ah, look, his
well-deserved applause there.
Pride. That's good. Glad for him.
That's going to be
good
14th
job.
for him.
14th, yeah.
They are going to be pushing the fluids in. Just behind the finish area is an immediate medical place. Then beyond that is a larger recovery area where there's food and drink for the athletes. And they're going to be pushing the fluids into them now.
Right, and they have magnetic fields where they can recover and massage. That's nice. That's what they really deserve. Showers. Probably no ice bath. Not in Zofingen. You can go to the pool. There's still some outside pool that are very cold. Good job here. Go South Africa. Nice job.
I remember there was a race in Lithuania and they were saying, well, is there anywhere for the athletes to cool off afterwards? It was a junior race. When the athletes had finished, we couldn't find them. They're all sat in the lake, which was about 20 metres from the finish. And they were all sitting in the lake. It was a lovely sort of sandy lake, up to the waist. Now,
look here,
if anyone's
power
wondering, why is there a large dog here in Zofingen?
Yes, that's the good mascot, Power Bernie.
And he's been part of this race for, crikey, I don't know how many years now.
He's welcoming athletes. He is hugging the kids.
Watching the guy racing, when the children start, he's with them.
He's with them. It's
These kids running along with a fully grown man inside a big dog in the heat.
in the heat, yeah, it's incredible.
So
I don't want to be in his legs tonight. Already from yesterday. Oh, look, De Valle Wouters coming in. Good job. And now the Belgium.
Oh yeah, and I think this is one of our first age groupers. This could be the first age group athlete. It is Wouter De Valle, who was, as a junior back in 2012, top 20 finish for him in Horst, and then he's disappeared off the sort of world triathlon, Europe triathlon circuit, having raced in Horst and Pontevedra. But now he's coming here and putting in that performance. That puts him into a very good position in the overall rankings. In fact, that would give him a 15th place overall.
Nice.
So Belgium, focus on this young man. He's got potential.
Yep. Very nice comeback.
That's the 25-29 category.
Nice. That's why he was satisfied with his result.
Mm-hmm.
Good. Some more cheering on. Good, good, good.
And that's another athlete in the same category. The 147 is Andreas Bühlmann.
Bühlmann, yes.
Yep. 4th last year. Well,
same category, so he's 2nd.
Mm-hmm.
Oops, he twisted.
No.
No.
He's in the 30-34 category. So,
all right.
Unless we are mistaken, if he goes to the finish, that should be a gold for him.
That's what would be nice too, to have kind of a leaderboard here at the site. Give us a bit the help of how many loops more to go. This is Conrad. Here we have the women again. I think they're still waiting for the flower ceremony.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happened there.
They're all together, flowers are there. They're just waiting probably for someone to hand them the flowers.
Which look very nice, I have to say. That's Debbie Sanders there. She was racing as an age grouper last year with a very good performance that took her into gold medal position with 7 hours 50. So now she's racing in the elite category. We've seen. Okay, we've seen dotted around the course a gentleman wearing a black shirt and glasses, and we introduced him as Stefan Ruf, who's the president of Powerman Zofingen. Somebody you've known, Natasha, for a good few years.
A good few years, yes. He is doing it. Powerman is his baby, and I'm very happy to say that it's been in short time we have an interview with him. It's for me the time to say goodbye to everybody listening, because I try to get back to the finish line and try to make it to Zofingen and see what's going on. Going to the to the Swiss stream first, and then hopping back to Zofingen to see the last finishers and some of my friends coming in.
Okay.
So hopefully I catch them.
Right,
and
so
now let's see Stefan, the interview. It was my pleasure. to be with you on the live stream. Thank you very
Stefan
much,
Ruf,
Paul.
president of the organizing committee of this Powerman Zofingen. First of all, what happened now? We are waiting for the ceremony.
Yes, everyone is ready, so we hope we can start very soon. So the sun is shining, so we are quite happy. Maybe in a few seconds we can start.
So we have no electricity on the ground at the moment. Let's talk a little bit about this race. I think it was a perfect condition, you already mentioned, and it was a great race today.
It was an absolutely great race. You know, we had some changements on the race course, but the athletes, they did like it. The race was very fast, and it was quite warm weather today, and so it was a hard fight. The two ladies, Melanie Maurer and Merle Brunet, they were together during the whole race, and it was fantastic to see how they did fight on the second run. And congratulations to Merle Brunet, who was the winner today, as she was 2 years ago. I'm very happy for her.
Let's short talk about this new arena. It was a good concept. You will stay with it?
Yeah, of course we will stay with it. We have got a lot of positive feedbacks from athletes, from spectators, from sponsors. They really like this new area, and of course after the first year you can still improve, and now we have the experience, but it was the best decision we made over the last 10 or 50 years. So everything within here is fantastic, and I think that was really the best decision.
This Powerman is not over yet. We have many athletes out on the track, but can we find a short first summary? Everything went all right, besides electricity at the moment?
Yes, I'm very happy. I'm happy when if the athletes are happy, and if they arrive in safe conditions at the finish line, and if it's a fair race, so the best can win, and this was the case today in the men and in the women's race. So I'm very happy with that, and as you said, last athletes, they will arrive at the finish line at 8 o'clock in the evening, so that's still a long way to go. We are there, and it has to work until the last is back home, but it was a fantastic day so far.
Thank you very much, Stefan Ruf, president of the organizers committee. We're waiting for energy and looking forward to celebrate the victory ceremony. Thank you, Stefan Ruf.
So, thanks to Stefan Ruf, and it's been an absolute delight working once again with Natasha Badman, and to sit next to somebody who is such a phenomenal athlete and who knows so much how the athletes feel and who can give so much back to athletes. Natasha is also one of the leading coaches in Switzerland, so if you find her on the Google, just search. And if you want any tips about stepping up to Zofingen, because Zofingen is a place you certainly step up to, she has the answers, and she will help you. She spent a whole day yesterday encouraging the newer generations and also the younger generations in the kids races, the Power Kids races, and also in the Swiss Championships. So she was extremely busy all day yesterday, and here she is in the studio all day with me today. She's now making her way back to Zofingen, which is about 45 minutes, an hour's drive from here, if the traffic is good, and she will be down on the finish line and encouraging athletes out there, and also at the closing ceremony tonight when we'll see the presentation of the medals. So, as you heard from Stefan Ruf there, there's been a bit of a gremlin incident in the venue with the power just dropping out. Goodness knows what's happened. That power thing didn't quite work like clockwork, but it means the flower ceremony will be delayed. It gives us a chance to still see some of the athletes out on the course. As you can see, Cameron there, the Swiss coach, still out there. He'll be out there until the end, making sure all the Swiss athletes get back safely. That was Mikołaj Sobolewski from Poland, wearing the red uniform there. Now, if you are at home and you want to try and find where your athlete, friend, family, club member is, if you go to datasport.com or datasport.com and you click on the event, you'll find Zofingen, and if you go to their that page, there are a number of options for you to examine what data is being collected. There's the search, the entry list, the leaderboard, ranking, live monitor, etc. Simple thing for you if you're looking for families and friends. Datasport.com, find the event, Zofingen, and then use the search option. Now, the Data Sport guys are working with their own power supplies, so when you saw people moving large blocks around, that was them just making sure that there was power going to the chips that were picking up the results, the athletes crossing the transponders. Okay, we're now going to hear from Sarah Frieden from the finish line.
What are you saying to the team?
She placed 8th overall in the elite race.
And Sarah Noemi Frieden is with us, bronze medalist 2021. Well, Sarah, today no medal, but a tough day, and well, you're satisfied at the end?
Yeah, for me it was a really tough day because I had from the first bike round really stomach problems. I couldn't drink more carbs. I just drink water until the end of the bike, and then on the run it was really hard. I have just to push and say myself, yes, I want to reach this goal. I want to come in to the finish line here, and I tried to drink some Coca-Cola, and then it slowly gets a little bit better, and I just go slow uphill, and then I try to focus on the downhill, and that went pretty well.
You know, Powerman Zofingen, that means suffering at all. Yeah. Why do you do it every year? What is fascination of this race?
That's a good question. I really don't know. Now I really don't know because I suffer a lot now, but I think it's you can reach your boundaries with this race, and I'm pretty happy with my running time, and with all the curriculum instance, yes, I'm just happy, but I won't do it anymore now. It's okay for me. I had nice medals at home, and that's enough for me. So I'm happy with this final year. Yeah.
So perhaps we ask you 1 week later.
Yeah, no, really not, because I will focus on trails now. I love the mountains, and I'm not so happy with the bike anymore, so I will try to just run. Yeah.
There will be no more challenges coming for the moment. Congratulations again, and well, enjoy this day.
Thank you very much, and also all the helpers here. That's pretty nice race. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah Noemi Frieden.
So it's a great shame that she's leaving the multisport life to go for just focusing on the running, but she'll take away with her good memories. We have heard that because of the lack of power down at the finish, they're not going to go ahead with the flower ceremony. But what we can do is just give you an update of some of the finishes. We've got Wouter de Valette from Belgium has won. These are provisional results. Obviously, they need to be double-checked by the head referee, Tony Sangster from New Zealand. But in the men's 25-29 category, Wouter de Valette from Belgium takes gold. In the men's 30-34, we have Tristan Beaufils. We have the men's 35-39, Ronald Beckers. And just a couple more. We've got in men's 45-49, Carsten Dahl taking gold, Katrien Ezerveld, women's 40-44. And the rest of the results will be available as soon as World Triathlon has analysed them. Here are some images for you to close. And from me, Paul Groves, it's been wonderful that you've stayed with us. Thanks for spending time watching the best, toughest duathlon on the world circuit. Powerman Zofingen. Make a date with it for next year.